That's just a huge move up on that. As soon as we popped through here, we actually had talked about this at the beginning of the year, sort of breaking like multi-year highs here. This goes back to 2020, and there's the break, and it hasn't really faded back out yet. So yeah, that 215, 220 is also the period there on the daily chart of the 200 period where you'd be looking to pick something up. So yeah, I think if we drop too much more there, GLD going to be in play. You know, yesterday on the recap show, we got the news that Palantir was going to be switching over to the NASDAQ, and I couldn't really wrap my head around why that was such a good thing, because it just kept on pumping. I mean, we got to $62, which is all-time highs there yesterday in the aftermarket, and I was like, I'm a little bit worried about this name because it's well overextended, its PE is 300. And then I came in today and Sharif was like, yeah, but now it's going to get added to the NASDAQ 100. Yep. And I was like, oh, right. So that would make sense why we're up a little bit here on Palantir. So we'll look to see about that one. I'm going to try to sell a little bit of this position here today. If we get into 61 bucks or so, we'll get out of, I have it in a couple of accounts. I think I just want to get out of it into a long-term account, raise some more capital there. Because if it does dip back in, I want to start to buy this name again. And there are a few names. You know what name that I was actually thinking about, and I, maybe I'll build a case for this and then put something out, but I was thinking about Boeing, just how dramatic this thing has fallen here. And I mean, as far as a monopoly, there's not going to be too many businesses and industries that you're going to be able to look at here that have the advantages that Boeing has. The problem, of course, is that deal that they just struck, not great, the debt. And then if we talked about, if we've just been in a boom era for all of the traveling, what does it mean moving forward here? Might not be time to do this yet. But again, if we're going to go on Boeing here on a weekly chart, you're getting into some of these levels. And I remember before, and I'll have to look this up, this is what I need to do, is when we were crashing in there during, just a little bit pre-COVID there, during COVID, I remember President Trump at the time was coming in and saying positive talks about trying to support Boeing down into these levels and calling it like a national security issue and things like that if anything were to ever happen to Boeing. So you're getting into these levels here where I put a bid at 120. Take some shares on Boeing. I think it might be worth a little bit of a shot there. You know, we'd been here before, huge moves upside. We know that the tides can turn on this name. But this is one that I was thinking about, you know. And the other one actually, and what about this? What about Pfizer? Are we excited about that at all?
I'm already in there.
You're in Pfizer? Oh, you're short right now today. Yeah. Yep. But I just mean for a longer term investment, like, I don't know. It's getting crushed. Like, this is 2018. Like, we are well below everything. Let's call up a monthly chart
look at the monthly
on Pfizer. So this right here, this level is 2012. 2012.
Look at the run up it had in from 95 to 01.
Right here. Oh, right? Wow. Yeah.
This looks
These are all
somewhat similar,
too, right? 2 to 1, 2 to 1, 3 to 1.
Yeah.
And it still kept going.
Yeah,
but that's
and a nice little fade. It ran up
into Viagra come out?
Is that what
I'm just wondering. I mean, this is why biotech. This is why biotech is something to be in, you know. But the thing is now, if we're not going to be talking too nicely about vaccines, look, Pfizer, and you got to figure out what's in the pipeline, so people will know more about
1998
this. 1998 was what?
FDA approved Viagra.
Okay.
In 1998.
FDA approved it, so that would right here.
Yeah,
so that's right there.
Yeah, so it already had the run up like
18
4
to 45 doesn't seem enough. You know what I mean for that?
It definitely,
but anyways, yeah, I mean, it started. It obviously had something in the pipeline right here. FDA approval hits, and then boom. FDA approval. I mean, FDA a little slow on those kind of things. You know what I mean? So like, the Wall Street gets word of things. I mean, we can look at lots of things like.
Are you saying you'd be looking for more extended candles off that Viagra move?
I'm not dealing with that. I'm not dealing with that. It's
probably too early.
Too early in the morning for that one, you know what I'm saying? But I haven't had any experience in that area. So, all right. What else do we want to talk about here? Anything you're looking at?
No, I'm just. I guess I'm watching that Pfizer as well. Nothing too crazy that I have on watch. We got some day one earnings. We got AMAT. We got Baba. We got this company that I have no idea. DESP as well. A few different names, but yeah, nothing too crazy on my radar today. You're going to be watching that Tesla to see what that does. We know that there's been a lot of 13 Fs. I guess in the market, there's a lot of things moving around due to repositioning or news of repositioning that happened in the last quarter. But yeah, no, I'm not really seeing anything too crazy right off the bat. But sometimes those days can surprise you because there will be trades that just fall into your lap because you're being patient for them to show up. And sometimes those can be some of the best trades. So I'm curious. I'm waiting. I'll be patient. Got to have that sniper mentality, you know. Got to wait for the hunt to show up.
We're ready to go.
When you see it, you take
every time we're sitting here, we're ready to go. You know, like if something hits the market now, bang,
boom. We've been getting those intraday catalysts as well.
Yesterday we had the Microsoft move.
We had the softy. We had the Biotech. Oh, BNTX as well. BNTX was one of the tickers as well.
Yeah. Moderna was hot fire at the close.
Yeah. We can take a quick look at what they did.
SMCI today again.
Yeah, SMCI is going to be like that continuation fade. You were talking about AMD. AMD's been on a multi-week fade as well. But yeah, no, this was kind of the move on some of these biotech names. This was Moderna. Right into the close. Look at that strong volume that comes in and it just quadruples, 41 halves to 38.75 low right there. And you see Pfizer as well. Pfizer is continuing to the downside here. We're closed in and around that $26 area. I was trying to get long for a potential bounce. That bounce never really came. We couldn't even hit the dime above 26. And this pre-market session, we just consolidate and go a little bit lower as of right now. So I'm continuing to watch that. But BNTX, a little bit more pricey, but definitely has the kind of move you're looking for if you're looking to capture points on points per share there. Breaks down from in and around 110s all the way to a 102, trading a little bit lower, and it's at 100 right now in the pre-market, Sean. So some of these biotech names definitely going to be on watch off the bat. But like I said, nothing too crazy.
I just, why is my wife sending me a message? I also need to order aloe socks.
Aloe? Like aloe as in like the plant aloe?
Not as in aloe vera, no.
Oh.
They're a clothing company.
Okay.
It must be pretty comfortable. I just responded, ouch, to her. Okay, yeah, a couple ideas there that we just talked about. I mean, we could go over so many more names. I guess the plan of action pretty soon we'll be having one more time on the show here, Michael Noss. And what a move. We've talked about this with Coinbase and with BTC itself and IBIT starting to go back up to the upside right now. 89,000. Looks like we're going to try to breach that 90 one more time. Huge dip. I mean, I don't want to say a huge dip, but we did have a good little fall in yesterday right at the close. Last hour, crypto went from 51 bucks. I'm just talking about IBIT here, all the way down to 49.50 right there. Nice recovery. Oh, and by the way, I just got another fill on Cardano. I sat there at 66 cents, and all of a sudden, that's what I was checking. We got the fill there. I don't know what's going on with some of these names here, but there's Cardano right now up 50% this week, up 15% just right now. Ripple also starting to move up, and that's another 19%. Bitcoin and Ethereum, the laggers right now, but they're doing all the heavy lifting in this space. Where's Solana? Right there. There it is. So 1.2% down, but up 5.5%. Look at Dogecoin this week. 87.
What did I say just a couple days ago?
That you're hugely long on Dogecoin.
No, not other than that.
You like
top
Cardano.
Top five.
Oh, top five. It's not getting to top 5 though.
Number 6 right now.
Yeah, but it has to double in price with Binance Coin doing nothing.
Fair.
I mean, it's only I mean, look. The fact that this is even number 6, dude.
I'm surprised it surpassed XRP. I hold XRP as well. And I'm surprised it surpassed XRP. That's wild.
I mean, it's just wild that right now you're talking about Bitcoin, Ethereum, and then forget about Tether, Solana, even Binance. I mean, that's off the exchange, right? I mean, at least that has some case maybe. And then Dogecoin and then Ripple. So
Doge has the best case.
One that kind of stands out to me is the one that has absolutely no use and infinite supply. Is
just like real
Dogecoin.
Money. Yeah.
But anyways, all right. If we're ready for Michael, I thought I was just sort of pushing it, Fabian. What do you want me to do? All right, let's go to the desk.
All right.
Yeah, we'll bring in Michael Noss here, get a look at some other things that are moving around at the end, possibly, or a pause anyways, in this post-election rally that's been going on for a week or so. Whenever you're ready there, Fabian, just bring him in. There he is. Happy Friday, Mr. Noss. Good to see you.
Happy Friday.
Um,
Yeah,
I was reading this morning, just touching on that crypto note that Sean was making. I was reading this morning, inflows into IBIT, the BlackRock ETF, absolutely monstrous yesterday alone, even though we saw that little sell-off at the end of the day. So we're still seeing all kinds of people piling in.
Yeah, so the question is, and this is the same thing, it was funny because the same thing you're seeing with the altcoins is the same thing I'm seeing with kind of the junkier stocks moving. Is this something that we see at the end of a cycle like this, where generally speaking, you get retail entering when things are getting a little bit extended? And, does that mean that we're going to pause a little bit here? Is there going to be a little bit, you know, it, is this the start or is this the end? The cynical part of me wants to think that, we're at a little bit of a pausing point anyway.
No, it's a good point. And I was going to actually mention that to you in the sense that when you look at a rally overall as a cycle, what does the end typically, or not necessarily the end, but a top typically look like? Do we start to get these, as you said, junkier stocks starting to pop up? And with that, we saw quite a day the past couple of days here for the GMEs of the world.
Yeah, so just like with the meme stocks in the crypto space, I've been seeing it in kind of the junkier or meme stocks in the stock space, if you want to call them that. And the first chart I have is just of GameStop and showing that this thing is starting to rally again, and really no news, no Catman came back, nothing's happening with it. And it just makes me think that when we start to see this extreme risk on behavior, that it's sometimes indicative of we could be getting to a potential, at least short-term top. I'm not saying, hey, the bull market's over, a big bear market's coming. But generally when things get really, really frothy, that could be near a top. And I actually just saw yesterday that they're about to launch, or launching today, actually, I think, a ETF that's going to be 2 times the 15 most volatile stocks in the market, and it's just going to leverage, it's just going to keep going. Whatever the most volatile names is, it's going to put it in this ETF and it's going to leverage it up 2 times. Again, to me, that seems like it might be a little bit toppy. So, but if we're going to have this kind of blow off explosion in some of these short float names, that's what I want to do. So next slide here is just a scan that I ran of everything that's incredibly heavily shorted in the market. It makes a very easy scan to do, to just go through it and see what's interesting here. We've got short floats going from 40% all the way down to 30%. But what I wanted to really target was something that I like the chart of along with the short float, because I think that's something that people need to kind of keep in mind, that if there is going to be some sort of blow off type meme coin, meme stock top, then you want to make sure that at least what you're trading is technically sound and is moving up, because when that occurs, you just want to make sure that you've got something that's not just complete garbage and is going to go to zero, right? Dogecoin, funny enough, is probably one of the safest meme stocks out there. I heard there's dog with hat and all of these things. Those are probably the ones that you might want to be careful of. It seems really weird that I'm in the universe that I'm talking about dog-related currencies and which ones are going to be the most safe on anyone. So as I was scanning through this list, couple names, one that stood out again was MindMed, but I talked about that the other day and still long that name. But one that I have highlighted here, PTC, that's pretty interesting. So the next chart I have just here is the weekly chart on PCT. And this $10 area is a big area. I think they do something with plastics manufacturing, which could be some sort of AI related play for all that I know. But looking at the chart, I'm seeing a 28% short float. So nearly 1/3 of the entire float is short, 12 days to cover. So 2 weeks for shorts to get out of their position. And just this $10 area, you can see all the arrows I pointed. It keeps bouncing off $10 to the downside. It bounces off it to the upside. It broke through it, and now it's pulling back. And this is something that came up in an algorithm that I'm running personally and that I'm building out and will be sharing with you guys in the coming weeks for a bit of a pullback here. So this $10 is interesting. It's a high short float. These short float junkie names are starting to run. So I'm just looking for generally targets, and this is what I'll spend most of my weekend doing, this one in particular as well looks interesting. So the next chart here is the daily chart, and I just anchored a VWAP from the all-time low, which was $5. So this thing's made a move from 5 to 15, and now it's pulling back to 10. So very, very volatile, but these initial thrusts are what I want to see on a heavily shorted stock. If when the stock was at $5, if I'm short 1/3 of the entire company, I'm okay. I'm not too worried. The thing's making new lows. I'm, making money. Everything is sunshine kittens. When we rally 200%, then I start to get nervous. So as this name's pulling back, if it finds the support around VWAP, which is around $10 as well, then I think that that's a pretty good place that if I was short, that I'd want to cover. I'd want to get out of this thing because it has this ability to triple in my face. And as a short player, that would get me nervous. Last chart is just 30-minute chart. And this VWAP kind of lines up with 11, you could call it 10.50, $11, that kind of area. So my game plan going into today with this is just simply to watch the first couple 30-minute candles, and if we can hold this zone that I've highlighted, which is exactly 11.20, or the VWAP all the way down to 10.50, and looks like there's some sort of buying taking place, then I'm going to get involved in this name, and then my stop goes on a closing basis under $10 a share. So I just like to outline the actual trade execution on this. Now, ideally, if I can get in somewhere around here, and if my stop's $10 a share and I'm risking about $1, then I just look at it and say, well, if we get back to that $15 high, that's $5, so it's a 1 to 5 risk reward. And if we get through that, now we're talking 1 to 10. So I know that I'm probably going to be right half of the time, maybe a little bit more on a play like this. So if I have that risk reward in my favor, that's really all that I need to see. So the main theme, if you like this stock, is right. You could play it like I am, but the idea is that if we are seeing this kind of late cycle move where every junky name is running, then spend your time looking for junky names, right? The scanner like Trade Ideas, there's a lot of scanners out there that you can do to find high short float names that are moving. I think that's going to be a good place to look maybe for the next couple of weeks.
And again, I mean, we've touched on this in the past, but worth noting here, this is not investment advice by any way, shape, or form. It's simply an opportunity, the possibility of an opportunity here in the next couple of days.
Yeah, and this is more, I like to show what I'm potentially going to do with my money as an education for other people to see how I think. And if you think like me, then certainly do what you like. But yeah, this is just a trader saying, this is what I like to do, and this is my thought process, and this is the area that I'm going to look at. Sometimes you guys hear me talking about I'm looking at gold and boring names or bonds or something like that. I just think, for me personally, I'm going to look at these kind of junkier, more speculative names for the next few weeks until we get some sort of resumption in the S&P 500 to the upside that shows that you're safer, you're more companies that make money are starting to do well again as well.
Yeah, next checkpoint for said rally could be Nvidia earnings coming up just around the corner here. So something to look forward to next week as well. Michael Noss, have a wonderful weekend. We'll talk again on Monday.
I'll talk to you on Monday.
Thank you, Mr. Noss.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, that's why I sort of want to talk a little bit about there. We talked about Dogecoin, Cardano, some of these other coins that are starting to really go up, and then relating that to meme coins and things like that. I think that's important to understand that you're in a moment sometimes, and as Michael said, looking at different things at different times definitely makes a lot of sense. Gold trade, I still think gold is a good trade right now. IWM, we talked about XBI, some of these other ETFs that have pulled back a little bit due to recent news, I think worth buying or at least looking at. By the way, we were talking about IBIT before we went to Michael, which was about like right around here. Now you're up another 50 cents as crypto continues to go. Remember, it was 89.8. And I threw it over there. So now you're up to $90,450, $90,450 upside right there as everything's starting to get going one more time here. NASDAQ, though, Obi, starting to go a little bit lower. And we, we'll look at some Apple trades here today. We talked about Nvidia earnings coming through. I didn't see, actually, I'd have to look. It's not in our notes, any price target upgrades or anything today. There's been one every single day this week. I'll have to adjust that candle right there for the wick. But trying to hold out, but still down that 1%. So I was thinking, and I've added it to the sticky note, it's going to be out in 2 seconds here. AMD might be time to start looking at some shorts as this name continues to bleed out. I mean, it's pretty dramatic. where we've come from on this name. I mean, this was 175 just a month ago. Now you're down to 135. Like if that was Nvidia, that would be, people would be screaming and wondering what was going on. Is Nvidia going to serve the same fate as this at some point? Earnings next week on the 20th, we'll find out. But yeah, starting to add some of these names to the old plot spot there. You're in Pfizer. It's too bad he doesn't show it. You'd have to get out of a share or a position or something there, add to the position, I should say.
Yeah.
I'm
looking for that.
But anyway, it doesn't matter. Obi right now short. You don't mind me telling people.
Yeah, no worries.
You're
You
10
can
cents
see
in
you
the
can
money,
you can
short
see it. You can see it on the chart there. So yeah, no, a little bit of a sell off right there. Continuation from yesterday's. I'm just looking for a day 2 play here. Something I did is drop an anchored to that volume that came in from yesterday, coming in through that 26. Now again, few names on this. Throw up some more tickers in the chat if you guys know more biotechs that are moving on this catalyst here. I'm looking at Moderna, Pfizer, and BNTX. You can see them right here. Kind of a continuation for the downside. Pfizer actually selling off a little bit more than some of the other ones right there. BNTX, a bit of a crumble there. Not really doing too much. 100 on the trading at 100 right now, but Pfizer has actually done almost 800K. Volume in the pre-market and actually printing some decent candles here. A bit of a legible chart relative to some of those other names there. But yeah, throw up in the chat if you guys have any biotechs that I'm missing that are actually moving. But that's all I got on board right now, man.
I know some other biotechs here too. I was seeing Eli Lilly, LLY reacted yesterday. That one's a little bit more expensive though. There's also NVAX I was seeing as a potential mover on that. GSK, which we'll get to in a minute on the downgrade side of things too. So there are a couple other names here on watch. Now in terms of the upgrades and downgrades, we have TWLO Twilio here with an upgrade from Manes, Crespi, and Hart. Bloom Energy, BE, this is actually interesting. Getting an upgrade from Piper Sandler. This one has been halted, news pending since yesterday. So BE getting an upgrade despite the fact that it is not even tradable as of right now. Tapestry here getting an upgrade from Telsey Advisory Group. Second upgrade day in a row after announcing that it's no longer going to be pursuing its merger with Capri due to some regulatory hurdles. Then we have CRM here, Salesforce down in the day, but getting upgraded by BMO Capital Markets. GSK, as mentioned here, this is another potential biotech vaccine play here. GSK with a downgrade from Deutsche Bank. We have JetBlue getting downgraded here by Goldman Sachs. Applied Materials here downside after its earnings, despite a beat across the board. Getting a downgrade here, though, by TD Cowen. And then we have Chipotle downgraded by RBC Capital Markets. Pretty interesting list on both sides, guys.
All right. No, thank you. We were just talking about, I actually like a name on there, a decent amount. Tapestry, didn't really look at that one there. I guess they had an upgrade yesterday as well, coming in with another one today. I just threw up an alert at prior day's highs right there, but taking a look at the weekly chart, you can see that these are all-time highs. Well, let's adjust this. Yeah, I guess that was adjusted. All right, so these are all-time highs adjusted, I think, for dividends or something like that. They're 2001 all the way trading from $1.32 and breaking some prior highs all the way from 2012 here at 54.76. Yesterday, quite strong on the day, so I like that name. That name's definitely going on my watch list as of right now. Other than that, I didn't really see too many other names on that list that kind of popped out. But Twilio, yeah, I see that you're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've seen the chart for Twilio lately.
Oh boy, that's a daily. Damn.
Yeah, there's a daily chart here. This is Twilio. Like,
where are you running? Why are you running?
There's just some stuff, there's just some stuff happening right now. So yeah, I mean, another stock running up here. And again, so this is why I wanted to zoom out to show people where Twilio's come from.
Oh boy.
Because sometimes when you look at these stocks, you think, oh my gosh,
I mean,
what exactly is happening? And then you say, what exactly has happened, right? So this is like huge right there. Then we zoom out and we say, that's a nice story, but there's Twilio right there. Huge move to the upside right now. I mean, breaking through that $70 mark was monstrous. That was just at the beginning of the month. Obviously a great report. Still kicks higher, and now it gets the upgrade. I mean, we'll see what happens with Twilio, but another great stock there. Look for the 100 break, honestly. It's flat on that upgrade. If the market wants to get going, this could break $100, then we fly just because it's an even dollar. So I would look at that, man. But yeah, a little too far, too fast there for Twilio, but at the end of the day, still has a lot more to go. So this is another big name there in the data space. So we'll have to watch out for Twilio. Some other big names flying around. SoFi had a big move up. I'm still nervous about that stock. I feel like I should have basically exited stage left around 14. Maybe we get that opportunity here again today to get something out of SoFi. I just get nervous about this gap fill here because I think if it does breach this 13, which we're getting close to, then it definitely has. I don't even think it sits near 12. I think it just gets all the way down into there, and then we have an 11 handle on it. So not in one day. Like, I don't think it breaks 13 and goes right to 11. But at the end of the day, I think it lands somewhere around here, which is 20% lower. So we may have to think about that. Canada's greatest invention is Starbucks. Yes, correct. I think
Not
Seattle.
Justin Bieber.
I believe Seattle is somewhere located in Canada, but I'm not 100% sure about that. All right.
That?
We have second cup.
Oh, wasted.
That's right. Well, someone put that in the chat. What's up, hamster? That wasn't my hot take there.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, I don't think Randy's here. We're gonna have to get our own coffees here in a couple of minutes. All right, let's go back over to the desk and start this watch list.
Oh.
59.78, guys. That's what we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. We're well below that already, breaking through that 50 point level. So already the overnight low, 59.30. So let's number one see, can we get above 59.50, that 50 point level? If we can, then we're looking at that overnight high of 59.74 as resistance. If we keep bleeding, guys, let's look for that next support level right at that 59.25.
If you haven't done so yet, we have free stuff for you available down in the description. First link in the description is for the watch list. All you need is an email address. We'll send it right to your inbox every single day. Has everything that's moving in the pre-market and why on it for free. 2.8% here to the upside currently. Big move after the close, though. It's a little bit deceiving. That's aftermarket, so we're down from aftermarket, but this thing actually closed down here, 59.20 yesterday. So nice pop in the aftermarket. Yeah, Palantir jumping ship from the NYSE over to the NASDAQ, worth 2.8% here this morning.
It's not going to be bad look, Brino, because they might get added to the NASDAQ 100. And that might be a situation where they have to accumulate the shares. So it might run up even more. I was telling Sean that this morning, so we'll keep an eye out on that. But Tesla specifically here, look, the EV tax credit has really helped sales. There's no doubt about that. But does it help the legacy automakers more than it does Tesla? So that's really the question here, because we're going to see how they're both doing together. So let's have a look. So the views, so Wedbush, Dan Ives chiming in on the tax credit today. He views it as initially negative, but he does look for profitability from Tesla to be able to take away market share from some of the legacy automakers. You also have Gary Black, the Future Fund Active ETF, saying he likens the loss of the tax credit to a price cut, which previously hurt Tesla's margins. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, Breno, but lots of unanswered questions.
I didn't want to be rude and interrupt, but Fabian, our rundown graphic is not working right now. But hey, Tesla's next, so
My bad.
no, it's
Sorry,
fine.
yeah.
That's fine. That's exactly what we should be talking about. But we'll get that fixed. We were discussing Palantir, guys, jumping over to the NASDAQ.
Yeah, no, I mean, I have Palantir written on the sticky note today too, as well. I wrote it down to 59 long. I mean, look, so I mean, I like the fact that we're jumping over to the NASDAQ. I couldn't really realize yesterday in the aftermarket why that was such a special thing. And then it made sense to me afterwards when we thought about, okay, now it can get added to the NASDAQ 100. And that's just another sort of jumping off spot for Palantir. But it just touched out at $62, which is the 52-week high. We've been up there before. We broke through into 63 and change on that wick. I'm not actually... I'm going to check the e-signal charts, but that might be true, actually, all the way up there. Yeah, 63.39 is the high for Palantir. So we got close yesterday in the after hours. I just wonder, with the NASDAQ down 1%, Palantir up another 2%, look, it's a great story here. If the market starts to rally, then I really like the stock, but I don't think I want to buy it right now. We've seen this name. Despite how much we like it, we've seen this name do moves like this. That's a 61.50 open all the way down to 58.50 just yesterday before eventually basing out here in the afternoon at 59 and then now getting going in the after hours up to $62. So, I mean, for me, let it settle down a little bit. I wrote down here and it's right on, it's on the note and it is what it is. You guys can go have a look on it. Some interesting names on there today. Names that I sort of teased with earlier, Pfizer, SMCI, but there's Palantir. The NASDAQ move could mean that NASDAQ 100 inclusion. It's overextended, but there's more catalysts ahead. So we want to play the dip buy into 59 bucks. So that's, we'll get in it a little bit earlier than 59, but that's kind of what we're looking at. Yesterday's close 59.50-ish is a good indicator there. But realistically, we were at 59 right at the open, little bump up on that news and then the extension. So I think we can buy it at 59 and see if that news actually is worthy of a hold. So that's going to be what I'm doing. I'm already bidding down there. I don't want to miss this one. So we're bidding 59.25. So hopefully it doesn't come into, maybe I should bid 59.50 just in case, because we'll be mad if we miss that. So I think we'll put it to 59.50. We'll bid twice there. It's a name I like. I like Palantir, up and away. But I do understand what the PE is. It's 300 and 300 plus. I have to go check it again. And it's well extended.
Oh,
but
yeah, we were
I
talking about
don't,
this, just like,
what are you going to do?
I mean,
Would you look at that?
Would you look at that? Just take a look at it. I mean, I'm just looking at some reference prices. We see that today's a Friday, a bit of a wick top on this weekly right here. So some of the reference prices I'll be watching for Palantir is the week open. The week open is at 60.13. Currently, we're trading at 60.77. The week low is at 58.53. That's another price that I'll be watching for. And something more interesting to me is prior week high and prior week close as well. So prior week close in and around that week low, 58.39, and the prior week high, 58.48. So around that 58 halves level, and the week open at 60 should be interesting to see going into the end of the week how we print. As of right now, though, we are a little bit in between yesterday's range and the prior day's range as well. So Wednesday and Thursday, we're trading within those levels there. Let's see if we can break that high at 63.39, or do we get a little bit lower there? 58s have been tested yesterday and a little bit in the pre-market on Tuesday, but we've held relatively well above some of those prior week levels on Palantir. So if we are poised for a little bit of a pullback because we are slightly extended, I'm going to be watching some of those prices to see what action does around there on Palantir.
I'm really excited for the next story, so let's go over to it because I want to find out why Elon Musk is not hating on this tax being taken, or the subsidy potentially being taken off here. So let's go find out what's going on with this EV story.
Yeah, going as far as even supporting the idea of squashing this $7,500 tax credit for EV purchases, which has, that story itself has stocks like Rivian this morning, some of the other names downside to the tune of 1.1% here for Rivian. But yeah, I mean, Tesla is still holding on to a bit of a positive start here today, but I mean, there wasn't much detail as far as the Tesla angle is concerned. Maybe the fact that, they're now best friends, I guess. He might have to toe the line a little bit here, Elon.
Exactly. Look, there's no doubt about it, Brendo. The credit has been a significant factor in making Teslas and generally EVs more affordable. It's just the question is, Tesla's the more established of the brands, and they're actually able to make money. The others are not. Rivian, Lucid, the legacy automakers, they're not able to make money yet. So who does this hurt more, and who can weather the storm, so to speak, better? That Tesla can, according to some of the analysts here. I gave you a couple of different looks from different analysts. Here's another one from Colin Langman at Wells Fargo. He sees the repeal as universally negative for automakers, making profitability harder for companies like GM, Ford, which don't yet make money on EV sales. I think I got it right this time.
Yeah, well... Take two. Tesla breaking pre-market highs right now, right back to the upside, 1% already here, pre-market after a couple of down days.
Well, now it makes perfect sense, honestly. I mean, it's like if any company can weather the storm of these tax or this removal of the subsidy, then yeah, that makes sense. They're the only company actually making money. So I guess it just applies more pressure. Like if you're going to buy that Chevy Bolt or whatever it is, or Volt, or I don't know what it's called, or the Cadillac or whatever, now you're not getting that, I guess. So yeah, I mean that makes sense. Puts a little more pressure on pricing power of the other companies. So okay, yeah. So I like the story there. And again, this is a long for me today. Whenever we see a story or stock that is up when the market is down, we kind of know which way we're trying to look. And that's for me, we always talk about it. People were saying, thank you for the sticky note, thank you for all these ideas. But I try to make it pretty simple. And today the market started to go down. So what do I have written down? I have short sells on Pfizer, shorts on AMDs, the Smci short, the Palantir long if we dip, the Amazon long if we dip. Then we're going to talk about Alibaba in a minute. I kind of ignored Tesla. But that VWAP, it held it down there at 311. So I feel like that's yesterday's closing price. Also, why not have a look down at 311, 310? The only thing is that when you break it, it'll get pretty violent. Like it broke 310 there and it stopped at 308, and then we got going, and then I stopped charting. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening down in this level. But I think it's worth a dip buy if the market doesn't like the news, or if Tesla just gives some back here. Again, people could come in, maybe they were short yesterday into the close or something, and there could be some covering happening. That might be what's happening right now, and then Tesla eventually does come back home and where we were yesterday into 310, 311. So I think that this would be another dip buy long. So I think we could safely add right now Tesla to the dip buy long opportunities, and to me that would be around 310. But don't forget, like $4 on a $300 name, Obi, as we know, this could easily lose that. And I just remember we started off bad. I don't know if it was Tuesday or whatever the day was when Tesla was breaking and we punched short. I think it was 336. It was the 336 level. I remember that clearly because then it went right to 340, and I won't be able to find which day it was. 336. Yeah, it wasn't this day because that was clean. Oh, yeah, it was this day, actually. It was right off in the morning. Yeah, so right here, we wanted to get long, 336, 338. I think we talked about that. Anyways, it broke it, and then in the same minute, it went up like $8. It went $4 and another $4 off those levels in 1 minute. So I might see something like that happen today in and around this 310 area where we drop $3 or $4 immediately and then take a move back to the upside. So yeah, I like the Tesla long today. Took a minute to get to there, but I think we like that trade.
Yeah, it's coming into some of those prior supports. Monday was a great day to get short, and we've been having some decent continuation. I was just pulling back. This is a 3-hour chart right here, so you can see Monday we made some of those local highs there, traded all the way down to a low of 302.68 in the pre-market here. Bigger picture trend, you were perfectly fine in the bigger picture trend. I think this can definitely take a little bit of a pullback and still be within that uptrend here. But looking back at it, some prior resistance potentially looking for them to turn supports is right here on 299.80, 299.29 is that prior high right here. October of 2022, from August to October of 2022, we have a bit of a shelf here with a held offer in and around the same prices that we're at right now. So around 314 halves right there. So some interesting prices that we're coming into on this pullback. I'm curious to know whether we do that 300 bounce. In the pre-market, we're already about 13 points off of that 300 level with a 302.68 low. Again, being a Friday, we've sold off quite extensively over this current week. And if you look at a daily chart here, you can see the run up. It's absolutely beautiful here. About 5 days after the gap, green, 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 green. And then on the first red day, we start taking a little bit of a pullback here as well. So I'm curious to know where the bid will catch. We've identified some levels. Now let's wait for them to show up in the market session.
Introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ. Worksport, ticker WKSP. Worksport is a US-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off the grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. Let's touch on crypto here, as I alluded to there with Michael Noss. That's a big number, 1.1 billion record inflows into all of these ETFs. IBIT, the BlackRock edition, benefiting, I believe it was the highest yesterday individually, but just a monster day, even on a down day.
Yeah, and you bring up a really good point because you had net inflows into IBIT and net outflows into all the others, despite the fact that there were net outflow yesterday. So the third largest net outflows since the inception of these ETFs, with about $400 million being withdrawn. It's also normal for profit taking to be at these levels after new highs. Investors cashed out yesterday yesterday, about $15 billion worth of profits, according to Glassnode data. But to build on your point, IBIT gained about 126.5 million, while Fidelity lost about 180 million. Bitwise lost about 114. ARCs also saw outflows about 161. So they continue to do a little bit better than some of their counterparts.
I was just double checking to see if Kathy Wood was on CNBC, but I wonder if she was talking about her Bitcoin ETF and how that's going for. I think they must be done, but anyway, good season, I guess, for a Kathy Wood type of investor right now. Anyways, regardless, thoughts on crypto today, guys?
There she is. You don't want to pick that up?
She knows I'm on the air.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
Right, talk.
She always calls at the worst times.
We've already dealt with that.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. So yeah, I mean, we're gonna have crypto look at right here. I mean, so Bitcoin again, like, you know what, Obi? It just seems like it wants to hold this 87. I mean, I know 88 was there as well. I don't know if we're going to get down to that $87,000 mark again or not, but I feel like we want to try to dip by, like, you know, there's the dip into 85, it held it. There's then the dip into 86, it held it again. And then this last one was into 87. So where's the next one going to be? 88? I mean, that would make a little bit of sense. On a 3-minute chart, you're right there. I'm going to actually go into a 5-minute because this is what I look at generally for the show as well, if this updates. So I like the 200 period for 5-minute chart, right? So that's it right there. The 200 period's at 88.4. So for me, that's something. So 88.4. So all right. So then we look over here and I look at a stock. By the way, Amazon right now bleeding even more to the downside right now as the NASDAQ continues lower. I have Amazon as a bid down at 207. So if that comes into play, fine. All right. So here's IBIT then. So we look at the same chart here for IBIT, 200 period. Remember, it's going to be slightly different because Bitcoin is traded 24/7. So the 200 period is very, very active. Obviously, with the 200 period now on this 5-minute is higher. So I'm going to have to do a little bit of a better job at trying to find something for IBIT that matches. But I can see this support down here. If we can get into this like 49.50 area, 49-ish or so for IBIT, I think that's worth something. Psychological level of 50. We got out yesterday when it broke that. That turned out to be wrong as we closed. We didn't close there, but we got back up into $51 before this epic fall again. Right there into the closes. I talked about that with Mike, or before we threw it to Michael. So I would say, hey, look, we bounced yesterday 49.40s. I feel like we can get into this area again here today. So it's just a matter of watching out what's going on. We were just at 90,500. If you guys recall me talking about that, now you're back down there, another $1,000 downside. So it's losing the bid now. So IBIT's losing the bid. I'm going to put a bid down there around that 49.50 mark, see if we can grab that and then look at it then. So that's going to be a level for me on IBIT, 49.50, to try to dip by something. It's been such a great trade. I've loved trading this. It's held levels. It's ripped off those levels. Trading Bitcoin's been a hell of a lot of fun, and I'm glad that we finally have something like IBIT to do that on the market.
I know this week has been pretty wild in crypto territory, pushing those all-time highs. Actually coming in from last week, right? Last week we broke out of some of these prior consolidations right here, and yeah, we kind of keep looking at this trend resistance that we were in for a short amount of time, just for a few months, and then nice little leg up. So you got that leg consolidation, consolidation underneath prior all-time highs as well. That's definitely an interesting set of price action right here as we consolidate tightly underneath prior all-time highs before taking that push out. And interestingly enough, earlier on, look at this little dip that kind of happened here. If I can pull it up. Yeah, right here. So look at the strong volume that we're pushing on these dips here as we make higher lows, pushing towards that or fresh all-time highs pretty much almost every day this week. Yeah, it should be interesting. End of the week, though, I don't know what's going to happen with Bitcoin, but I think this weekend is definitely packed with some interesting price action that may take place. But who knows? I know nothing. Bitcoin apparently only goes up in the long term, and we're seeing some fresh all-time highs. 93,495 is the high here on Coinbase. Some of these local lows coming in at 86.7s and 86s right here. So those are the wicks I was kind of talking about, aggressively kind of bought up on expanding volume there as we push towards some fresh highs. So yeah, I'll be watching some of these crypto names here. MSTR is definitely an interesting ticker as well. We've been holding this 320 quite nicely back-to-back days. You can see that coming in on Tuesday. Strong push. Even on Monday, this consolidates and holds that 320 before taking a leg higher. And then consecutive days, look at that bid that does come in off of that 320. So that's a level that I'm definitely going to be watching on MSTR. Mara, haven't really dabbled in this ticker as much as of late, but a bit of a triple top happening here at that 26, and we've been selling off. Again, earnings today would be what? Earnings day 3 is today. We got a nice little continuation on earnings day 2 of that sell-off that came in right off of the opening drive on earnings day 1 here on Mara. I'm going to be watching some of this prior day lows right there at that 2020, 2018. And then prior day high as well at that 23. So it should be interesting. Bit of an inside pre-market right now, hasn't really broken some of those prior days levels. So let's see what Bitcoin does on a Friday. I'm going to be watching. I think MSTR is definitely a little bit more interesting to me than some of these miners there. IBIT obviously.
MSTR is huge because it's such a levered Bitcoin product.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people I guess betting against it, thinking like it doesn't make any sense type of thing. And I feel like some of those players, if they're putting money down on those ideas.
What are they saying about that? I mean, they own 280,000 Bitcoins at an average price of 42,000. I think the math is simple.
I'm saying they're saying the stock is overpriced relative to what they actually hold.
Yeah, I mean, there is a added value to it because you can trade it with options and all that kind of stuff. So there is an added premium. If you divide, I guess what you're saying is that if you take the 280,000 times it by the 42,000, the market cap of MSTR is going to be higher than that. Yeah, and the reason why is that it's so levered because they'll borrow money in the open market at 3 or 4% and then drop all of that cash into Bitcoin. So that's where if their cost of goods, let's just say, is 4 or 5% because they're just getting capital, and then they're dumping that into crypto, and that's moving 10%, then you're getting such a great return, right? Yep. We're talking about marginal returns on bank lending. I mean, these guys are doing it in the crypto space. So Michael Saylor wins as long as Bitcoin keeps going up. And I mean, I like the spot. I like MSTR. I've never been an investor in it, but yeah, very risky if you're going into that name. But great for a day trade. That's
yeah. Great day trading vehicle.
All right, 8 minutes left. Let's go back over to the big guys.
All right, let's touch on Alibaba here. Quite the reversal underway right now after better than expected earnings results. We're now red on the morning here for Baba. Topped out about 95.5 there and then straight back down to basically where it ended the day yesterday. I mean, we were touching on this with Mitch earlier in the week. This is kind of how these trade, You'll get these huge gaps, most days in the morning in the pre-market, and then they'll just kind of sit around. But even with earnings, very, very volatile.
Very, Brendo. And they're often traded by Asian traders in the pre-market. That's why we usually have these gaps that show up. Let's talk about how they've done, how Alibaba has done since that big move up in September with all the Chinese ADRs when David Tepper was on CNBC telling you to buy everything. Let's have a look at the chart over here, guys. September 30th, we topped out at that $120 area. We're at $90. That's a 26% drop since the end of the month. So it's a bit of a tougher look here. Despite no real catalyst to the downside. How they did on earnings, net income, 58% year over year, exceeding expectations. Revenue, though, was only growing about 5% year over year. Brendo missing analyst expectations. Taobao and Tmall, their e-commerce platforms in China, not really doing that well, 1% annual growth. Where they did find success was international platforms like AliExpress and Lazada, 29% year-over-year growth. And last but not least, their cloud division, Brendo, grew 7% year-over-year. But when you compare that to the likes of Google, Azure, and the others, they're going at double digits. Yeah. So this is kind of anemic in comparison.
Yeah. No, good point. You mentioned Tepper there. There was a number of 13 Fs at the end of the day yesterday that had these on them, including, Michael Burry. Again, take these for what it's worth. It's the end of last quarter. As of the end of last quarter, he was doubling down on some of these Chinese ADRs, including Alibaba. So institutional money in ADRs, guys.
All right, so yeah, this is I mean exactly what Sharif was saying there about when these stocks can be traded. They're traded in the morning time. They kind of go to sleep near the end of the day. We've talked a little bit about that as well. You can see here yesterday, although into earnings, we still didn't move too much there in the afternoon, but you do get some nice moves in the first period, and that's what's happening right now in the AM trade. So it's funny because I just talked about this yesterday, and I was talking about it with Wayne, and we talked about it on the show, and it was like, I don't like Alibaba, and I sold Alibaba up here, and I just don't think that there's much reason to buy this name, but yet it's on today's sticky note as a long. So I wanted to try it down here at 90 bucks. I thought we could wait to see if it was going to hold green. It's already turned red. So this on here, I'm not in love with the trade. If they can't get going, the quarter wasn't that bad. I am going to take, I thought I did have a bid down here somewhere. I do. So I'm bidding at 90.10s here or so. If we get that fill, we'll take the long. But I'm definitely not in love with that trade. We've already broken below yesterday's levels. You know what? I might cancel this. Yeah, it's too early if this breaks 90, we could crack in. So, okay, so I've now taken that away. Not good performance here. When we're writing the sticky note, we're up here at $93. Like this is before. And then all of a sudden, I don't know what went down there at 8 o'clock. I mean, we could check the market on open imbalances right now. So this is not going to show, well, now we get the NASDAQ ones. Rivian, oh no. This just came out 20 seconds ago. So Rivian with the big sell. Can we get short Rivian right now, maybe?
Rivian?
Yeah, well, because again, it's that cut, right? They're not going to like the. Oh no. Oh come on, Sean. I'm chasing this name. It's SSR. Okay, now we're short. Okay, we're short 06s there. All right, so we just got filled on that play. All right, so there it is. So Rivian is SSR, I guess, from yesterday. We're only short here at 06. This is a play on that imbalance. Again, we'll try to get short here. We're not going to lose our mind over this trade by any stretch of the imagination. But there it is right there. The Palantir bid hits. So that's already up to 61. So congratulations there, Palantir. Good trade there. Amazon sell continues to come in. What name was I talking about? Alibaba. That's what I wanted to look for. So I don't even see Alibaba on here unless I missing it.
No, I don't see it.
Tesla with the sell. All right, guys. NASDAQ, alert, alert, alert. Hold on, we have something for that. Look what we have here. SMCI is sell. No one, that's fine. Amazon is sell. Apple is sell. Tesla is sell. Google a sell. I just saw Nvidia also a sell. So you're going to see the prices on here. Look at this continued pressure right there. Where's Amazon? Where was Nvidia was a sell. So right now with only 4 minutes to go, Nvidia's kind of eating that sell up because that's not too many shares right there. It was already paired off 4 million of them. So yeah, this could be a red day, guys. Nvidia down 1.12%. So, all right. I'm now short Rivian, first trade of the day for me right there, short Rivian 1007. And again, remember you said you never know what's going to be traded. I didn't even have Rivian to look at there. So go over what you think about Alibaba maybe.
I mean, Baba with...
And then I'll look at Rivian.
Yeah, no, Baba with earnings, a bit of a pop and drop off of that earnings report there. So we've pretty much given back everything. I guess I do have it on watch here because it is an earnings day one play, but no real plans in and around it. We kind of talk about that hand saying it on the backside of that move from that carryover push. Sorry, not that carryover. I'm getting things mixed up.
Trade
from the stimulus push that we had over the past
you did it.
few weeks. What's that?
You got it out. The stimulus.
The stimulus.
The stimmies.
Yeah, the stimmies. So it's all right, we're on a bit of a sell-off since then. So I'll continue watching this. Maybe some more selling coming off of this earnings, which we're already seeing in that pre-market session right now off of that report.
Back over the desk.
All right, real quick, we'll wrap things up here with AMAT semiconductors in general. Applied materials here downside to the tune of 10.5%, just made a new low on the morning here. Despite actually a decent report, there are notably a number of 4 or 5, I was just reading, negative analyst notes on this morning as well.
Yeah, Brendo, they missed on the top line, but they were able to beat on the bottom line by shoring up costs. But that's not really what you want to see because your business is contracting when you have a top line reduction. The demand weakness really is coming from all the non-AI related microchips and semiconductors. There's very little spending in that area. And there's also the problem of export curbs. Export restrictions on high-end chips and equipment to China add uncertainty to suppliers and chip makers, so they've been hurt by that. Kind of a tough look, almost down 10%.
Yeah.
All right, so I didn't. Okay, so Alibaba did break 90 there, and it flew down to 89.70s. So that's like we probably would have lost if we would have taken that. So we will stop on that one and not worry about it. I said to Obi today about AMAT. I was like, okay, first of all, we only have a minute left. This is going to be SSR in a couple seconds. So there's an SSR bounce play. I just said to Obi with only a minute left, so we got to get ready to do this, is that if we turn this chart upside down and it had the opposite move and went the other way, we would think that maybe it'd be breaking out. But like normally we'd be looking at this trade and say, wow, it's breaking out to the upside. We're in an up market. We're looking for these kind of trends. But this name right now is breaking a major level here and actually trying to get back into its yearly. I mean, we could go red for the year if we break anywhere below this like 164, 165 area. So for me, AMAT unfortunately is a short in and around 165 as Rivian goes right back into the money. Obi, we don't have much time to go over AMAT with you, so we'll do that maybe as the market opens. With only 10 seconds to go right now, we will drop that bell down and then ring it up. So right now we're on Rivian. We're looking at Palantir, Pfizer, and the works. We got those orders in. Hi, Adara. Today's opening bell brought to you by Worksport, WKSP on the NASDAQ 2 and 1. And there we go. All right, well, Amazon just fell right into our laps. Not necessarily a good thing. Amazon coming in quickly right now, down into that 206 area. This is a level that we thought could possibly support it. So we're long Amazon right now in this general spot. 206, there it goes. Nice little ripper here for Amazon. And oh boy, we're getting a nice little coverage here on Rivian as that's starting to go down lower as well. Let's take something out here on RIVN and then just work this trade as we go. So Rivian short, we don't have any outs. It just cracked lower. We should have had a bid down there. We did not. We'll learn our lesson, put a bid now, get out of like 5% here at 01 if we can. Amazon starting to go back upside as well, taking now out 207. We're long at 206.65. We might have done it again right here with an early dollar winner on Amazon if it can go.
Yeah, man. Pfizer opening up a little bit lower there. Was short in the pre-market, got out when it kind of bid back in, but that selling coming in quite aggressively off of the open layer. Let's see if we can get to 25s. Oh boy, a lot of these biotech names. I'm looking at that Moderna and BNTX, like I pointed out earlier as well. Here comes 25, Sean. Oh boy, on Pfizer. So we're already down from 25.70s in the pre-market all the way down to 25.20s as of right now. So let's see if we can continue that sell-off. Again, on that news that came out end of day yesterday in and around, what is that candle right there? Around 3:30, it came out at. I've dropped an anchor to that price as well. We are accelerating.
We are dropping it like it's hot right now.
Forget about that anchor. Here comes 25s. Can we break through that 25s with any sort of conviction there? I had to kind of sit there for it to come pick me up. I don't know if it's SSR, but I think it definitely. Actually, you know what? I can measure that right now to see if that is. No, not necessarily. We're about 3 to 4% away from closing price right here. But here comes that $25 level. Is there any real size at that level? I'm not really seeing anything too much. Oh boy, we're gonna. No one's willing to buy 25s apparently on the bid there, as there's absolutely no size that I'm seeing of any sort of significance just yet showing up. So we're probably going to eat through it like butter. We're trading at 25s now. Is it a reserve? Is that level iced?
Wow, Palantir.
Is the buyer not showing himself? I don't think so, Sean, but there's definitely a bit of a reserve sitting on that 25. Here we go, breaking through that 25 as of right now. Oh boy.
Let's go.
Biotech's to the downside. I was looking this morning. I told you, I was like, oh, what's going to fall into our lap? I have no idea. But if it's going to be some of these biotech names that did have some strong volume coming into the end of the day yesterday, I do want to get involved there. I think getting involved in the pre-market was the right idea, but I did stop out for that break even, which again, maybe not the best decision making. Got to give it to that anchored VWAP or current VWAP as well. There goes Disney on the way back up. So Disney on the rise there. So again, that short was nice yesterday off of that 114s. Came all the way down to 108 and changed by the end of the day. But look at this drive off of the open there, aggressive 109s to 112s on Disney on a day 2 earnings. So interesting stuff there. I'm looking to get more of this Pfizer if we can hold below this 25 as of right now. But that was an aggressive sell off of the open. So I do have to kind of, be a little wary about it. Here comes 25 again. Off of that, I guess, no size, right? There's no size sitting at that level. Maybe some reserves that were broken through, but continues to go down. ATR on this ticker is a 59 pennies. You know what? If that's the case, I'm going to take some off right here.
We're in 3.
We're about an ATR ATR in the money. I think I should be covering a little
trade.
bit there. Definitely could have had a lot more there through that pre-market low break of 25.6s. This was actually reserving on the bid in the pre-market at 25.6s. And I was like, after I saw that reserve, I'm like, all right, well, if it's going to hold the bid there, I want to give it back to break even. I don't necessarily want to be involved. Maybe not the best decision making on my part, but when that 25.6 breaks right off of the open, oh boy, I do want to get short sitting on top of that on top of that 25 halves. Let's see if we can convincingly hold and break further below this 25 level. Let's take a look at some of these prior
long
levels on
Palantir.
this name as well. Sean saying he's
Dude,
long
Palantir's at
Palantir. It's
$63.
going. Wow. Okay,
Palantir's-
fresh highs, all-time highs on that name. go.
So we have a pretty good trade there. Okay, so Amazon just fell through 206. We got out of that one. So we're able to get some in, some out again. That'll be a wash trade. That really sucks. Palantir, though, nice upside move. We get that back on Palantir as it's starting to go back up to the upside. And then check out our boy Rivian as well. So just like you right there, we've got 50 cents on Palantir. We've got 20 cents on Rivian. And I think Rivian gets lower. We just got a bid there at 85 right now as this market collapses. And that Amazon, too bad about that one, does not hold. It held great at the beginning. And we had that early drive yesterday on Disney, and then it kept on fading out the rest of the day. Palantir, wow. I mean, absolute. Look at the size on Palantir, though. Get that stupid thing out of here.
Wow,
There's
5,000
lots of size there on
63.
Palantir on the off. Bye-bye. Like, did you think that even mattered right there? Oh, my God.
Wow.
Kathy, what are you even doing? You're just buying everything.
She called you earlier, man.
She
You
did,
didn't
but
pick
I don't-
up.
I
She
mean,
probably
she
wanted to tell you that
I didn't
she was
know. I didn't know she was wiping
Come on.
63s like that.
I mean-
Nice move there by Kathy Wood and Company. I have no idea who it was, but there we go. Nice move upside there for Palantir. Wiped 63, and here's the pullback in. Oh boy, was that exciting to see that one.
go.
Rivian for the win today. Pfizer for the win today. Adara at the desk.
Let's take a look here at ARM. ARM here increasing volume to the downside. Elliott management apparently actually adding 800,000 shares via a call position. So options play here for Elliott. But Nvidia here, NVDA decreasing its stake in ARM by 13%. This is according to the 13F filing. So not a massive decrease, but enough to send ARM down about 5%, guys.
The trade, right?
Yeah, no, you're right. But it's like, again, kind of talking about this Pfizer trade, I'm just like, yeah, I guess I'll be honest, like being on the show, a little bit different sizing strategy than being back at the desk. I'll definitely admit that.
Like you're doing less
But,
size now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more
got it.
like
I got you, yeah.
I'm not. I can't put my 100% mental into watching the ticker or
me about it.
watching the tape. So I'm like, all right, well, you know what? Then if you're going to be slightly distracted, then you will size accordingly based off of what your mental state is. And yeah, definitely. Here comes in 75s. Oh boy, I'm sitting there on that. Am I sitting on 75s? Yes, I am. Okay, cool, nice. So it is taking out lower lows on Pfizer, holding in that last quarter underneath that 25. If we can convincingly hold, like I said, convincingly hold under 25 and trade a little bit lower, I want to get more involved in this ticker, because if the selling is real, Sean, and we catch a little bit of a bid, where will that selling kind of catch up again? So VWAP sitting at 25.12s. All right, so that's not too bad there. Again, already doing over 1 ATR off of the opening price here on Pfizer. So this move, and then beautiful. Here's the thing. See, this is what I mean about lack of awareness on trades like this. The market is also dumping.
Right.
I'm staring at this Pfizer tape. I'm not even taking a look at the market, which is right here in the middle of my screen. And I'm like, okay, well, the market's coming in as well. So that means, okay, if you have tailwind, maybe you should be even more aggressive on something that's moving in the same direction. So yeah, Pfizer to the downside, 24.75s now. Let's take a quick look. Look left on the chart here and see what levels we may be falling into. So, okay, so 30-minute not going to do it for us. Let's go straight to a 3-hour chart here and look left. So right away, 24s potentially is where we caught the last bid.
Rivian.
Right here, 24 halves, 24.12s as well. So let's see if we can come into that 24 level. We're already trading 24.70. Sean, what's up, Adara?
Just be aware here of TSLA. I'm seeing reports here from CNBC that XAI, which of course is run by Tesla CEO Elon Musk, is going to be looking to raise as much as $6 billion in new capital. So after the raise, their valuation will be over $50 billion. So apparently some capital raised for XAI, which is run by the same CEO as TSLA, guys. Though Tesla's giving up a lot of gains here.
Oh boy, I was just saying to Obi, like, thank you, Adara, for that story there. We'll look at Tesla in a second here, but I mean, we've got its brethren right here, Rivian, huge move to the downside right now. I mean, let's just cash it in right now. It's not necessarily a plane crash in the name here, but it's a nice move to the downside, and we're pretty happy to have this one. We put this on for everybody. We talked about it. We have double the pleasure, double your fun, and double the fills at 10.10 or so there. So it's a good short for us, or for me, coming through there right now as this guy's crushing Pfizer over there. We've got Palantir. Oh boy. Like, we missed the Palantir move, but don't worry about that, because it came right back in pretty much right away. And we were able just to buy that dip. We didn't even buy a dip, actually. I just busted that through at 62.50, bought that move. And yeah, now you're 100% right, by the way, Sharif. All-time highs Palantir right now. It's just ripping up. And it does. It makes a lot of sense. I did sell some at open, so I'm here to tell you, did get out of 10% of that again. But huge move up there, nice move into 63. So I don't even know what price I got. I mean, I probably would have been right off the open there. So 30, probably 61.50s, maybe even less than that. We'll figure that out. Not a good price. But there goes Palantir, 63. We just got another piece out right there at 62.99. It is a little weaker here. So let's be careful with all of this. Rivian making the move down. SMCI, alert. It's now in the box here. Yeah. What's up, Adara?
BENF, this has been efficient. They did report their results for their fiscal Q2 2025. Revenue up nicely here year over year. We've got a $10 million market cap and a float of around 3 million shares here for BENF, guys.
The thing is, it's been sold off so much, right? Yeah. That's the thing. We're just talking about this tech basket I'm looking at right here of chips. I got Nvidia, AMD, Intel. I'm watching the SMH as well, Vanex Semiconductor ETF. I'm watching TSM and ARM and TQs as well. SMCI is the only one with an aggressive bid out of that lot there.
We're hitting it right now.
We're just like, yeah, I mean, it's been getting sold off quite aggressively. I see that Sean is taking a quick short scalp there.
Not a huge trade. I only got it at 5% there. Let's just let it go down to the downside right here if we could do that for SMCI. So again, another sticky note trade. We wrote down 18. I mean, we wrote down 18.50 here for this play. So there it is right here on our note today. SMCI 18.50 to $19. Let's not get out until we break 19 is what we wrote down into there. So let's try to be as patient as we can. Let's need to stay above 19 to change our mind. There's Palantir. We knew that. Let's check in on Alibaba. Great. I don't have Pfizer. This man, the myth, the legend right beside me does. So let me check out on what Alibaba's doing. We stayed away. Perfect. Yes. All right. Props it up, man. This was a name that we were like uncertain of. Remember, we talked about what we wanted to do with Alibaba, and I'm glad that we changed our mind there at 90, because that would have been definitely 50 cents worth of a hit, probably for sure, because I would have thought we had 50 cents back. So nice move. I'm celebrating it because we're not in it. So that was a good one. More outs there on Rivian. We're getting lighter and lighter in the space on that. So that's Rivian. SMCI. Oh boy, let's go to the downside for SMCI. There's another 20-cent winner right there, 25 cents. We'll take some more money on that one. Here we go. Come on, Rivian. Bring it on back in. And then Palantir, trying to hold above. I'm waiting at nowhere. I'm going to put an offer right now and get something out at 7 and 8, then go again at 13s and just go higher and higher and higher as the day high right there. Oh boy, that's another face slapper. We in the building again, baby. So a good trade here on Palantir. Can we?
Yes, we can.
Can we, Palantir? Can we, Alex? Let's go, Carp. All right.
You're going to have to hit that one soon. Once again, maybe, perhaps.
You got it. Okay.
I mean, 24.65.
I love that Pfizer.
On Pfizer right now. So Quadunk to the downside. Nice little continuation. And we got a little lucky with that market tailwind coming in as well, right? So I'm just like, all right, well, I also want to check out this looking fresh, Joe. Nice.
Joe,
I like the full suit, dude.
Joe,
you're gonna come on with the full suit?
The thing is,
you're making us look bad. Making us look bad.
Look at this guy.
Look at this guy.
Look at this guy.
Would you take a look at that? Just look at him.
This may be his last day. I don't know. No, looking great. I told this guy as soon as I saw this guy, I was like, bro, I think you're in the wrong spot. You know what I mean? And he's like, no, I'm here to trade. Okay. But yeah, looking good over there, Joe. Hey, look, I want to say something here. I mean, we have a great time with Neil on the show all the time, but like, it's been a great great change of pace having Obi here. So I want everyone to acknowledge this is not Obi's last day. He's going to be with me on Monday as well, as Neil needs, because Neil's getting old. He needs a lot of time to recover from all this stuff. So although he's going to be, you know, chilling out, we'll give him Monday off. He'll recover, and then he'll be back on Tuesday. So you will be, I can say this for myself for sure, greatly missed. Great opportunities, great insight to everybody here.
It's been a great week.
On the floor. And you've made my trading a lot better as well. So, you know, don't often get to say that. So there you go. Thank you for everything that you've given to us. And I mean, I love the idea that when I come in and I'm like Pfizer and you're like Pfizer, and those are some great plays. Yesterday, Disney, we had the opposite way. Both of us were able to cash on that as well. So
I mean, that was perfect. Like you got long where there was strong reasons to get long, and then I got short where there was strong reasons to sell. And it's like, you know, we kind of passed the baton for
I'm just joking. Neil's not that old. He's just, he's actually.
I mean, didn't you guys?
I'm a couple months older, but.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, didn't you guys go to high school together?
A couple months old. Yeah, isn't that a nice story, actually?
Yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah. Neil and I go all the way back.
All the way back.
Yeah. Lots of, it's not that emotional though. It's really not. But yeah, good friends. And that was part of it, right? I had sort of introduced Neil to this game, and we're obviously glad that we've been able to do that. And I'm so glad to have it with you here as well. So, all right. What was I here? So yesterday, something was in that tea. We have no idea what it was. But right now, I thought I heard a throw for Adara. But
yes.
We did. Okay, good. What's up, Adara?
Applied Materials climbing back nicely here off of its post-earnings lows, now trying to come back here to maybe potentially to fill this gap. Basically, they did beat here for earnings per share and sales, at least on the adjusted side. GAAP EPS there without the adjustment was actually a miss for AMAT, but they did here, they have their guidance as well. It's kind of I guess, not a well-received report. We did have a lot of negative analyst notes, but right now, stock making a nice recovery with, again, that sales beat. Also worth noting here, I'm seeing reports from CNBC that XAI is looking to buy 100,000 Nvidia chips. So watch out here for Nvidia. Apparently XAI going to be a big purchaser there for their Memphis data center, guys.
And I mean, that's the thing. Like this is why I'm very, very excited to hear about Blackwell, to hear about what Nvidia is talking about, where the supply is, where the demand is, and so on and so forth. Because I think we're coasting, man. I think there's going to be a lot of new wave here, CapEx spending into this space as more and more. Like we just got announced that Amazon's into healthcare and prescription. Like there's more and more knowledge. Yeah, there's more and more things coming for all these companies that apparently are too big or not too big to fail at some point, as we use a banking terminology there. But all right, so one company that's continuously having some troubles here and may have some more with regulators, especially if they do not get that old report coming through, is going to be SMCI. So it's actually not doing much here today. Yesterday, we actually got waxed on it early when we talked about it finally just going up, and we didn't believe in it, only for it to close basically at the lows. And we got it back because we were able to short rate here yesterday at 1870. So that's going to be the level for me now, despite being out of it right here. We're not out of the stock, besides being out of a few of the spots. I'm not reloading at this spot. I'm going to put a reload here at 1870. So I'm actually sitting there right now. If it bumps up into that space, then we will get a little bit more shares into that spot. So Obi's got the dollar in the money right now. We've got Palantir's Palantir, we can almost hit it for the dollar. It's not quite there yet. We got some nice outs on Palantir. And again, like, just punched along. I did take a little bit more shares on breakouts than when it's dripping down in like that. Like I'll show you a play on Amazon here. We never really had that many shares here because it fell right into our level. So then we reloaded it there. So that was putting on a decent spot, and then it broke lower. So remember yesterday, Candy? Yo, what's up, Candy? For that $5 super chat, you asked me about what I thought about Amazon in it today. And I said I did not like the stock because it was red against the NASDAQ. And there's Amazon today down 3 extra percentage points. So, I mean, we actually, well, props it up. Thank you for the question. But I feel like that was a decent call there. And I have no idea why it's reacting this badly today because I tried to buy it. So there goes that for Amazon. But again, another nice move there on the day. I'm going to refresh my scanners here because like not much is hitting. It's been a straight downside move. Yeah. So all the levels are now upside. that we're waiting for pullbacks. You know, Rivian actually making a nice move back upside. This could be another short. I was going to give this one to the 200 period, which is coming back in now, 1020. So we'll reshort this at the 50, or maybe even, I'm not going to wait for VWAP, it's already there. 1005, 1006 there, and then get out if we break above this 1020 marker for Rivian. So that's what we're doing right there. Palantir, Rivian, SMCI, all in the money, just we need to make more of it somehow.
Yeah, no, I'm watching this, and I pulled up my tape filter here because I wanted to show you, Sean. I'm like, yo, there's literal there's stacks showing up on the bid, and getting taken out below the bid. Like, look at this on 50s. People are just slapping that bid with blocks just to take out some of those levels. They're absolutely crazy at the 57s as well, right here. Look at that. Look at that. All of those. A lot of those are on lit gates, NASDAQ gates. Just people just hitting the bid for tens of thousands of shares. Absolutely wild. Kind of. Yeah, I know. I'm just like, yeah. When can I start taking out the bid like that?
Immediately.
When I'm convicted. I mean, maybe a little bit more buying power, man. You know, you gotta send that up the vine there.
You don't need more vine,
but
bro.
no, I barely. I gotta exercise more of my buying power. Let's say that. Yeah, no, 24.50s trading now. No real sign of a bid or people kind of stepping up. Any sort of bid that does kind of show up just keeps getting eaten through. It's almost as if like you know, as soon as that liquidity shows up, they're just taking it out because that's the counterparty to sell more whenever those buyers keep showing up. So that's an interesting action there here on Pfizer. I kind of measured from prior days close what 10% what a 10% down day would look like if we are to go a little bit SSR on this name from prior days close, and it's all the way down at 23.42s, trading at 24.60s as of right now. I don't think we're going to go in a straight line down there if we're going to even get down there. But again, this thing is done over 1 ATR on the day today. So if and when that selling kind of lifts, I'm looking for that bid to come in a little aggressively as of right now. So right now we're getting a little bit of a bid here. Where is VWAP is the question. 24.89, so only about 20 pennies roughly away from that. VWAP sitting at 24.90s, 24.89s right now on Pfizer. So it should be interesting. I know it hasn't really broken a moving average as of yet. It might be starting to break the trend here, though, as the buying kind of starts to step in. But here's the thing. It hasn't broken that VWAP. It hasn't broken a moving average. Then the question becomes, is there more selling left? I have no idea. I'm going to be a little bit patient. I'm going to take a little bit more off here in and around the 70s to see, or to just to kind of manage that and be like, all right, well, if we're going to catch a bit of a bid now, then I will start to piece off, start to lighten up. The decision making is what matters, right? Like, what am I doing relative to what the price action is showing me? And as of right now, right here, still trading below some of these significant levels, in my opinion, is at 25.23 anchored VWAP, and then 24.88 is the current day's VWAP, and then opening range low on the 3-minute chart right here is 24.80s. Interesting action from the pre-market was that 25.60 reserve that was happening. We already broke down this bit of shelf at 25.80s as well earlier on in the pre-market. So interesting action there, but kind of looking back at it, if I were to do this, if I were to improve on this, I think my risk here was all the way up to VWAP, all the way up to this prior high. But if I want to tighten it up, that reserve at that 25.60s, I can definitely be risking there for less than a 10 penny risk and really sizing a lot more aggressively for the push down. So, but that'll be more for the review tonight. But yeah, where's the next trade? That's what I'm waiting for. Until then, what's up, Adara?
Nice push here for TSLA, though it did just reject that 320 level to the T. You can see here on this 15-minute chart. Basically, no new news really, except for CEO Elon Musk's XAI apparently now here, according to CNBC, looking to have the $6 billion funding round, which would bring its valuation above $50 billion. They're also apparently planning to stockpile about 100,000 Nvidia AI chips for their Memphis data center. So TSLA not directly having any catalyst, but Elon Musk continuing to help this company out to the upside, guys.
So I just went short on Tesla right now. We're 50 cents in the money, and I just took this trade on. So yeah, it came up to that level. We like it. I'm gonna take a bid out here. I have to. There it is, man. 50 cents. We just take it. We're short right now. Tesla 318.14. Will it work? I don't know. I'm gonna put another bid down here at the low and see if we can grab another dollar on this trade. I mean, let's go. Give it back a little bit there on Tesla. I didn't think we'd get there today. You know, we talked about this. We said, like, you know, where were we going to go? We talked about some different, oh my God, there's a dollar right there in 1 minute on Tesla. Like, we're doing it again here, Obi. Like, I know you have a dollar there on Pfizer, but we just put a dollar. I mean, now it comes right back up. So be careful with what's happening. Yeah. And by the way, like
Palantir's dropping, yeah.
Palantir's dropping, but wow. I mean, we're getting more. I mean,
yo, that's
the math. I mean, I think we're in about 15% left or so of Palantir, as we'll look at that. So we were sitting there. We got that fill at 63.40. But here comes pulling back in. The market's pulling back a little bit here as well. But look what just happened to Tesla. We just celebrated a dollar club, and then it just reloaded us right there. So now we're reloaded, and it's up to 319 right now. So our stop is going to be that break. I mean, we're not going to be too fancy with this. Basically 320.50. We're not taking a lot of shares. This is a counter trade. We said, why would we want to go short on Tesla when it's against the market today, right? So that long came into play. We actually talked about 310 earlier, and unfortunately we did not take it. So if we rewind that tape, I feel like we'll be pretty upset with ourselves there on Tesla. But we're short now, 318 and change. Let's see if it wants to work. It was just up to 319. We should have got some more shares up there, but we didn't. So we're going to try that one more time. Here it comes back in a little bit on a reloaded position for Tesla. Let's take something in the 50s if we can do that. But for right now, looks like 19. It wants to get going. Tesla's going to be a fun ride today, boy. It is already making moves. Up $10 from its low. We're short and see if we can get it. There it is. We'll take another position. We don't have to hit anything to celebrate. We're still in a bunch of positions now. Palantir long, Rivian short, SMCI, by the way. Oh boy, this is starting to print lower as well. What's up, Adara?
Very exciting morning here. Also, Bloom Energy up about 40%. This one actually was halted news pending yesterday. Then they announced apparently they have this 1 gigawatt fuel cell deal with AEP to help provide clean energy for AI data centers. So AI-related catalyst, always a good look. We do have Bloom Energy as well getting positive analyst notes after this announcement. Piper Sandler upgrading Bloom Energy to overweight and doubling its price target from $10 to $20. BMO Capital Markets raising its price target as well here. So Bloom Energy with a 22.7% short float could be on watch here, guys.
All right. Thank you, Adara, for that one. More outs there on Pfizer. On Tesla. We just took 317.50s right there for a small little out. Okay. Palantir does bounce off VWAP. I'm going to take an opportunity to get some more out here because the market is definitely not. I mean, it's fine. But we're down 1.5% here. And so holding all these longs, there we go. There we go. I got some 77s and 78s out now on Palantir. I actually have another offer, I believe, out there as well. Nah, nothing down there. All right, now we can wait. I mean, we thought 59s was in play for Palantir. No idea, but we just made basically all-time highs. Its all-time high in the past was, what was today's high? 63.50. It's closing 63.39. So there it is, man. Congratulations. Palantir today, new ATH. For that play. Here comes Tesla. Come on, let's go, man. Break it down. We just get in. Look at that fill that we got up there, Obi. Yep. On that, like, unbelievable. Sometimes you're just sitting there and it's like, okay, I'll take it. And right there, we just got short more up there, Obi. That was a great.
Talked about yesterday, man.
That was 319s we just got. We got 318.80s, my guy. So take out some more shares. If we get there, we go. Take out some more shares. Like sometimes you don't want to look at, again. Take a sentence from Neil there, gift horse in the mouth. Like that just fell right into my lap right there.
I have that one right here. Boom.
All right. Well, hey, I'm going to start taking some more out, man. I mean, hey, what's up, Neil? We are waiting for, there it is, 318. All right, dude. I'm just going to let this one roll. I mean, this could be a monster trade if this gets to the downside here. Only giving ourselves, the reason why I'm getting some out now is because it's not really giving me the true ATR here because, sorry, not ATR. If I'm going to stop out at 320, then I need to make, like right now we're short at 319, so we need to make $1. So that's why I'm starting to get something out here and then holding for more because we do know that this does have, oh boy, Obi, a chance to do exactly what it's doing.
That's solid. I mean, we talked about this yesterday. You sit at prices that you like and you kind of, you use them as alerts, you use them as entries, whatever you want to use them as. But sometimes if it's a good price, it'll do exactly that. It comes in and gets you and then it's like, you know what? We're not going to go that way anymore.
SMCI.
Beautiful. Yeah,
SMCI is a similar example.
Like, how do you make wicks?
remember what we said before. I mean, I wrote down here on the sticky note 1850. So where we're short on SMCI is 1850.
Yeah.
We made the mistake yesterday on Tesla not sitting at 330. And then we looked back and it was $12 in the money. So today we have them, and that's all. It makes me feel good about that. So, all right. Well, wow. What is Tesla doing? It just went to 317.30 there, really printing us out. Like my net was like, all right, there it is. Yes, sir. Let's go, OB. What up, Joe? Man,
Let's go.
I might not look like this guy does, but hopefully we're putting on some professional trades right now, Joe. It's not one, it's not two, it's $3 in the money as Tesla's coming back into 316 and change right there. So, I mean, we're having a good time over here, Ob.
Yes,
and I know you are. And there it is.
I'm out. I'm out of my trade.
This has been a banner week of trading here on the show. I mean, glad to be doing this with everybody. Wow, Obi, we're having a good time, man. So keep the good times rolling here. Rivian still in the money. SMCI, Crank City, Tesla. I mean, we just got that fill at 316.40s there. Yeah. Crazy fill there. Palantir, blackout up to the upside. I mean, there's a lot of things happening right now in this market. It doesn't, just to your point, you never know what you're going to be doing on a daily basis. So come in, trade your game plan.
Beautiful thing about trading.
It is.
You never know what's going to fall into your lap.
It's one of those things where you have a love-hate relationship with trading and all that kind of stuff. But mine is basically all love. So,
yeah. No,
sometimes
I mean, I'm sure I don't have to say this to you, but there comes a time where you fall in love with the market. And,
Yeah, there comes a time for that. I mean, for me, I feel like the minute I sat down in front of a level 2, that was the end of that. So I remember my father was like, oh my God, SMCI, look at SMCI right now. All right, numbers with Adara. SMCI is cranking to the downside. Ciao, SMCI. Huge move rate on this one. Oh boy, Obi, what exactly are we even doing here? Let's go over to Adara and get these numbers.
Business inventories coming in lower than expected here for September. So business inventories month over month, 0.1%. Consensus here was 0.2%. Previous print of 0.3%. So we did have a drop here on a month over month base, or I guess lower than expected here for the previous print, and then also for the consensus. Then retail inventories ex auto here for September actually higher than expected, 0.2%, above the consensus of 0.1% and the previous print of 0.1%. So higher than expected retail inventories, lower than expected business inventories. We do have the Qs here continuing to push lower. We have the NASDAQ as of right now down 1.5%. Nvidia, I saw earlier today, apparently trading near week lows. It's definitely been a bit of a weaker day for some of these names, but Nvidia, of course, on watch next week with their earnings. We also have a lot of companies on watch with regards to these 13F filings. ARM pushing lower. DPZ was on watch earlier, getting bought by Warren Buffett, though they gave up a lot of that move. But some other tickers on watch include the aforementioned Nvidia. We have some reports here from CNBC that Elon Musk's XAI is looking to seek up to $6 billion through a new funding round. Apparently, they're going to use this money to buy 100,000 H100s. So looking here for some Nvidia chips. Then we have Alibaba, BABA. This one was up about 3% pre-market, now down about 3%. They did beat here for sales and some nice increases here on a year-over-year basis. So BABA on watch. More Chinese ADR earnings next week, guys.
Thank you. So more continuation on that right there. Market's still coming into the downside, 20,700 here on the NASDAQ. And yeah, we were kind of attempting to hold that 6,000 in the morning session yesterday. Didn't quite make it, and we're taking a bit of a continued selling here on the ES as well. So I got out of that Pfizer. I was like, all right, well, VWAP. I did add a little bit more at that VWAP to be like, all right, well, if this kind of continues to sell off of VWAP, I'm going to use that as a bit of a level to kind of get a little more aggressive. 25s might be the place. Stopped out right above on top of that VWAP, being like, all right, well, if you're going to catch a bid, the reason I was in the trade was that the sellers were definitely overwhelming right off of the open, and I want to get a piece of that action right there. When will it stop? I have no idea, but it starts to show us here off the bounce off of 24. What's the low day right now? The low day is 24.48 is the lowest print I have on the day there. And yeah, no, kind of showing us that the bid is stepping back in. I don't necessarily want to be in that trade right now. Yeah, so sometimes that's all it is, right? It's like you don't need 100 different trades. You just need that one good trade. Great book. Yeah, no, 25 is coming right back in off of that swipe into the bid right off the open. So where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for here. I know that, again, Adara pointed out that Bloom Energy was halted midday yesterday, and with a bit of AI news, doing some ridiculous relative volume off of the open there, right here, open back up at 9:30, doing 2 to 5 times its relative volume, kind of pushing up, holds that 18 level. So I'm going to look back at it and see if 18, in and around 18, can we get some prior levels here. So I have no idea. This is the first time I'm looking at this chart, so let's do it together right here. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Look at that. Would you take a look at it?
I mean, I would.
Prior resistance turns support off
of
of that gap up. So yeah, exactly. Just take a look at it, you know. Oh boy.
When Neil comes back, he's gonna have no idea.
Yeah,
just like I had no idea either.
Yeah.
And,
that 18.
I'll be like, Neil, just take a look at that.
Yeah. Would you look at it?
Look at that.
Just look at it.
Would you look at that chart right there?
Yeah. Pull up the chart. The first thing you got to do when you pull up the chart is you just got to take a look at it.
I mean,
You know?
can you look at this right here on SMC?
Oh boy,
Look at
the wick lows.
Can you look at
Oh
that?
boy.
Adara?
What's up, Adara?
We do have a lot of names moving, guys. I apologize. There's so much to take a look at, including CCJ. This is the 15-minute chart. Look at this push up here with this volume candle. Not saying any news here. It does have a 4% short float, but there is some news in the uranium space. URA getting a bit of a pump here as well. Basically, this company, Standard Uranium, apparently reported some high-grade uranium assays from one of its projects. So it looks like a uranium discovery, sending all of these uranium names to the upside. Generally, if there's any kind of catalyst in the space, they do all tend to move in tandem regardless of which company is impacted, guys.
All right, so we can have a look at SMR and all these names. Rivian right now, a nice little move down as well. Rivian coming back in. We just take some 1990s there. We did get 990, sorry. We took out some VWAP there. It did get above. We took some out at the 50 period, but we're still very much in this name and really like it. So we'll wait for that short to come through again. We still are in the short here with Tesla, but we haven't been able to get that bid yet. So that's something that we're waiting for here. Oh, there it is. Okay, well, we just got it. So just as soon as I say that, 317.50, 75s there, we just got on a little bit of a dip down. So yeah, it's not like the most aggressive play here for Tesla. If anything, it's really strong. So, like I said, we looked that gift horse in the mouth and took it out and been taking it. There we go. I was going to say we're not reloading this until we get much closer to 20s. So there is a reload rate there. So we'll now put a bid downside and get some more out. But that was a good reload up there. 319. I'll give you the exact price we got there. 319 or. Yeah, 319.50. So here it goes. It's going to break back upside right now. I'm going to take some more out if we are able to dip down in. This is super strong, Tesla. Like, we knew that we were sort of dancing with the devil here by shorting this in the first place. So we've been lucky to get out by basically the skin of our teeth here. So for right now, we'll get out some more bids if it goes, but this is looking strong and probably taking it out. So I'm hands off on this right now. There it goes. I'm not averaging in. This is super strong. Great trade on Tesla early, but now we'll stop it. We'll stop averaging in. We have our outs, and it doesn't look like we're going to get them because there it goes, breaking through 320. So again, if you play the same way every time, watch the market, watch what's hot, and go with that, man. I mean, there it goes, right to the upside. So we'll slap a fail on the last piece of it. I like the idea on Tesla there, going short in front of 320, but the minute it breaks, we gave it a little bit of room there, and then it pops forward. So Tesla, bye-bye. Good while it lasted, and then not great at the end. But that last fill was fine for us. That was about $1 on that last piece. Sucks, but at the end of the day, you sort of got that feeling there about TSLA. I did want to look at SMR to see it's going to the downside there. It's CCJ, I guess, was the one that was moving up on that.
Yeah,
SMR still down at 5%. Yuck. Palantir still 50 cents, and there goes Tesla. Now it's fading off of that level, but oh well, what can you do? Not in it right now. So there goes Tesla back in. Too bad.
This selling kind of coming back in here underneath that 25 on Pfizer. I'm kind of watching it. I was like, oh, do I get in risking just above that 25?
Boom, Tesla.
Not yet. We're still holding that VWAP. We're trading above. Technically, we are trading above VWAP 24.88, but it's an area. It's not necessarily its price. What's going on? Oh, no. Is that for everything?
That's the high.
I mean, that's fine. Just get out.
No. Would you look at that?
in.
It's not fine. It's not fine. That's the high of the day I made on Tesla. And then the thing drops like a freaking rock, dude.
Fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they.
This is very, very appropriate. That was. Would you look at that? I mean, that's just what it is right there. But that's That's tough right there for your boy, but that's okay. We'll deal with it. There's the dropped out 250
Spider.
drop. Okay. All right, let's keep on going. All right, Rivian, on the other hand, trade the garbage. Tesla's at 317. What?
Oh boy.
Oh boy is right. All right. Oh boy. It is.
Yeah, you just got.
It is.
I mean, you're looking for a
Please
spot to get back
I
in,
need
right?
consolidation right now. Consolidation? No, that's charts.
Console.
I need to be consoled. Consoled. Right.
Consolidation. You're looking for that consolidation. Wow, 317 is coming in now. Oh,
Chart on.
Yeah, I mean, it licked the high. Here's the thing about Tesla, man. It loves to lick the range highs and lows. Like lick grabs.
We took advantage of it when it was there. We took advantage of it when it was there.
Like you're printing so many wicks,
and then that happened.
Yeah.
And that's trading, right? I mean, we're at the end of the day, we're just kind of having fun, but we are actually trying to make money here. So that's tough. But again, it goes to 320. Our stop was where our stop was, and you can't stay in this game for this long, basically, and for long as you have, and as long as everybody, Sharif, Joe, everybody. Like if you don't have stops and stuff like that into your stock, then you're going to get waxed. And
stops. What are those?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah. By the way, about you being the next one there, Obi. I don't know. I mean,
whoa.
No, you're already here.
I'm here already.
Plus,
what do you mean?
now it's at 316s. So yeah. Anyways, bad stop placement at the end of the day, but we were looking at that 320, it broke it, and that was that. And I mean, looking at the 5-minute chart, I guess that wick was 321 there. We could have really seen that again. This is all kind of in hindsight. Wow, I cannot believe where Tesla is right now, though. Yeah, not good. Not really feeling that trade right there for myself. So yeah, overall we'll get it back, but for right now we need some salt for these wounds. So all right, SMCI though. SMCI is like saying, hey, my guy, you're still who you are, dude. And so thank you, SMCI. Thank you for saying that. That means a lot. But at the end of the day, SMCI is falling down in. Look what Rivian's doing as well. The net has been affected. Let's not get that too twisted there. But at the end of the day, you still got to do what you're doing, and we'll still continue to trade what we're trading. And there goes Rivian right to the bottom, so we'll take some pieces out right there. We've got SMCI at the bottom right now. Let's take a piece out if we can get that. And we're humming with Palantir. So, everything all in all is good, and we'll live to see another day. But that was just an out there that I wish we didn't have on Tesla, but we do, and it is what it is. So there it goes right back into the 50 period. That's probably a buy. So now we have to refocus here and really rethink about what we're doing. So, maybe now there's a dip buy opportunity into VWAP, but I'm going to slow that roll down as the NASDAQ is now down 2%. It's a good thing that we were raising some cash, right? I mean, I looked at myself the other day and was like, what have I done selling Google at 180.5? Right? Well, now it's $7 down, and we have another opportunity to reload it if we like that position again.
Yeah.
Right? So that's why we keep saying that you want to raise capital, you want to raise some cash, you want to be liquid when there's buying opportunities in there, right? Joe talks about it all the time. I mean, he's going to be on it in a little bit. Raising that cash, getting that sort of source of income every week by writing those calls and getting involved or whatever his strategies are.
Sell those calls.
Sell those calls. And it's just coming into play. You got to have a strategy. And if you don't execute it, then you're going to be lost, right? So that's what we're doing here every day, trying to come up with some different plays, some different ideas, and making that cash. So hopefully we'll be able to continue with doing that. SMCI, I'm going to take some out right here.
Nice trades there. A few people in the chat asking where my trades are. Well, the thing is, I'm looking for them. I had a trade right off of the open, if you guys can see right here. Pfizer, again, I am satisfied with my decision making here. Off of the open there, took a quick short for a continuation trade. And this thing did, again, you guys want to see what that ATR on Pfizer is. Average true range on Pfizer is 59 pennies. Getting in off of that open right there, this thing does almost I think it does almost 2 times ATR right here. So from the opening price to the day low, it does about $1.17. So yeah, definitely doing almost 200% ATR to the downside and then catching a bit of a bid. Yeah, I think that's definitely pretty much. All I really need to focus on today is, like we talk about, that having that one trade that kind of makes your day right here. And then I'm pretty sure Pfizer was definitely one of them right off of the open there. So yeah, I'm gonna be patient. I'm gonna look for the next trade. If I see something then I will take it. And I'm sure you guys see multiple different things here, but relative to my playbook, I think I like to wait. I like to be a little patient, to wait for things to fall into my lap. Like today, my notes, I guess, or whatever, were pretty bleak. I had one real kind of idea on a name, and I wasn't really too sure about that one either. I gave it like a C+ to B-, and I'm like, I don't even know if I want to put risk on for this. But Pfizer definitely was at least a B+ for that continuation trade off of that catalyst that came out on prior day, going into the end of the day. So you know what? It is what it is. I'm going to be waiting for that next trade, and a lot of things are selling off of the open there as well. You can see the futures coming into the downside here. So I'm just going to stay patient and wait to see if that selling kind of steps off. I'm looking for trades, but I'm not seeing any. And sometimes, you know what? You just have to sit there and wait till something falls into your lap. And I guess what Trixie Hobbitry asking about, what about BE? BE, yeah, I guess that was the one that was halted. I think again, looking back at it, I was like, that 18 level might have been nice to deal with. All the way up at 20s. I could have it on watch and look for opportunities here, but I think the trade kind of is already done off of that 18 hold. If I had it on watch coming into that 18 off of that 20, then maybe I would have taken an execution depending on what we see happening at that 18 on the tape. Something else I'm watching right now as well is that CCJ. That nuclear news or whatever it is, intraday catalyst. We talked about this yesterday, Sean. There's a lot of tickers that are getting intraday catalysts. We saw Softy doing that, and we saw a bunch of biotechs as well. And now we're having this CCJ Chemical Corporation getting a strong bid off of that intraday news coming in the first hour of the day. So I'm going to be waiting to see if this thing gives me any opportunities. But other than that, I'm not seeing anything else. The reason to be in this Pfizer short is pretty much gone for the most part as of right now. As we consolidate between that 25 and VWAP, I think that if that 25 breaks, we could see a little bit of pressure to the upside. And if we don't, then maybe there is a trade there. But I'm not really seeing too much else here. So let me know in the chat what tickers you guys are looking at. What are some of the trades you've been in? I know that Tesla's been nice off of the open. We know that Sean has been in Palantir and Rivian and SMCI. All of those trades working out quite well there. And yeah, that Palantir bid off of the open, I had it up right here on my screen. I was watching it, and that thing blew through for some fresh highs there as well. So I missed that one there. So that's another thing. Sure, there's going to be trades that work in my playbook, but I'm not going to be there looking at them at the right times for me to execute effectively. So I have to let that one go and look for the next trade. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Disney is saying, Rupesh. So let's take a quick look at Disney. I know I was involved with the House of Mouse yesterday, but today, bit of a recovery. So I was actually looking for that continuation through that prior day's low at that 108. Guess what happens coming off of the open? Straight bid going all the way back to 112s and 112 halves. So maybe we find those sellers stepping right back in and around those 14s and 13s today. As of right now, we've started to slow down, but still holding above that VWAP, above prior day's anchored. Now, prior day's anchored is anchored to that earnings. So that's that earnings anchored on day 2. We're trading well above that, holding the intraday. I don't know if I want to short this just yet. But yeah, no, those are some of the things that I'm watching here. I'm not really looking at anything else. I know people are talking about DJT. I'm looking at that as well here. The Funware a little bit on the opposite direction there, coming into the downside, but DJT is definitely strong to the upside off of the open there, holding its view up as well, but pretty much sideways. When you look back at it and see that yesterday we had some strong selling coming in just under that $30 level, went all the way to 26s, and today just a bit of an inside day so far, but nice little pop off of the open nonetheless. All right, so let's see if Pfizer can get past this 25. Are we going to make a decision? That's what I'm waiting for here. Nothing too crazy. Looking distinctly different from what was happening off of the open. Off of the open, the bids were just getting smashed. Anybody and everybody that was showing up with multiple lots on the bid was being used as liquidity by the sellers and just getting punched into. And we saw that happening. People punching below the bid into some of those levels as well. So very aggressive selling off of the open, and that no longer is happening here as it's found a little bit of balance, a little bit of equilibrium in and around that 25. So I'm going to be waiting to see if we make a decision off this 25. CLSK to the downside as well. I'm seeing that's interesting. Clean Spark. So a lot of these Bitcoin names, bit of a pullback. IBIT coming back into that $50 level as well. Mara trading at 20s, and MSTR trading at 328.5. So looking very similar to what this market is doing right now, selling off to the downside. I don't have too many shorts on, but that's a banger short on that SMC. I know you had that Rivian as well. Again, a catalyst day 2 move on Rivian. So
we did have Tesla.
Nice.
We have a new position anyways. We have SMR in the building right now, but it's important that we all scan that QR code below right there because we get a lot of questions about how Trade the Pool works. Here's a breakdown. Many people ask about the evaluation and what's involved. You choose the evaluation according to the account size that you like to manage from $20,000 to $260,000 in buying power. Once you meet the profit target, you become a funded trader and start to trade with Trade the Pool's capital. What about shorting penny stocks? You can trade any of the 12,000 symbols with no hard to borrow fees. And you guys are trading real shares, not CFDs. And yes, they're global, welcoming traders from all over the world. Want to be a part of the trading revolution? Visit tradethepool.com and see how they're changing the game. Check that QR code right there and be involved with Trade the Pool. Okay, then. We took some more out there at 63 on Palantir. So right now we have less than 10% left of this position on PLTR. Yes, it was a pretty good one. Happy with the way it's performed here today. So we're almost out. We got some great opportunities above 63 today. That was all-time high, 63.30. Then we got an out basically at all-time highs of 63.45. We made that. So that was a good take right there for PLTR. And could you look at that on SMCI? We were sitting there bidding again, 17.70. That comes in and we get that fill there as well. So that's 80 cents on an $18 name. We also took on this one, we got down at 9.70. So we'll take 40 cents on a $10 name. So some good trades there today. But Tesla, we made the high of the day. And now it's down $7. So good little call there. Not great execution. Well, execution's fine. We talked about it. All right, let's go over to Adara at the big screen.
Lots of weakness here in the Russell 2000 to kick off this small cap recap. These are all 15-minute candles. They were all, as you can see here, sharply right to the downside. We just had a bottoming tail candle a little bit here around that $230 level. And then this next candle trying to take this out. We were trading near 240s on Wednesday. Now we are, like I said, below 230. So quite the move to the downside for that Russell 2000. Lots of small caps to talk about, including Fuel Cell Energy, FCEL. This one's run in the past up about 24% right now with a 21.5% short float. They announced this global restructuring plan to basically help focus their core technologies on distributed power generation. So bit of a restructuring move, sending FCEL to the upside. ATAI, this one is about an 8% short float. They did announce their earnings. These are actually not super impressive earnings. They did have in-line losses per share and a decrease in sales on a year-over-year basis by more than double. But yeah, ATAI pushing higher here, ATAI Life Sciences. Last but not least, Simple Limited. That's SPPL. This one's run in the past, announcing this $400,000 contract with regards to supplying autonomous cleaning robots. So robotics play SPPL with a float of about 5 million shares, guys. Back to you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, again, not a revenge trade, but it's going to be revenge money-wise. Hopefully we can get this going up to the upside. So let's go to the upside right now on, you stopped, you rascal, to the upside there. You rascally wabbit. All right, here goes Tesla. Hopefully, down the side. Oh, man. All right, so we get one fill up there at 313.50 off this reload. We're long right now at 312.95s. So this could fall back in here for Tesla. I mean, we talked about how violent this was or has been today. Let's find another level. Like there's 312. That's the 50 period moving average. We don't want to mess too much around with this. That's crazy that happened up there. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. So we're going to have to trade off of that 312 right now. So a little bit of, I mean, I hope I don't get stopped out and get out too much too early here on Tesla. Maybe we should give this down into this area, but man, the market is just not healthy right here, my guy. We're down 2% right now. Like, are these shorts really something that we should be looking at, right? Or these longs something that we should be looking at in this market? The answer is clearly no. Right now, we don't have many shares here on SMR, but it is looking like it wants to break that 23. We thought on that nuclear news, URA was starting to go back up to the upside on the China nuclear news that we had from Madero. So we went over to a nuclear name and thought, why isn't this one going nuclear? But it's the ETF right now that's starting to go. URA, and I think there's UR, is it there is another one that's going, but anyways, this is the one that I like right now. So, all right, Tesla's trying to get back upside. We did not buy the 312s down there. We're already long in this name, so if it's going to work, let's let it work a little bit. I'm not going to get out right away. We don't have a huge position. I feel like down into here is something, but then I'm just picking at straws, trying to figure this all out. So we'll try to hold for a little bit more now, pack up to the upside. So there we go. We're 50 cents in the money. We'll just took a piece out. Let me take another piece out here just in case. So there's another piece out at 50s, and we'll get one at 60 if we can, and take 65, 70 cents. Here we go. And yes. All right. So happy, joy. Now back in the money on Tesla off that dip. So we do have an offer halfway through up to 314 if we can get that. The reason why I say halfway is because VWAP would be pretty sweet if we can get that as well. So VWAP is 315 now on Tesla. Back in the money $1. I'm going to take another piece out because I want to. They're at 85. So there's another piece out. Thank you, Tesla. We got it back there. And that's where it goes, man. You talked about it. Like Neil will put on 10, 15 symbols by now. And sometimes, like even for me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 symbols right now. You've had the one and just told us why. And I mean, that's what it's all about. It's about your own trading style, doing what you're doing. And I mean, for right there, Tesla fell right into our lap. So we took it and we said, thank you very much. Back down there at those levels. You looked at me and was like, oh, you're taking Tesla long. And I'm like, yeah, it's at the 200 period. I like the trade. Yeah. So we take the trade, right? I mean, and it's printing now. So good trade there for us. Bad trade on SMR. Let's see if this one wants to work. But a break of 23 and we're gone, man. This has tried to hold it. It just hasn't worked out. So SMR, watch out for a breakthrough, $23 right now. And let's see if Tesla can get back going to the upside.
Yeah, no, Pfizer is catching a bit off of that 25, so definitely holding that VWAP as well. Dips into VWAP were bought there, and then some size at 25 is going in for the push. But guess what I'm waiting for? I'm waiting for that anchored from yesterday, guys. So again, reference anchor is dropped in at that prior day's news. So right here, so right, we see that volume come in aggressively off of that news. I guess some dude on some sort of board is anti-vax.
$2 in the money,
and it's pushing, it's selling off lower on that, and yeah, no, catching a bit of a bid. But look at where that anchor shows up.
Some guys posting 16. On what? What do you? The board. HHS.
Yeah.
Robert FK.
Yeah. So here comes that anchored right there. So we accelerated up into that anchored. On PFE. So let me actually pull up the book for you guys so we can take a look at it together here. Put on that size filter as well. So yeah, we're coming right into that anchored VWAP area, about a 50% retracement of this move. So now we're only down about 1 ATR roughly off of the open. So let's see if that selling kind of comes in and around this level here, and if it does, that's cool. If it doesn't, that's fine as well. I'm gonna be patiently waiting for that to potentially come in. Now, the selling started prior day, and it continued today as well. So a little bit of a bid, kind of healthy action in my opinion, but let's see whether or not that comes in. 113's testing on Disney. So yesterday's high was 114.80. Today is earnings day 2, and about 200 lots sitting on top of that Disney right now. I'm gonna be patient. There's that Disney chart right here. There's that 200 lots sitting on Disney. Let's see if that gets taken out. Again, 14 is gonna be interesting if and when that comes in on Disney. What's up, Adara?
We have lots of small caps running around this morning. UEC, Iranian play, that one's on watch here. We also have our AREN, Arena. This was one that was on the watch list with earnings, but we also have the ticker for this is STI. The company is called Solidian Technology. This one announcing yesterday it's allocating some of its excess cash reserves to Bitcoin. So apparently STI here at this Bitcoin investment and a 41.7% short float. This one is a penny stock here with a float of 26.7 million shares, relatively small float for a penny stock, and an almost 42% short float, guys.
Breaks lower, so we, oh man, like we're going back and forth here with some of these trades. SMR breaks 23, it's gone. So see you later. But you know what, man? We just took $2. We just got 315 twice right there. That's VWAP. We said that we were going to try to hold for VWAP. We now have half left. So we've done real good, man, getting out at the appropriate spot, taking basically 15% up here near VWAP is how much we've gotten out. So the other plays, we got about about 30% or so as we bounced around 314 a little bit. We were really happy with that one. Now we take out VWAP and see how high we can fly now. I was just at 315.40s. Of course, it goes to 315.30s. Now we'll see if we can get this fill upside now as Tesla's back in the money, $2 now. So, you know, we will be a little bit like upset about what we missed on the way down, obviously. But, you know, you just put it back on and you be happy with it. So right there, we're going to get another piece out right now at 315 because it's bouncing around VWAP. So like I said, we have about half out. Let's see if we can get, it's starting to drop it. I'm going to put an offer at 60. Okay, we took some out at 60s there. We're trying to get another 10% at 315. I don't know if that's going to happen, but that's what we're doing. We took out some more at 314.60. Again, could it bounce off of VWAP? I mean, that's clears to be what it's doing. That's now a couple times in a row. We've hit this level and then come right back in. So yeah, we are a little bit nervous about that. I do not like this hold now. Like now, I think if we break back down below almost where we're in, we could get out. You never. Oh, now I'm trying to follow my own playbook at the same time as try to be a little more liberal with this position. But like we hit VWAP a couple times, bounced its head off of it, and could not break it. It even tried to break it right there and got as high as 30s. We talked about that. So there's another out for me. So I took another out there at 30s myself right here for, it's still $1.40 in the money. Let's not forget about that. But if it comes back up, we'll take one more, and then we can see if it wants to go, but we'll probably only have about 30% left. So let's hold that for, as we say, this would be for the dream, actually. Like if this comes back up to 318, 319, that's fantastic, and I do think there's capabilities for that right there. SMCI is at the lows of the day. You can't do anything other than put right down on the sticky note 1850, and that's exactly what we have right there, so we're pretty happy with that one. Palantir, we've talked about getting light on it, but it has made its way all the way back up here, so I believe this is a fade. If a fade, not an out, so I'm going to take an out right there. There we go. We'll take a 95 out on that one for Palantir. Bring it back in. I know this went against us. We didn't have that many shares there. We were waiting very patiently with Tesla. I didn't want to load this one back up, but it does drop into 62 and then up to 63. So $1 move higher, we should be taking something out there on Palantir. Embarrassing, we don't have the reload, but this is not embarrassing.
Awesome.
Let's go. We get that 315. There it goes, Obi. Yes.
Boom.
Okay, we're still in
Nice
this one.
catch,
There it goes to the upside. Okay. $3 in the money on that one. We were crying a river at the top there, missing that trade. But you stay with it, man. We're hosting the show. And we're putting on some bangers. What's up, Brando? All right, let's go back over to the desk and see what Adair's up to.
Bitcoin at a really fascinating level here. What a week it's been. We made new all-time highs here around that 93,500 area a couple days ago. But now we're seeing here a bit of a topping tail candle. So we got as high here as yesterday's opening high, that 90.5 level. As of right now, trading here around 88,000. But I think if we break below that 87.5, yesterday's low, could be a bit of an interesting level here for that BTC, because there's not really a lot of support the way that we ran up. There's not a lot of areas in this chart where we can think of potential support and resistance. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see after that push up, now things may be getting a little bit stagnant. We'll have to wait and see what becomes of this crypto trade. Of course, the crypto stocks on watch here as well. MSCR, COIN, hot. We also have next week here, earnings start off on Monday morning with BitDeer and BitDigital, so BTBT and BTDR. So crypto trade could get spicy even right from the opening on Monday. Bitcoin here around 88,000, down about 1%. Ethereum down about 2% here, trying to hold on to that 3,000 level as we speak. Solana, BNB, Dogecoin down, but XRP up nicely here for its second day in a row. Yesterday, other crypto names were selling off, but XRP pushing higher. Today, that trend continues, and it's joined by Tron and Cardano to the upside. Cardano up almost 19%, guys.
That crypto watch. Yeah, definitely some crypto names moving around here. I'm kind of watching this Pfizer. I was patiently waiting for it to come back into a level where I'm looking for potential sellers, and maybe some blocks come in that I like, but I don't know for sure just yet. It hasn't necessarily broken trend, but I did like getting involved. I do want to get in a lot more here if it continues to the downside. You can see what I'm looking at here. I'm looking at that anchor, and I'm looking at VWAP as well. We caught a nice little hold on that VWAP in that 2480s-ish area when it was there, and now we're kind of consolidating underneath this anchored as of right now. So I'm curious to know whether or not that acts as resistance, or do we blast through and it doesn't mean anything? I have no idea, but I did observe some selling coming in. We did break this interim trend as well. I'm looking at a 1 minute chart. Again, not the best. I usually like the 3 minutes. Right here, you can see that it is well within trend. So I got to stay a little bit patient for this to come in. If we're going to continue to the upside, that's perfectly fine. I'm more than willing to get out and reassess on this trade here. Market maybe a little bit of a bounce, but we still have about 11 minutes for this 15-minute candle to print. So I'll stay patient for that one to see how that one kind of comes in. Here, Disney taking a bit of a pullback off of that 113, went to 113 halves. Oh boy. That selling coming in a little bit around the area where we were looking at selling yesterday, right? That 313 to 314 is that earnings day one high on Disney. I think 114.80 was that specific high, but we're catching a bit of a churn, a slowdown of that morning momentum there. We got that aggressive bid that came in right off of the open, 109s to 112s. Oh boy. That mouse was definitely on the run there, and 113 halves back down into VWAP, now 112 halves on Disney. So a nice little point, a little bit lower. Okay, so we cover a little bit there on what I guess was a moving average that we claimed, but again, I have no idea whether we're going to hold that moving average. I'm looking to transact at certain prices there. 25s might be nice, about 400 lots there on 25s, and smashes right through. Look at that. So sellers, are you there? It's showing us that there was size on the bid at 25s, and it smashed through that size right there all at once. I can show you guys how that size even got filled right here. Boom. So that's on Disney. On here, so the 25s. Let's go look for buddies that filled that 25. Look at these 99s, 25s. Look at that. 12,000 shares on a NASDAQ gave. 3,000, 2.5, another 1.5, another 3,000 on an ARCA. So it's like, all right, well, they're using lit gates just to remove that liquidity as soon as it shows up on that 25. I like that. That's in direction of my bias, and I'm looking for more of that action. Look at that. Size showing up at 96s now on an Edge X. So they were sitting at 25s. Now there's size sitting at 26 or 96s. So I don't know. I don't know what it all means, but when it all comes together, it might give you a little bit of direction as to what might be going on there. So size kind of stepping down maybe and getting filled as well off of that 25. Oh boy, CCJ, is it time for a reversion? I was watching this one, but I kind of missed it there as that selling kind of comes in. Oh boy, look at that, Sean. I could have definitely been in a little bit earlier on that one. 56.44s is the high a day. We're trading at 55.40s, so eesh. I don't know if I want to give it that kind of risk. I definitely had to be there a little bit earlier for that risk to make sense. Sure, I can do a little bit of chasing. Here comes VWAP on Pfizer there. What's that VWAP price? 24.90s. All right, so
good reload there.
I like that one. Yeah,
You have $1 in the money on SMCI as well.
Let's go.
Great reload
Nice.
for you. I was not able to get the reload. Look at SMCI chart here, just absolutely cranking to the downside. And then we're able to take advantage of Tesla up here at 317 as well. But you could take advantage of scanning that QR code right now and getting involved with eSignal. I mean, eSignal, trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to your trading to an elite experience with the best charting. You can see how much Obi and I use and rely on charting, and I feel like this is the #1 charting platform available. This is eSignal. Connects with 50+ brokers, infinite data, instant trading charts that honestly are so reliable. You can 15-second chart, tick charts, tick replays, anything you're looking for, back testing, scanning, real-time data. It's all you need. It's in one place. It's eSignal. I mean, and
Got what you need.
Oh, it's got what you need. Wait a minute. We got no singing. We don't need to.
I'm sorry.
scare people away. But at the end of the day here, it does have what you need, and it's eSignal. Make sure you do scan that QR code below there. And as I'd mentioned before, you know, we're going to be working with eSignal to try to produce something that's going to be hopefully a tool that we can all use to trade better, not harder. So that's what we're going to do right now. Look at Tesla. Oh boy, dude, this is $4 right now in the money. So there goes Tesla. Nice move to the upside again. Now it's $3.50 in the money. We better take a piece out here. We're waiting at three. Yeah, it feels like that. There it is. Yes, sure. 316.50. Here we go again. It's Tesla. It's trying to go higher. We said it was going to be a nice trade if we got this up at 318, 317. Adair's got something for us.
I do. So here is, I guess, the story on uranium. I did bring up earlier, I was seeing something, it was a company-specific catalyst. Sometimes those happen to bring the entire sector up, but it looks like this move has to do with a report that Russia is looking to impose or has imposed temporary restrictions on exporting enriched uranium to the U.S. So again, this is a report here, but uranium names getting a bit of a push up off of that. Again, reports that Russia has imposed some temporary restrictions regarding exporting this enriched uranium to the USA, guys. We also have comments coming through from Feds Collins. Notably here, Feds Collins deciding not to take a December easing off the table. So Feds Collins open to cutting rates there in December, saying that there's not any new evidence of inflation pressures, but they don't see a big urgency to lower rates. So interesting mixed notes there. Basically, the key point, though, is that Feds Collins apparently interested potentially in another rate cut at our next FOMC meeting, guys.
I was just telling Obi, like, this is just, look, it's a great trade. SMC has it. We're $6 in the money on all these positions combined, and nothing's losing. Like, Palantir's 55 cents in the money and going, bang, Palantir, let's go, man. A friend of mine, that is for sure. PLTR, nice move to the high side right now. Let's just offer enter on that bad boy. Take a piece out on that as we continue to go higher. But there you go. Hey, what's up, Rob? But it was Tesla right now. $4 on Tesla, $5 on Tesla, $1 on SMCI, 30 cents on Rivian, 50 cents on Palantir, and oh boy, are we doing it today one more time for everybody. So again, hit the like, hit the subscribe. I don't even know how many people are liking this, but for a Friday, let me see how many people we even have on board right now. Where's my YouTube? There it is right here. Okay, so I can't, unfortunately, bring this thing down. Yo, what's up, Sharif? All right, here it is right here. We have over 7,000 watching and only one like?
What? That can't be right.
That's because I was the first like today.
Oh, okay. You have to refresh that.
Yeah, I got to refresh that. But when I refresh it, it's going to have an ad. No, get this ad. Get out of there. What is that? Get out of here. Not that wise. Right there, 878.
Oh, come on.
Come on, man. I mean, 7,000. We got to get these numbers going. I mean, I don't know. Obi's talked about his style. We've given you many, many trades today. The SMCI one is an absolute banger. What is even happening with Palantir right now? Palantir is getting jacked up. Nice move to the upside right now. It's 63.25, 75 cents in the money now on Palantir as that name keeps on running and putting a smile on your guys' face one more time. I hope it's putting a smile on your face. Please hit the like. Please hit the subscribe. Look, don't do it for us, man. We have no idea what we're doing. Let's do it for Adara, who's over there at the desk, at the screen. So let's go over there to Adara. When we come back, let's see those likes north of 1,000.
2,000. Already past 1,000.
Hey guys, make sure to like and subscribe. Doesn't seem like the NASDAQ is liking things very much, though. Here we have the Qs sharply underperforming the S&P 500 from everything I'm seeing. You can really see that reflected in the tech side. I am not seeing really any sharply green moves except for PLTR here announcing that they're going to be switching from the NYSE to the NASDAQ. Other than that, though, this technology services sector is bright red. Electronic technology not faring much better here. Nvidia down almost 3%, and they do report their earnings next week, so keep an eye on this name. In terms of relative strength, finance not looking too bad here. JPM, BAC, and Wells Fargo all to the upside. Consumer non-durables is a really interesting sector because we have a mixed performance. There's lots of green, but there's also a lot of these darker red names, including a lot of these soda or energy drink brands. This could be potentially an antipathy play with regards to what's happening here with RFK Jr., who is apparently looking to make America healthy again as Donald Trump announces his appointment to the Department of HHS. Health technology sector names also moving to the downside in response to that. Eli Lilly getting hit particularly hard here, actually blowing through previous support. So not a great look there. Retail trade week as well with Amazon, producer manufacturing pretty weak here. Consumer services a bit mixed. Disney day 2 to the upside. And health services, another RFK Jr. related name, also to the downside, guys. Tesla, the only green Mag 7 that I can see.
Thank you, Adara.
I just can't believe how we stayed patient with this Tesla trade, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, we got Kyle Burdett with a super chat. Sean, I want the cash cow. SPY puts paying big for multiple days now. Get down. Yes. Those puts have definitely been paying. We're a bit of a backside. There's some selling coming in this week. So congrats on your puts, Kyle Burdett, for that. Yeah, he's saying Obi, let's pretend the like is the ask and smack it. Yes, for sure. Smack that like, and you are staring at he's frozen. He's frozen, guys. Half the stream is frozen. Oh boy. But that Palantir price action definitely not frozen.
8%?
Nice. All right.
Is it Friday yet?
Is it Friday yet? I don't know.
I don't. We were $6 in the money in total before when we went to that throw, right? We're $8 now. Tesla we just took a piece out at 318. I said this would be a dream if we got to 318. I mean, do not pinch me or anything like that. But right now, this goes from 312 to 318. We put $6 back in our pocket right there. Meanwhile, SMCI, I mean, yeah, we like the stock. We like the stock. Short. There it goes, man. Huge move to the downside right there. Rivian. The only stock that we are going to have regrets on, and that is going to be SMR, because this is the one. Well, and I mean, we're down on SMR. We're actually down more on SMR than we are on Amazon because we're not able to get anything out of SMR. It does basically break off of that 2280 marker. But, I learned my lesson with Tesla there, because Obi's like, dude, why? Like, he didn't say this, but he's like, you could have got back in on that failed top break there, right? But for me, the volume wasn't necessarily there to do that, to prove to me that was a top right there. And that's, I'm always looking at these things, like definitely not just a pretty face, because that wouldn't be true. So what we're trying to do is waiting. And I was just like, I was, putting on a little bit of a show, pretending like I was upset. Was not pretending, actually. And then it comes all the way back in. Oopsies. Comes all the way back in. I'm hearing somebody's mic.
Doubles.
I don't know whose it was. But comes all the way back in there into 313. And then I think it was maybe Adara walking behind us. 313 there, all the way back up into 318. So that gave us all that we needed right back up there. And we actually put on more shares there than we would have had. Well, about the same amount of shares, actually, that we would have had in both spots. So all in all, it does work out for us on that trade. So we're pretty happy. And then Amazon, I'm just happy that we kind of got out of the way there. Does it reload itself back at 206.50 at VWAP? Yes, right there at VWAP. Yes, right there at VWAP. And then again, Candy yesterday asked us about Amazon. What did I think about today? I said I thought down. So I was happy with that. Not happy that I've owned this stock, of course, but nice move to the downside right there. And again, we're just staying true to who we are. And that is today, Tesla, SMCI, Palantir, Baba, we did not look at. AMD was actually another name that we did not look at today. Let me see what that's doing. I have an offer up near 140. Was it 140 was my level? Yeah, 140. So that never even came close. The problem with AMD was, and again, we wrote down all shorts this morning. Like, we wrote down shorts this morning 1% ago, and now you're down 2%. So the idea here behind AMD was hopefully we would get that pop, but there was absolutely no pop in the market. So this reload there, that's when you use the 200 period. So we're not in it, but I just want to show everybody that if you are thinking one way about a stock and it does this, then obviously we're not going to get the targets. Like, the target was 140, so you're not going to get that. So what you have to do is look back at it and think what's the next level? Kind of like what you did on Pfizer there, where you got out, let it go back up for a reload spot. So now we're $7.
You did that on Tesla. That was perfect.
Thank you, Obi. There's Tesla right now.
Great patience.
$6 in the money. I'm going to take a piece out right now. I just tried to get one out at 19. We missed it. So we'll take 318.80s. There it is. Another piece out there on the top side. So right now we only have about 8% left. I got to do better on that. But you know what, Obi?
Yo.
After making that mistake on Tesla early, after making that mistake, it wasn't a mistake on SMR, but losing on SMR, I know you are going to, and so will I, close. And we only have 10 minutes left, so anything can happen. We'll be at the highs of the day for both of our accounts, I believe. And that to me is what it's about. No matter all the decisions that you make all day, there's always going to be other trades. Yeah. There's always going to be mistakes that you make, or the stock does not act the way you thought it would, clearly. Yep. There's always going to be opportunities where, why didn't we reload certain things? Like Palantir comes right back into our level. We talked about why we didn't, only for it to pop upside again. all you could do at the end is look down at the P&L and be like, okay. You know, and sometimes you'll look down and it'll be red and you'll understand why. And it's because of trades that, you know, went against you. When it's green, there's going to be, hopefully you've rewarded yourself with the good trades and being able to take out some profits. But at the end of the day, this is what trading is all about. And it's about taking the risk, taking the shot, and making educated guesses. Because these are all guesses at the end of the day. They're educated guesses.
It's all about probabilities.
So yes, exactly, and that's exactly
They're
right.
always
That's what
changing.
an educated guess is. You base it on probability, base it on past experiences, base it on the work, the hard work that you've put in. Tom Brady on his speech there goes, he said that, you know, it sucks when you're in the gym and everybody else, he said, is eating pancakes, sleeping in, and everybody else sleeping in and you're at the gym. Everybody else is chilling out and you're watching tape. Everybody else is playing video games and you're charting. You know, there's things like that that eventually are going to pay off. If they don't, they don't. But that's hard work in anything you're doing pays off at the end of the day. So that's what I believe. And, you know, it's led me down this path. So, all right, Obi.
There's I guess there was a saying. I think again, I've heard a few people say this, and the first person here on the floor that I remember saying this was Greg. Basically, P&L is a lagging indicator of process. Something along the lines of that.
You know, as a leg, yeah, process it
Yeah,
is, but it's
yeah.
a leading indicator of your success.
Perhaps, maybe, I don't know.
Not perhaps,
but
it is.
Yeah,
How
over time, yeah. you get to
What
the
makes a
point where
successful trader?
making bank and I guess making good trades. Making good trades.
Making money. Yeah, you're right.
And
first
then
time.
the money is a byproduct of those good trades.
Right.
It's the
Exactly.
same.
But
it's-
no, it's not the same thing because at the end of the day, you could make a good trade on 5 shares.
Yeah, that's fair.
Right? It's not. You're not making any real. money
You
there.
have to be sized appropriately as well.
You could be the
that's
greatest
definite.
quarterback in NCAA history,
Yeah.
but you're never going to get credit until you make it in the NFL, like in the big times, right?
That's fair.
You could be the best whatever Call of Duty player amongst your
Yeah.
group. That's really nice. You get a lot of cred for that, but
Yeah.
once
But what's your KD?
right?
You know what I mean?
No. All right, over there, was that a call for a dare or not? Yeah, we actually have money talks coming up at 10:50. We can wait for that throw. It's only 10 seconds away. So look, guys, if you like what we're talking about, man, you know, hit the like, hit everything right now. I mean, this is why we've got Obi on here. It's a completely great perspective. We love having Obi on. And there it is, 1.5K. I want to thank everybody for doing that. When we showed this up here, we were at 830 something. So thank you so much right there, adding about 900 likes to that stream. We want to thank everybody and just keep on going, guys. Keep on going with the like button. We want to thank everybody for that one. All right, we're now ready for Adara. Let's go.
We're going to take a look here at the U.S. dollar, which has been on quite the tear recently. We initially had that bottom, of course, starting at the end of September here, bouncing off 100. Then the Donald Trump election helping the DXY as well. We got as high as 107 yesterday. Now today pulling back a little bit, but look at this bottoming tail candle, getting a wick as low as that 106.40 here. So it's going to be previous resistance going back to April and May. Then we push even higher. As of right now, we're trading around 106.70. So potential bottoming tail candle here for the DXY to be aware of. Lots of economic data this morning, but definitely not as big as what we got earlier this week with regards to PPI and CPI. There's going to be, I guess, the more closely watched numbers, but still a lot of data to go through. Export and import prices higher than expected and higher than the previous month, where we actually saw a drop month over month. Now actually seeing an 8% increase in export price index and 0.3% increase in import price index. We also had an increase here for retail sales month over month, below the prior month's print of 0.8% to the upside, but we get 0.4% to the upside, which was above estimates of 0.3. We had comments from Fed Chair Powell yesterday, of course, speaking at an event held by the Dallas Economic Chamber there, basically saying that he's not in a hurry to lower rates, but it was kind of, I guess, some mixed remarks. Nothing super crazy or earth-shattering coming out of that. But we did have Fed's call in this morning as well, speaking, saying that there's no new evidence of inflationary pressures. And apparently the job market looks like full-time or full labor and employment conditions. But this is important. Fed's call in saying there's no urgency to lower rates, but there is that interest, of course, in preserving a healthy economy. So we're going to have to see what the Fed does from here. But interesting comments coming from Fed's call in. And later today, we'll get even more Fed's comment. We're going to get Fed's Williams at 1:15, then at 2:05, Fed's Goolsbee, and at 3 p.m. we'll get Fed's Barking, guys.
All right, so some Fed speakers coming in. So it should be interesting to see what kind of action the market does We've only
We
been
saw that
selling
dip
off,
yesterday.
Sean.
I was gonna say, wasn't
Only
that
been selling off.
we sold off on Powell yesterday?
Kyle Burdett is printing on his puts.
Oh yeah, that's right. We already hit the cow for that guy. We're not gonna hit it again. But yeah, shout out to Kyle there, and shout out to anybody that had a putty feel to this market because you are right about that, and it's been a great one. It's been a great trade to the short side. It's been a great trade for the long side too. I mean, it's a matter of Kyle's talking about the broader market, of course, that has given up a lot recently. So yeah, it's been back in. It's a nice 2% down day. I mean, look, the bulls can still have a lot to cheer about. We're only back to where we were on the 6th. So we're back about a week and a half, now breaking a little bit lower. It was a great opportunity there for the bulls, and then the bears had these tops that we've seen before. So yeah, S&P 6,000, that was a good short. You've seen what the S&P's done since that level as well, and now the NASDAQ continues to push down a little bit more. So yeah, man, I mean, take your opportunity. I would say, Big Kyle, great trading. Keep up the good work, and yeah, just keep watching the show. And I just want, there's a lot of people that are net long as well. So, you know, it's been a little bit of a tough run. And you could think about averaging in at certain levels here as well. For me, I thought about the NASDAQ. And when I was looking at the triple Qs here, I always think that the 50-period moving average, if you're dip buying things, is good area to like start to maybe, you know, I'm dollar cost averaging. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. It's like something that you know, you're part of your strategy. This would be a good opportunity to do that down there at maybe at 490. And then always the 200 period. I mean, it looks obvious when you're looking at it like this, but always the 200 period seems like good dip buy opportunities. So you got it back in August 5th, and then we got it basically again there September 9th. So those were some good dip opportunities. If that happens again, I think it's time to take some more shares there because, you know, the world hopefully it's going to get a little bit better. We've talked about trying to end some of that controversy and you know, decade-long and century-long there in the Middle East. So hopefully that can feel better about that. And then we have Russia, Ukraine coming through. And then again, the big worry, in my opinion, of course, and in many people's opinion, is going to be eventually what the China story is. So we've seen Alibaba today absolutely crap off open. And I don't try to use that term too lightly there because at the end of the day, Alibaba did not perform, man. They were up huge in the pre-market. We were up to $95, $96 off of $5 up, and it just came $5 straight down and then kept on going, breaking that 90 level that we had written down on the sticky note as an area to look at. And then as we looked at it in the pre-market, we're like hard pass on that one. Good outs there. I mean, we got some more outs on Tesla. We said that it would be a dream if it got to 18s. Well, it got to 19s, so we took a piece out up there as well. So far, so good there on that Tesla trade. Rivian downside, everything's working out for us. Palantir is like non-stop right now. So unabated to the quarterback right here is Palantir. And I don't know if it's going to get a 15-yard roughing penalty or something, but it is treating those shorts with no respect at all. So, like, if you are short Palantir, it is disrespecting you pretty good right now, straight to the upside. It gave you an opportunity there to fade off a 63. That was a great trade, but now just straight fire upside right now, PLTR. Wow. I'm here to tell you, I sold some off the open. Huge mistake. Huge mistake as it just continues to get going here, Obi. So, Great look there on PLTR. I didn't think it was going to do this, but it is. So up 9 now. Good job, Jay Lee. Took some money there on Yang. There's that yin and yang ETF there for China. You can also trade FXI. We can have a quick look at FXI here as Obi's. I guess you're still in that one trade. So
yeah, I'm still
FXI
here,
just to see what it is. Okay, so
crazy.
FXI is actually up today. Yeah, there you go. So maybe it's not the end of the world here for China, but definitely a bad report there for Alibaba.
This market continues to sell off. So what is the next trade? I don't know. I'm looking for this selling in the market to kind of lift.
Yep.
And then maybe look for bounces across the board there. Again, it's just an idea. Where are we going to find it? I have no idea, but things that are selling off aggressively, let's take a look at those before we kind of send you guys off to the midday show. How to trade with Sharif and Joe. So Softy right here, look at that. Would you just take a look at it? VWAP selling all the way down. 420s right there, breaking down, 416 halves, right? So, but something that's clean, that's selling even more cleanly, again, shout out to Kyle, is the spider. Look at this. Consolidation at that VWAP shows you it doesn't necessarily want that VWAP. Pre-market low rejections as well and then a flush to the downside with that opening range low breakdown as well. So some solid moves there. Google as well. Look at this selling on Google. We saw that weakness kind of come in yesterday on Google. Aggressive selling.
Oh boy.
Try to take that reversion. The reversion doesn't really kind of happen right away. It takes all day for it to get just back to VWAP. That's showing you a little bit of struggle there. And look at that consolidation. I was like, yo, you know what? Oh my God. I even messaged. Okay. I was like 174.40s, 174.30s was a held bid yesterday.
Yep.
On Google. You remember that? I pointed that out.
Yep.
Coming in today, Sean, look at this.
Would you look at that?
Would you look at that? Opening range highs right there at that 174.30s, 174.40. So that bid is gone. And then we tanked to the downside all the way from 174s trading at 171.5 as of right now. Oh boy, definitely a mistrade on my part.
Look at
Apple as well.
Look at Rivian. I just want to hit that alert there.
How's your Rivian doing?
Yeah, Rivian is absolutely cranking to the downside. There's a little bit of a size here at 975. Look, this is for everybody either at Real Trading or any prop floor. Like, this is only a $10 name. Okay, so we are now in the money 25 cents on a $10 name, 2.5%. I mean, that's a great return right there. So, of course, I'm going to be trading Tesla, which were $4 in the money. And this is going to be my P&L. Actually, Palantir will be my P&L. Actually, Palantir, Rivian, they're all there. They're all roughly the same. But this is going to be a completely different style to trade a Tesla, which we've done today. And again, congratulations to anybody that's been on that. Then a Rivian. Like Rivian today, monster move. We shorted that right off the open. We believed in it. You got to be strong. You got to have that sort of strong will about your trades. And then there it goes right down there to the downside. So we'll take the L on Amazon early, but look at this. This is how you play conservatively. We take the long. It hits early. We get out. Once it breaks, we're gonzos. Now we can not worry about that. That's a good trade. Palantir is now, everybody, $1, $2 in the money at all-time highs, up another 10% on announcement that they're moving from the NYSE over to the NASDAQ right there. So boy, oh boy, do we like Palantir. You guys know, hey man, look. This hat was bought at $10 when the stock was there, if not lower than that. Okay, there's Palantir, huge move to the upside. That's a good trade. Rivian is right here on the sticky note. What does Rivian say? Let's get short, baby. So that, actually, no, we retreated Rivian. Rivian's not on here. This was a play on those tax subsidies potentially leaving. And then Sharif was like, guys, that's pretty bad for everybody else. Might be good for Tesla. So we talked about that. SMCI, this is the big one for us. This is $1 in the money. And this one we had written down on the sticky note as well. This was this one for sure. Whoopsies, I just closed it. 1850 right there on the note from today. Here it is. We've just been tweeting out a lot of our trades today because I want people to be able to watch and see what we're doing. There's 1850 right there, the number one idea on SMCI, playing the trend until something changes. Well, guess what? Nothing changed. That's SMCI. SMR. Fail, flush down the toilet. Although it's up right now of where we had bought it, it did break 23 and we got out. You cannot call yourself a legitimate trader if you're not going to review and look at both your wins and your losses. Yep. We have to do this, man. That's the most important. And then Tesla. Oh boy. This is for all you guys out there. We'll blow that cow up on the screen. And have a great, great midday show. Obi.
Yo.
It's been a pleasure with you all week.
Likewise.
But the good part about it is,
it ain't over.
It ain't over. You're back at 2 o'clock, and this man is back in this desk Monday morning with me as well. We'll return Neil on Tuesday. So thank you, Obi. Thank you to everybody, for everybody watching.
Thank you.
Thank you to Fabian. Thank you to Ramin. Everybody that's one from our day ones, thank you so much for being here from then. And to everybody that's new, thank you so much for hitting the likes, for hitting the subscribes today. I'm just going to refresh before we go over. When we asked everybody, we were at 850 or so likes. 1.6K right now on the stream. Thank you to everybody. Over 6,000 of you are watching, and it's a good thing you are because you're about to go over to the midday. All right, Obi, say bye to everybody.
See you guys. Have a good one.
Ciao.
Yes, yes, yes. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the How to Trade Show, formerly known as the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options. Supposed to be Satay today, but she's a little bit under the weather. So Joey, nice enough to step in. Appreciate that, my man.
Yeah, and we obviously wish Sataya to get well as soon as possible.
Yes, as soon as possible. All right, let's do the shout out over here as people weaseling their way on in from the other stream. We already have Robbie V, Proper Dang Paradox. We have 7 Lumi, Alex Goyas, Juan Padilla, Pitchbull, Paul Goodson, the Gatekeeper joining us as well. Shout out to Brian Thompson and Ronaldo. Shout out to Scott H. We have Kalua, I like that name, enjoying the fun with Josie and Laura Sanchez as well. Scott Edwards, Ari Pages, Ultra. We got Big Spile. There will be blood, he says. Mary S. Lyman, happy Friday to you too. Alex Davis, Oscarito. We got Frank Handley, Marcos, Trader Rob, and Jesus Garcia. We got Redna. We got Moy. Oh, yeah, I like that one. We got Triple D. Go Explore, Keith Boone, RFID Trader. Okay.
All right.
Corey Pratt, Brian Castillo, and April joining us as well. Donnie Zimbabwe, one of the OGs. We got Ryan Pedrick, Peter Ransom, and Daddy Gator. I don't mind that name, Daddy Gator. I wonder if he's from Florida.
Yep, I would think so, or Louisiana maybe.
Or Louisiana. It's not just Florida that's got gators.
It's not just Florida.
Up my knowledge a little bit. Good morning, Joe.
Yeah,
How
good
are
morning.
you?
I'm good, brother. How's everything? How's your morning been?
Can't complain, you know. Everything's good. Market's down though, so taking a bit of a hit on the old long term, but that's the way she goes,
Yeah,
and maybe take an
it's gotta
opportunity to add
breathe.
more.
We get the ebbs and flows of the market
Yeah,
too. So
can't complain
for
about
guys
that.
like us, it's time to buy.
Anything you want to chat about before we get
for
into
sure.
the lesson du jour?
Absolutely. We will look on. It looks like we'll touch on the sector performance briefly, and it looks like a complete sector rotation. We're going to go with the win play show here, guys, because we have energy in first place, up a whopping 0.5%. Ooh. Utilities in second place there, with being up a total of 0.33%. And finance, excuse me, sitting with the show, up another whopping 0.25%, guys. So it seems like the market is getting a little defensive, my friend.
Shout out to Corey Pratt. He said my name. My life is complete. Shout out to you, my man.
Yeah.
I always try to include new names, but the thing is,
They're just flowing in. It's like,
yeah. No, but the thing is too, like people come in based on when their stream sends them in. So I always feel like we're getting the same people coming in at around the same time, and then other people are coming in later. It really depends on when the stream's sending them in. In any event, Joe, we're going to continue our talk on moving averages. Obviously, Sataya had a lesson planned today, but we're going to freestyle. We're going to talk about moving average convergence divergence, Fabian, MACD for short. So let's get right to it and start talking about it, baby. So let's talk about understanding the basic concepts of MACD, or moving average convergence divergence. It's a technical analysis indicator, obviously. It specifically, though, measures the relationship between two exponential moving averages, EMAs, and we talked about that on Wednesday. It's composed of 2 lines. Let's talk about the first 2 lines, okay? First 2 lines. The MACD line, that's the first line we're going to talk about. This line is calculated by subtracting a longer period EMA from a shorter period EMA, and you get the difference and you chart that on the line. That's basically that. Then the second line is the signal line. It's composed of a 9-day moving average of the MACD line. You see the derivative aspect to this, right? So that's kind of how it works. And the signal line is an exponential moving average of the MACD line, not a simple moving average. So again, we're using EMAs here, which helps the case for shorter term trading. How come? Because let's refer back to our lesson on Wednesday about moving averages, where we made the point that the exponential moving average was better because it weights the more recent price action more heavily than the more historical price action. So it's better for the shorter term trading, okay? Or shorter term swinging, whatever you want. We got to pause the lesson because Big Spile's dropping cash in the chat. He's feeling himself today. He's holding puts, and he's probably printing up a storm. Shout out to Big Spile with that $50 super chat. You will have to speak up. It's hard to hear you over Ric Flair. Woo! I'm letting out. Get down. Shout out to Big Spile, man. Happy for you today. Obviously, no question about it. Always want you to print up a storm. Just, take the profits, baby. Take the profits.
We had a friend in high school that we called the Nature Boy.
Yeah?
Oh yeah.
Nate?
Yeah, the
Are
Nature
you
Boy.
allowed to say why?
Yeah. We just his name was, I'm not gonna say his last full name, but his last name was Hoy the Nature Boy, right?
Oh, I like Hoy the Nature Boy.
Yeah. The Nature Boy.
All right, man. Well, Nature's a classic, bro. Nature's the OG.
Nature Boy, man.
All right, let's move on with the lesson, Joseph. Let's talk about exactly what it looks like on the chart. So I wax poetic about what the lines are, but this is what we're looking at here. So on this particular chart, the MACD line is going to be red. There's no standard colors for these. You can call them whatever you want. And then the dotted green line over here is the signal line. And then you'll see these bars. These are histograms. This is a histogram. And essentially all it's depicting with these bars is the space, the distance between the MACD line and the signal line. When that space opens up, you see bigger bars. As the space narrows between MACD and signal, it tightens up. So it's just displaying what you already could see by gauging the distance between the MACD and the signal. It just makes it a little bit easier to look at. That's all that is, okay? You're laughing. Yeah. All right, let's talk about the MACD price action divergence, because the NOS boss, when he came over here, he was pounding the table about RSI and MACD, but not in the way that we traditionally use them, looking for these bullish and bearish crossovers. We'll get to that. But the way he likes to use it is to look for divergences between what the MACD is doing and what the price is doing. And that's what we're talking about here when we talk about MACD price action divergence. So divergence occurs when the MACD line moves in the opposite direction of the price. So what do I mean by that? There's a bullish divergence. Let's talk about that. This is a case where the price makes a new low while the MACD line makes a higher low. So sometimes we have, this is a lower low, lower low, lower low, and we're downtrending. Okay, what's the MACD doing? Uh-oh, it made a higher low. So the price and the MACD not jiving, and I'll show you what it looks like in a second. This indicates a potential bullish reversal. Price is making new lows, MACD makes a higher low, AKA bullish reversal. The opposite of that, the bearish reversal. This is when the price makes a new high, but the MACD line makes a lower high. This indicates a potential bearish reversal, and this is exactly what it looks like. Let's talk about the bullish reversal first. So the price is going along its merry way here. It's making lower lows. You'll see them compared here, area trough on the price, area trough on the MACD. Now let's compare the subsequent trough. Lower than its predecessor on the price. Not so on the MACD, makes a higher low. And then what we're looking for here is the price to actually make a new high. So that's what we're kind of looking at. Where the MACD in this particular instance, not always, but when you're looking at price action MACD divergence, it is a leading indicator. It's telling you what may be coming in the future, not what's happened in the past. So that's why people like it. The other example of this, the bearish divergence. We're moving along our merry way on the price, higher highs. However, the MACD line not putting in higher highs, you get a lower high. And look what the price does after that. Down, okay? So that's what we're looking at. This is a leading indicator when used in this fashion, not a lagging indicator. Let's talk about, though, the MACD as a signal buying tool. And this is where we're going to talk about the crossovers and using it in the traditional way. So MACD can be used to generate buy and sell signals based on crossovers between the MACD line and the signal line, okay? Let's talk about the bullish crossover first. This is when the MACD line crosses above from south to north above the signal line, indicating to you a potential bullish trend reversal. Conversely, the bearish crossover. This happens when the MACD line crosses below the signal line from north to south, and it's indicating to you a potential bearish trend reversal. But when used in this fashion, MACD is a lagging indicator. It is basing the prediction on future price action. So things that we've already seen, the line is already crossed, okay? This is kind of what we're looking at here. We're moving along our merry way to the south side on this name. It doesn't really matter what it is. And then you get the big boy crossover there. And then lo and behold, look what happens. We're making higher highs and higher lows. Bearish crossover, same thing, but in the contrapositive. You get the MACD line crossing below the signal line from north to south. And then you get lower lows and lower highs on the price action subsequent. All right? let's talk about, though, using these two oscillators, because that's what they are, with MACD and RSI, using them together for entry signals. So the MACD and the RSI can be used together to enhance trading signals and reduce false breakouts. I know I'd like that. Let's talk about your entry signal. First, let's talk about the bullish entry signal. This is going to happen when the MACD line crosses above the signal line, just like we talked about, but then you got to keep one eye on MACD and the other one on RSI. The RSI here should be in oversold territory, aka at or below 30. So you're looking for a bullish crossover on MACD, but the RSI is still telling you that it's below 30 in that oversold. So you're looking for it to come out of the oversold territory, and by definition, for it to come out of that, price action has to move up a bit. Let's talk about the bearish entry. Same thing, but in the opposite, right? The MACD in this instance crosses below the signal line, and simultaneously, you should be looking at the RSI in an overbought reading, aka above or at 70, okay? Those are your entry signals using MACD and RSI. Let's talk about some exit signals, okay? Oh, first, let's look at this chart. So we're going along our merry way here on MACD, and then you get the crossover between MACD line and signal line, but look what the RSI did previously. It was in that overbought territory. So you got almost simultaneously MACD line crossing below signal while the RSI was dropping from below 70. So nice convergence between the two there. Now let's talk about the exit signals. First, let's talk about the bullish exit. In this particular instance, what you're looking for is the MACD line to cross below the signal line. And then simultaneously, what you're looking for is the RSI to move above 70. Bearish exit, kind of the same thing again, but in the opposite, the MACD line crosses above the signal line, and then the RSI simultaneously should be moving below 30. Okay? When is it most accurate though? So, obviously technical analysis has its critics and its drawbacks. So let's talk about when this kind of setup will likely lead the best results. So MACD is generally more accurate in, number one, trending markets. So the MACD tends to perform better in markets that are trending rather than in consolidative markets. But they're also good with markets that have consistent volatility. MACD can be a little bit less reliable when the market volatility is sudden or prices are spiking too aggressively every day. Keep your eye on the VIX for that. And then last but not least, longer term time frames. While MACD can be used, certainly on the shorter time frames, it often provides more reliable signals on either, the daily, the weekly, the monthly, however longer of the time frame you are charting on. And last but not least, let's talk about these data-driven insights, because we all love, quant and statistical analysis. So according to studies and historical data, MACD has shown effectiveness in, number one, identifying trend reversals. It seems to do really well with that. So it's been successful in predicting trend changes, especially when combined with other indicators, the one I just gave you right now, RSI. Secondly, the Gulnar Maradugu and Brent M. Wormsley study back in 2006, this study actually researched and analyzed the effectiveness of various technical indicators, including MACD, across different markets and timeframes. They found, though, that MACD performed better in trending markets, confirming what we already said, and suggested that it was most effective when used in conjunction with other technical indicators. And then you have Cavarjet's and Otters-White study back in 2004, their study on TA, technical analysis, and the financial markets found that MACD essentially, when combined with volume-based indicators and not the Joe, could improve trading performance, especially when identifying momentum in trending markets. So keep that kind of idea in mind, and I hope everybody prints up a storm. What are you looking at, Joseph?
Kalua mentioned something in the chat that I really like, and I'm glad that you pointed this out. And we're talking about gaps, and they say, hey, Joe, this looks like a gap you would play, what you talked about in the lesson, and you're not wrong. Look at this. So we're breaching to the downside after this massive gap up, which I think was after the election day. And now we're going to start to breach it, I think. So we'll not breach it, but we're holding the levels quite well right now. But if it does breach, Kalua, I would definitely look into a play on that as well, too, because counterparty on that, the Qs have breached it so far. So that's something that I'm looking into. I really like that. So as you can see at 500, that the downside to the gap was breached, and now we're going to partially fill that gap. I would look for something around a 40 to 50% fill of the gap, that is, and then a possibly pullback, because we do have like 5 consecutive red days so far. So, but that's a really good look, because I wasn't paying attention to the overall indices, I should say, sorry, and I'm glad that you pointed that out, because I really do like this play here. I'm not going to use this, I'm not going to make a trade based off that with options or anything, nor will I with an equity standpoint, but that's a good look there. So, I mean, it's a little too expensive for my wheelhouse. I don't want to tie up that much capital for the size that I would want to go with that, but I'm glad that you pointed that out, because this can maybe explain why we're a little bit bearish on the overall session here. So yeah, I really like that you pointed that out. As of right now, I'm still in some Palantir here. I don't know why it's not up on the boards, because maybe I entered it a little bit earlier before the session started, but we're still holding on to this position. We don't have much left, but as you can see, guys, strike one here, and then I wanted to get in a little bit more, so closer to the price, but I was doing something, but then again, I was like, I need to get in on this failed break of the low here, and then this consolidation, because guys, I've been talking about this pattern for a long time with Tesla and with Google, and now you can see it from an intraday standpoint. We have a consolidative phase here, some accumulation, a liquidity grab, and then boom, we have another short consolidation, and then that's when the news comes in coincidentally, and then boom, you just get that massive move up there. So yeah, I like that look there on Palantir, and I was fortunate enough to get that catalyst to step in, and I guess I don't know why the market took so long to take it the way it did, but again, we got in at the right time, and we like this trade, so we're going to hold on to it for a little bit longer there, Sharif, and see what's going on with that, because I mean, I was just looking at some of the stocks. The overall tech sector is weak, so I'm like, I don't want to look at these things if they're all weak. Nvidia is trading lower. The Meg 7 are majority of them are trading lower. So I'm like, hey, let me find something that's hot, and that's our good buddy Alex Karp and the Palantir boys. So yeah, that was my look on Palantir, Sharif. And I mentioned a little bit of sector rotation going on because we have the tech sector doing not so good. I think they're in last place at the moment, and then we're getting a little bit more defensive. Yeah, they're down 1.7% on the session, and then you have healthcare in second last, and then the communication sector in third last. But again, it looks like a little sector rotation here. Utilities popping up now 1% on the session, with finance at 0.5, and then real estate coming in third place with the show over there. So we'll maybe look at some XLRE or something along those lines. But I'm going to take a gander while we send it off to Sharif there.
Yes, sir.
On JPM, our good buddy Jeremy, as you like to call him.
I love that. It was a mistake. It was a slip one time, and we just kind of went with it. All right, guys. I'm short the dead one here. AAPL. I'm taking it short at 225. Looking for a 20-period bump and drop. Right now, 20-period exponential moving average on the 5-minute. That's what I'm looking for. Apple weak today. I mean, the Mag 7, they're all kind of weak. All right, we just wet our beak there. Let's see if we can wet our beak a little bit more. I'm waiting at 90s. I got 95s. Let's see if we can get 90s here on AAPL. We're probably going to have to wait a little bit more. I was looking at the future as well. Nice little bump on the future into the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. But yeah, there we go. We got the fill again there on Apple. So we'll pack our patience, see a bit more. 225.25, and I'm gone on this trade. So we'll look to scalp on AAPL. I'm going to sit at 85s for the next little beak wetter there. We'll see what we get. Let's bring in the side chart and have a look at the Mag 7, and then we'll kind of do a little bit of a future small cap gapper analysis. So I guess we'll get back from that. Or we'll get to that once we get back from Adara at the green screen with Sector Watch.
During this segment, what I like to do is take a look at some of these names on the S&P 500 that maybe we haven't discussed as much, or just go over some catalysts. I like to look at things that are having big moves to the upside or downside on the day. So you can see there's a lot of weak sectors. So we're going to focus on sectors that are weak as a whole and talk about the catalysts moving said sectors to the downside. Also, please don't forget to vote for your ticker of choices. Go in the chat, !join, space, $, and whatever ticker you're looking at. It can be a mega cap name or it can be a penny stock, as long as you go in that chat and you have that vote, because the top 5 tickers will be covered by Sean and Obi during the afternoon rundown at 2 p.m. You have until 1:50 to to get those votes in. We're going to start here with some weakness in the health technology sector. I have LLY up here because this one has been pretty sharply weak here, down about 4%, but maybe trying to find a bit of a bottom around the 750 level here. This sector is moving to the downside on the announcement that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is set to be appointed here as the Secretary of Health and Human Services by President-elect Donald Trump. This will, of course, be effective when he takes office in 2025. But he's known for being a little bit of a vaccine skeptic, RFK Jr., so that's sending a lot of these vaccine-related names sharply to the downside, despite a $1,000 price target just coming in here for LLY this morning. Other names in that sector include mRNA, PFE, and NVAX. We also have PEP. This is Pepsi, but a lot of these food and beverage-related consumer durables, so Monster Energy to the downside here, Mondelez, Keurig Dr. Pepper are trading lower. Again, this has to do with Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s Make America Healthy Again, as you know, as it's been kind of put there. So we have to keep an eye on this sector as well with that catalyst. A different catalyst, though, moving this whole producer space to the downside, producer manufacturing to be specific. We have Applied Materials here down about 8% on its earnings. They actually did beat here for adjusted earnings per share. They missed on non-adjusted, and they beat on revenue. But analysts, including BofA Securities and Wells Fargo, cutting their price targets on the stock. Clearly not well received, but LRCX and APTV also trading lower on this catalyst. Make sure you get those votes in, guys. Back to the Bash Brothers.
I like that. The Bash Brothers. Thank you very much for that, Adara. Sound analysis. Yeah, man, look. Politics aside, Joseph, facts are facts. RFK, if he gets confirmed, is going to be the health secretary. Whether you like that or not, if he gets through the confirmation. And that means that there's going to be certain stocks that we can trade.
Yeah, absolutely.
We got the likes of MindMed. We've got the likes of all these other companies, psilocybin-based. You got anti-vax. Or I'm not saying he's anti-vax. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm saying the vaccine-related names could suffer as a result of that. So there's stuff to be had, dude.
Well,
and
I mean, if they haven't suffered already, just look at Moderna and Vax and Pfizer.
They took a bit of a hit today.
Yeah, exactly. So exactly with that. And I mean, Pfizer, we were talking about Pfizer the other day, and it was in play today. I'm sure they reported this morning. Obi would know. So if they reported this morning, I mean, this stock for the past decade or so has been trading around the same price other than when COVID. So I guess you're just holding on to that thing to collect a dividend. You're not looking for price to appreciate with Pfizer on that one. But I know Josh Brown likes Pfizer, and he grabbed some Pfizer
I like it too,
not too long ago. But again, if you pull, since we're talking about it, let's pull up this thing. Yeah, I'm gonna grab.
It's bleeding still, Joe.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up this thing from a daily standpoint, and I'm like, I don't know. This is not something I would want to have in a long-term portfolio. Like, I don't know. If we can pull up my chart here, you tell me. That's me, not my chart. That's me. All right, maybe we don't want the chart up here, but that's okay. We'll hold off here, and we'll see. But this is a prime example of something that I would not want in my portfolio, and that's Pfizer. Even though we may put in a potential bottom here, but again, look, who wants to own this stock? Do you want to own this stock?
Look, Joe, no, not this price. But like, my fam, we're involved in the pharmacy biz and stuff like that. We're still dispensing a lot of their drugs, Lipitor.
Oh, I'm not saying that they're
so
bad.
What I'm trying to say is they could have a product pipeline. That's the thing. But with the technicals, absolutely not.
I mean, like, look at from COVID. I mean, they got the COVID pop and everything. That's totally reasonable.
When they released Viagra.
Okay, and you mentioned this before. It takes a while for these drugs to get released, but if you have a really high demand drug like the Ozempics and stuff like that, then you're going to see the price appreciate. But it takes a long time for these companies to go through the process to get them approved, right? So just be wary. Like, this is pre-COVID, and then you get the COVID run or whatever it is, which is fantastic. But then we revert right back to the mean, as Obi would like to say, and even less. But again, you can own this stock if they issue a dividend. But other than that, you don't want to be holding on to this thing from those all-time highs going all the way down to where it's currently at, because you now just lost a significant amount of money. It's down about 50% from its all-time highs. So in order for it, even more than that. So in order for it to get back, it needs to gain another 100%. It's going to need a really slapper of a drug for it to come out and then continue to trade higher. But I don't even know if they issue a dividend, but that's something maybe just because price is so stable and it doesn't increase or decrease drastic amounts, then maybe you would want to hold that for a dividend play. But Again, I think there's other things that you can definitely look to get in, like all those Ozempic plays and stuff like that. So, I mean, hey, that's just me. I know you're in the business as well too, right?
Bro,
so,
you're speaking absolute sense there, man. I mean, like, we can't wish they're going to have a product. The only thing on the back burner I should probably mention is they got a GLP-1 weight loss drug that's going to be oral. It's going to be
okay, so it's different from the injection, what everybody else has got.
People hate the injection, but they're still using them because it's effective, right?
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see. A lot of the issue with that is just metabolizing the liver.
It's effective. I just don't know what the long-term effects are going to be of all that Ozempic stuff, because they can't say there's no counter to that. Anyways, all right, off to Adair, guys.
Cineverse getting a volume spike here. CNVS. This one is a small cap. We're talking a market cap of around $55 million as of this most recent pop to the upside. Float of 11.8 million shares, 2.9% of which are sold short. This is one of actually quite a few small cap earnings names in play today. Cineverse here reporting a smaller than expected loss per share. They also beat here on sales, and Benchmark maintaining here a speculative buy rating on the stock, raising the price target by $1. Wanted to point this one out because I was getting some volume spike notifications here. And as you can see, we're currently making our largest volume candle of the day on the 15-minute chart, guys. If these are any other stocks, something you want to vote for, just get in the chat, !join, space, $, and your ticker of choice. Also, just a reminder, we will have Peter Schiff coming through to have a segment at 12 p.m.
Yeah, Joseph and I talking about Apple. So I got out of the remaining amount. I had half left. Got out flat right at 225. Was making higher highs and higher lows. That ain't the look. But Joseph was telling me, he's like, yo, bro, I thought you were going to get long there. It's a breakout. If it's not a short and it's not consolidative, then what is it? It's a long, at least in the VWAP. We'll see. VWAP on my chart over here, Joseph, it's a little bit above 225 and a half. So at least 25 pennies, if not a little bit more, from where we're currently trading in the future. Also catching a bit of a bit too. Trying to weasel its way back into 20,600. The bleeding, at least for the moment, has stopped. We're in a 4-candle formation, but it looks like a short the pop type of situation today. Blood in the streets, big spile celebrating the shorts, rejoicing from Papa Powell's commentary yesterday that they're not going to be quick to cut rates. Why would they be? The economy isn't hurting. It's not on like this side of the border where we're, very, very lackluster in terms of GDP growth. That isn't the case south of the border. So what would be the purpose in cutting rates? Or so the argument goes. So we'll have to wait to see how all that goes. But the market did not like that commentary, especially having priced in at least one rate cut left, I believe.
Sorry to interrupt you there, but 1% is embarrassing.
And what
GDP? Did you see the Canadian GDP?
Yeah, the Canadian
GDP. It's embarrassing. Yeah, it's absolutely embarrassing when I read that 1%, a whopping 1%.
And that's like a best case scenario. I'm willing to bet that it might even be that high.
Exactly.
The thing is, Joe, you're not going to convince me that we don't have amazing talent on this side of the border with the immigration. We just don't have the companies coming and setting up shop here.
Well, why would they do that now when they're going to get an increase in capital gains tax? So why would you invest in Canada when you're going to have to pay more tax on
Say
the,
more,
on
my
the,
man.
Right? So,
say more. Yeah, well, that's just what it is. Anyway, we're not going to wax poetic about Canada and start dragging its name through. Well, anyway, we already know what's going on there.
Yeah, we're not going to drag our own country through the mud.
Yeah, well,
but I mean, hey,
facts are facts.
Yeah,
bro.
they are.
Let's talk about some small cap gappers. We haven't said much about those. I'm already weaseled into one here, LABD, VWAP hold. I like it. I'll talk about that in a second. But the one that's really catching my attention, DXYZ. Two bull flag breakouts here. The initial one right at 9:30, right at the open, move up, consolidate for about a period of 20 minutes, and then boom, we pop up from $30 into like $34.50. Nice $4.50 move there in 15 minutes, and then we consolidate again, respecting this time the 10 exponential moving average to the T. Not even a wick breach that 10 exponential, and there you go, boom, taking out the top there at 34.50, on its way to 35.60 now. DXYZ, not a new one. We've had plenty of trading experience with this one. It's up 23.5%, but in case you have not been with us as of late, let me give you some information on it. It's a lot more expensive now than it was before. $386 million market cap now, with about 3.7 million shares traded on the day. And what is DXYZ? Sorry. Yeah, I'm just trying to find the flow. But in any event, can't find some information on it right now. Don't know why my platform's acting up. In any event, it's very spready though, okay? You can just see that by how it's moving. It's bouncing from 34.90 to 35.15. So that's 25 penny spread. I haven't even looked at the book. So if you're gonna get into this one, be ready to manage risk in a sound way because it's definitely moving. Then there is some others that are giving up the ghost right now. Case in point, SPPL. Beautiful, look up. Initially, right at the pre-market high, right at the pre-market there, 830, we get that pre-market high, definable pre-market high into that $1.64. We take out that high.
382 million.
382, appreciate that. 382 million on DXYZ, guys. So on SPPL, though, we get into that 178. Now we're giving up the ghost. Now, I'm not going to base any trade on SPPL here on VWAP because it's shown its propensity not to respect VWAP. What it does seem to have some respect for, at least we'll see, is the 50. So let's see if this candle over here wants to hold up above that $1.30, $1.35. If it can weasel its way in, I can take this back north, maybe above that 150 area where VWAP is currently hanging out. So SPPL, not a bad look so far, but yeah, definitely not my favorite. DXYZ is the big boy mover though, at highs right now. Predictable pattern, 2 bull flags, 2 continuations. Let's do a little bit more charting actually on DXYZ. Let's weasel in to that 4 hour, see where the levels are. Okay, so we definitely have some areas of resistance here with which to work. Initially, this is the one I'm going to be looking at, that $40 level. So $5 from here. There's a bit of a high there from 8 a.m. A few days ago that rejected off 40. And then there's also more levels around there from November 8th that also rejected off 40. So this could find its way into that 40. It could be an interesting short. We'll keep an eye on that, Joseph. What are you looking at, though, in the meantime?
Yeah, I'm still holding on to some of this Palantir, Sharif. It's turning into an absolute face slapper here because this thing is still crawling higher, and then you see all these orders stacked up on the ass. So we have an imbalance on the level 2 here. So guys, it's still crawling higher and higher. It's looking like 65.33s is going to be the next target, and then we can still build because that ladder is there. But maybe it's clearing off a little bit now. But those orders have been taken off. But I mean, this thing's been roaring all morning, and I didn't even look at it until later this afternoon. So I'm glad that we found this one here, guys, because it's turning out really well. But someone in the chat, don't think I forgot about you. You asked me to look at Disney. I mean, I like Disney, especially because they're now becoming more profitable in the streaming business. So, I mean, there's nothing you can go wrong with them. And now it's the parks that Sharif was saying that are leaking a little bit of money. So, I mean, if they can get everything moving in conjunction, then this thing can absolutely turn it around. But from an all-time perspective, this is a tough hold, right? You don't want to be holding on to this stock for too long. And guys, I'm going to just get into the basics. From a technical standpoint, I like these signals. Am I going to classify it as a short right now? No. Wait a little bit, because if the street really likes the report and it continues to the top side, if it breaks that, then this signal can be invalid. So just wait a couple sessions. But if it fails to break this high, maybe you get a little bit of a pullback with a small breach. Don't look to fill the full gap, maybe about 20 to 30% of that gap. You can possibly make a trade. But again, as I mentioned before, if it breaks the high, then you have to get out of that one, because then therefore the thesis isn't valid anymore. But here we have a Palantir starting to pull back a little bit, rightfully so. It was roaring up 10% on the session. And Disney putting in a solid session as well here too, as I just displayed. But guys, let me know what you're looking at in the chat too, because I didn't do too much due diligence this morning, so I didn't get to run my scans or anything like that. But I mean, let me know what you guys are looking at. The overall market's pretty weak, putting in a lot of consecutive red days here, which I'm not the biggest fan of. But again, it's all healthy market movement. At least we're not pulling back a ridiculous amount here. And we'll take a look at the cues from a daily perspective as well too. As I mentioned before, they are now breaching this gap to the downside, but we had this little bit of consolidation here, and it seems a little bit toppy, right? And that's totally fine within the market. But from a volume by time profile, we're not doing overly horrible. So let's let this pull back in. Maybe we're just looking to get a little bit cheaper in price here, because when Nvidia reports, and if it decides that it wants to move, best believe it's going to drag the cues and the overall market with it. So be prepared for that. But as of right now, we did breach the gap to the downside here, guys, and we're looking to fill partially a little bit of that gap there as well, too. So we'll continue to look at that and monitor the overall market. We are down about 2 1/10 on the session, which is it's all right. It's not horrible, as I mentioned before. At least we're not down a whopping 5% or something like that, which would be pretty hefty, I mean, in the terms of things. But again, slightly toppy market, rightfully so. We went on that absolute monster run after the election. So, I mean, expect a pullback and for people to start taking profits there. What do you got going on, my guy?
Yes, sir. I'm back short Apple, already printing on it again. Kind of a bit of a nicer rejection. It didn't work up into the... What did I do there, bro? I added to it. Oh, my goodness.
That's all right. Hold it.
Yeah.
I think you're good here because it rejected VWAP. I couldn't even breach VWAP there, so I think you can get a little bit of a move there, and the overall market is...
And the market, the market did that kind of little bump up, and then coming right back down, Joe, into that 50-point area. We'll see.
Yeah, so I think you get the break of the low a day on the overall market there, too, so I think that'll drag Apple down.
We'll see. Hopefully, we'll bleed a little bit more. Big Spal start really dancing. Maybe we'll even see... we'll even see something unique from... Anyway, I will mention that. 690, I'm waiting at here on LABD, Fabian. That 690 area is going to be my first beak wetting area. If we ascend there, I'm long 84s. We've been bouncing with 89s. Looks like there's a bit of a seller at 90, 95s. I'd like to de-risk a little bit before 11. Or sorry, 11. Calm down, bro. 7 on LABD. It's not the biggest mover, nor is it nor is it the more volatile name anyway. So we'll look to extract a little bit of profitability off this. This is, by the way, it's an inverse. It's a 3-time inverse of the biotech space. And we know why that's moving down, obviously with RFK being nominated. So the fund seeks daily investment results before fees and expenses of 300% of the inverse performance of the S&P biotechnology sector industry index. So yeah, that's what it's doing there. Let's see what Apple's doing. So I didn't get that quite fill at Apple. I'm going to leave this with a bit of a tighter stop because I don't know. Apple was running up yesterday and it really shouldn't have been because there was really no explanation for why it was running up. So if it's going to continue to kind of have this unusual strength in the face of market weakness, I'm going to keep my stop super tight. So I've moved my stop down from the $0.25 to 15s now that I've been able to extract a little bit out here. So if we get stopped out, all good there. What else we got going on? Let's have a look at Palantir. That was a very strong one earlier. So we're not that far off day's highs. We did give up the ghost at 65, back down into 64 2/3, but we're making higher lows here on PLTR, up almost 10%, 9.5% over here. So we'll see if we can take out the highs. This is an interesting area here on PLTR because it is a nice little retracement on the one, but still making higher lows, not breaching that $64 area. So we'll talk about that and more when we get back from the big desk with Adara.
We're going to do today is take a look at some of these earnings day one moves, the names that reported last night or before the bell this morning, see what they're doing. Two of the bigger or like larger market cap anyway earnings names here were Alibaba this morning and Applied Materials last night. We kind of talked about those though, so I want to talk about some of the ones we haven't discussed, including OKLO. This is Oklo. This name is actually, this company's backed by Sam Altman. Look at this bottoming tail candle we have here on the 3-minute chart around 11:30, trying to push back up, but down about 23% in the day. The only earnings number I was able to find from this company, either on Benzinga or on their report, was a GAAP loss of 8 cents per share. That was in line with analyst estimates as far as I can tell. Generally seems like a pretty positive report. They said they're planning on submitting their combined license application to the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Committee during the first half of 2025. Also, earlier this week, they had a positive announcement with regards to partnering with some major data center providers for delivering up to 750 megawatts of power. So it seems like a good space there for the company doing well there. ASTS, though, this one down here about 14%. With ASTS, you do have to mention the almost 34% short float, 33.9% of the float of AST Space Mobile is sold short. They missed here in earnings per share, pretty hefty earnings per share miss. They missed on sales, but actually getting some positive analyst notes here. UBS maintaining a buy and raising its price target slightly. The company also announced they're making apparently some progress towards establishing the first space-based cellular broadband network. So not all bad, I guess, for ASTS. Now we're going to talk here about earnings on watch. Of course, next week we've got some bigger names later down the pipeline in the week. Wednesday night, we're going to get the triple whammy of Nvidia, Palo Alto, and Snowflake earnings. But coming on Monday morning, we're going to get reports from Bit Digital and BitDeer. BT here, we're looking for losses of 3 cents per share, revenue of $22.9 million. Then BTDR, analysts are looking for 19-cent loss per share and $79.6 million in revenue. Vote for your tickers, Dwayne, space, $, and your ticker of choice. Back to you guys.
Joseph, what do you got there?
Yeah, I'm just looking over here at Amazon because I want to see what's dragging the market down. And excuse me, Amazon's down about 3 3/4 there. Excuse me. But yeah, again, this is totally justifiable. The market's been highly extended. We did make some all-time highs there on Amazon, and now we're starting to pull back. We got a gap here, guys, so you know what I'm going to probably do with that one there. So I like that. So we'll get that marked up real quick for you guys later, because when we go to breach it for the top side, guess who's going to play it? Your boy is. I am, because you know why? Because Amazon is a hot stock. And it's a 4-point move. That's all I need. That's the trade. That is the trade right there that I'm going to be looking for in the near future when it does breach it. So whoever mentioned in the chat before about the gaps, well, thank you. Now I'm looking at Amazon, and I just pointed out another one that we had to the downside. So that's one thing that I'm looking at. And then someone else also mentioned the VIX today. I mean, we had those big gap downs after the election, but now we got a big spike in the VIX as it held of that 14 level-ish, 1363s, and now the big spike in the VIX sitting at around $16, and that tends to happen when the market goes to the south side, right? So expect volatility to pick up, especially when we are on the decline, because it becomes more volatile. And if you go back in history, you'll be able to notice that as well too, because post-COVID, when we were in that year or so bear market, you could see the VIX was at all-time highs, and we're hitting all-time highs in those areas because the volatility was just through the roof. And that's exactly what you want as a price action trader or an intraday trader. But it's also nice when the VIX cools down, because that can also indicate that we're going to go for a potential trend to the top side. And then you get those consecutive days over and over again of consistent trending, opposed to when the volatility is high and you get one up day, one down day, one up day, one massive down day, and et cetera. So just keep in mind, go back and look at the history of the VIX, and you'll see those spikes, because then you'll see that Black Monday that we had not too long ago when the VIX just absolutely spiked to the top side. So yeah, I'm glad you pointed out the VIX, because it's always good to keep an eye on the fear index, I think, there. But what do you got going on there, my friend?
I'm looking at Big Smile here. He's challenging me. So I'm gonna take up the challenge.
Go.
He's like, yo, use your new skill. And then he wrote a Mandarin word, like I'm not gonna know what it is, Joseph.
All right.
So shu is shushia. Shushia means to study. So let me drop a little bit of Mandarin here, since I've been warming up since July. So wo shi huan shuxie ke means I like to study. Big smile. Wo bu shi huan shuxie ke means, or shuxia, not shuxie ke means, hold on. No. Oh man, shuxie ke is math class. No, that's not right. It's hold on, it's coming to me. Study is It's coming to me. It's coming to me. Oh boy, yeah, I'm blanking out over here. It's not shuxie. It is. Oh man. Anyway, it'll come back. To me
you just got to go on Duo quick. Find what it is.
No. Bun Duo. I got this. It's gonna come to me.
Right.
It's not shuxie. It's. Oh man. It's. Oh, that sucks. Damn, no. Anyway.
This is where Wayner steps in there.
Yeah, I know. And the thing is, I'm always going to his desk, and I'm like, hey, Wayne, this, that, and the other, right?
Yeah.
So he's like, hey, man, your accent's improving a little bit. I actually understand what you're saying. But,
so why, let me ask you this, why Mandarin?
Well, I mean, you don't really need to.
It's not that it matters, but I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Like, out of all languages, just why Mandarin?
It's an interesting country, man. Like big moves on the way up right now. So I'd like to be able to participate.
Okay, all right. So
yeah.
speak with the investors over there. All right.
Man, I'm blanking, Joseph.
all right.
Anyway, getting short on the future right now. Everything bleeding to the downside, baby. We got Nvidia making new lows. We got Microsoft making new lows. Amazon's making new lows. Tesla a little bit off the top. So we're going to try a little bit over here, Joseph, just to stay interested, because there's not much that I'm liking right now. So we're going to look to wet our beak here a little bit to the downside if the future wants to make a move to the downside. But I don't mind adding into about 20,050 or so. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm still looking at the market just slowly drag lower and lower and lower. So I'm going to
can't hear
continue
you,
to look at some things.
Is that what you wanted to
And
ask
I don't know what's on for really are in play. It is Friday, and Fridays tend to be a little bit more quiet. And expect that even though we are down about 1.15% on the session on the SPY, and the Q is down about 2 1/10, as I previously stated before. So that's okay, but again, it's Friday, so I don't have any doubt in my mind. It's a little bit quiet. We had a hectic week last week, so if the volume steps off in the latter half of the session, then that's just totally normal, because that's what I expect on Fridays. To get a little bit more quiet. Wall Street is done what they had to do. They've made their money. Now the boys are probably going to go out and have a couple drinks after that. But again, I'm just here sitting. Did you say towers, Obi? Did you say towers is the real thing? Did you say towers? No, but here. Oh, the boys are absolutely buzzing. Listen, no, hear me out though. So when I mentioned that my dad was calling me the other day, he's like, Joseph, I have some Raptors tickets for tonight. So your boy is going to the Raptors game. And yeah, I guess Taylor Swift will not be in the Scotiabank Arena because your boy will be watching the Raps play. So I mean, I seen the Swifties taking the train home. They're coming in. They're coming in faster. Pardon me? Oh no, there's no chance. No, there's no way you would catch me at a. I'm not a concert guy. I've been to one concert in my life. Yeah, Wiz Khalifa when I was probably about 18.
So this is like
yeah. Not a concert guy. I was never a concert guy.
Neither am I.
Yeah. Well, I could just listen to the music and just have fun. We can rock out over at my place. We can have fun. We can dance to the music. We can sing together. But I'm not putting any more money in the people's pockets who have more than me. So yeah, that is my look and my take on concerts. What do you got going on there?
Yeah, same in the future, but 10 pennies out of the money right now. Just keeping my eye on the trade. There's not a whole lot going on, at least in my world right now. Let's flip to the other small cap gapper. Looks like we got one quick fill there at 690, but we didn't get the fill at 695. We'll continue to watch this one. It's still making higher lows and higher highs, so don't want to be quick to decide what to do with that one. Keeping my eye on some others as well. Nvidia continuing to bleed to the downside, very much near low of day now, testing that 142 level. So we'll see exactly what we get. We won't get upset, but we're looking for the shorts now because just everything and their mother's cousin is bleeding. So going to set up some orders possibly here if we continue to bleed down. What else we got going on? What are you guys looking at in the chat? Throw it up. Let me know what you guys are looking at. I don't have a whole lot today. Just keeping my eye on Google. Google is working back into that 172 area. It's also at the 20 exponential. So you got a bit of a different look right now with some of these Mag 7s. Like, for example, Tesla and Google. Well, they're, a little bit less bearish than the others there. Google's still negative 1.9%. Tesla up almost at the highs, 4%. But when you compare it to some others, well, everything else is down. Nvidia near the lows, Amazon at the lows, Meta very much near them, Microsoft making them. So it's just Tesla and Google really kind of keeping this market, I guess, a little bit more afloat than it would have been had they not been green, or not, Google's not green, or Tesla not green on the day. But we've set up some beak wetters here for the TQQQs. Let's see if we can continue to make lows. Rob EV's talking about coin. He says MSTR and coin. Let's have a look at both those bad boys. We'll bring in the side chart over here and have a look at those. Let's start with MSTR, see what it's up to. All right. All right, so MSTR a little consolidative. It's got a bit of a top here going back to the pre-market in and around 342, kind of in no man's land at the moment. Well, actually, that's not entirely accurate. It looks like it's holding VWAP with higher lows. So this was interesting here. If we can hold this 334, 335 area, this thing moves dollars at a time though, so you got to be ready for this one. We could maybe possibly take out the top at 342 and the pre-market high. So the pre-market high and the after the bell high pretty much the same, about 50 pennies or so off each off the level. Let's look at coin. This is the chart on coin. Coin looking a lot better here. Really respectful of the 10 moving average on the 5. Look at this. So we're consistently making higher highs and higher lows, but for the last 15 minutes, we've had really a lot of trouble taking out 292. So kind of candles of indecision here where the wicks are equidistant. So unsure what to make of this one, but coin looks certainly a lot better than most of the stuff we're looking at today. So we'll maybe have to look at crypto here since it's looking like it's going to bleed a little bit more, but we're printing nicely on the future, taking a couple of, or we just got one out so far. Next out we're waiting at here, low 60s. Let's see if we can print on that one as the future continues to make lows, led by Nvidia continuing to bleed. Nvidia at lows, Amazon at lows, Meta continuing to bleed, but the dead one and Google and Apple, and Tesla continuing to keep this market up a little bit over here. So we'll pack our patience, Joseph. What are you looking at?
I like that you mentioned Tesla because I'm going to pull up to, as you referred to, as the cyber one, the Cybertruck guy, the cyber guy, Elon Musk. I like it. Well, I'm a big dystopian guy. I like dystopians. I like the Cybertruck, so they're pretty cool. Starting to see them a little bit more in the streets of Toronto now, which I think they're starting to hit the deliveries up here in Canada and stuff. So that's pretty cool. Nice seeing those things around here. Definitely different than any other vehicle on the road right now. But again, here and to speak of different, it's moving against the market, up 3.8% on the session, recovering a little bit from when it went on that crazy run. We now have Elon in the Department of Efficiency. So here we go, and I'm glad that we've seen this here, guys. This is a prime example. This pullback volume is something that you want to see, and then we want to see buyers step in and re-engage, and then hopefully we can continue to move to the northeast here and potentially make new all-time highs, well, not all-time highs, new yearly highs on Tesla. And then I mentioned this before, I don't think it's too long before we have a 4 in front of Tesla, so it's only a matter of time. I'm not saying it's going to happen immediately, but eventually it will happen. I think that's my opinion on it, my 2 cents, because I do have Tesla in the long term as well, so it's my second or third, it's my third biggest holding in the long term, and I'm going to hold it, and I have an amazing price on it, because I'll tell you one thing right now, when Tesla was selling, I was buying all the way down here. It was just like selling and selling, so I have price somewhere in this area, and that's exactly where I have it. So I'm sitting on some nice shares there with a great price. So there's no reason for me to let go of this stock, especially if it's continuing to work. And now that we have Elon working in Parliament or whatever you want to refer to, he's in the government now. So, I mean, this is only good for Elon, or not only good for Elon, but this is great for Elon because now he can push his agenda slightly faster, and then he can catch up to Waymo, right, and start taking market share from those guys. Can I buy a cyber cab? Like, who's that? Who? No, the cab. Right. What is that?
We're thinking probably 25.
Because then why would it? He's saying it's only about 20 to 30K. So if you can drive around in this driverless cab, why can't I just buy one and then have the cab drive me around like it's a day-to-day?
That's what the whole idea is.
Is that the whole idea? Okay, all right.
Make money off it too. Like, so you're at work and you can just let this
around.
Yeah, that's the move,
right.
Joseph. I'm serious.
Well, that's a great idea, right? So while we're sitting here in the office, your cyber cab is off just moving around the hectic streets of Toronto. Okay, all right. That's a great perspective. I never thought of it like that. That's a fantastic idea. So making money while you sleep, guys, and that's what you do. So maybe we'll get in one of those when they come out. If they're only 20, 30K, we'll look to grab one, I think. There.
All right, I'm going to just cover my trade quickly because I got to weasel up to the big desk because we got to set up for Mr. Adam Schiff, or Peter Schiff. Sorry. I'm a little bit tired today, so...
Set up for somebody.
Here's what I'm looking at right now. I covered my position on the future just because I have to get up, but we've already done really well on this. Wet my beak there into the low, so added obviously at 90. Not really believing in the pop, so I'm covering this position for just because I got to get up off the desk. But this one, I think I'm going to cover because it is not setting up in the right way. So LABD, this is not what I wanted to see. I didn't want to play a range off VWAP, a 10 penny range between 680 and 690. So that's not my move. So if it's coming back into my area right now, I'll be flat on it. So I'm going to take it out over here. There's not much in the way of small cap gappers moving today except DXYZ. And this one I'll have to really focused on for that one. So I want to leave you guys with this one because this one is still setting up 20% right now at the 10 exponential moving average. And if you've looked at what this one has been doing with the 10, it's been awfully respectful of it. Doesn't mean that it's going to last forever. I personally wouldn't have anything off the 10 right now. I'd be waiting at around 32.50 to 32.75 for a VWAP retracement. That's how I'd play this, but it's really the only one that I really like right now, DXYZ. Unless LABD makes me feel bad for taking it out here, it's not setting up in the right way, despite the fact that it's above VWAP. It's not doing enough volume, and Joseph would probably tell me the volume's dropping off. That ain't a good look. So we're gonna pack our patience, see if we can do a little bit better on some of these small cap gappers once we do get back from the big kicks. Joseph, so I'll send it to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Street's gonna do his interview, so I'm looking forward to that. That should be an action-packed one, I think, too. So he's gonna crush that out of the ballpark there, guys. So we're just keeping our eye on. We're gonna see what crypto is up to, and I like this because I'm gonna add a little bit more to my IBIT position, I believe, here as well, too. So let's keep in mind that we went on this monster run after we broke all-time highs. We're now kind of consolidating in this range here, which I really like to see. We have, as you can see, we have a definitive bottom around 86,000, and then we're holding these tops around 90,000. So if we can continue to chop around in this zone without breaking significantly lower, we can classify this as somewhat as an ABCD pattern, right? So we have A, B with the consolidation C, and then we're gonna look for that second bar to open up above this range for that D placement, and then we can continue. And I think that we do make that push to 100K, especially if this pattern does play out. So again, I'm looking to add. I think I added a little bit this morning as well too in the 87s. So I'm happy about that. Nothing crazy, just another 5% to the position. Robbie, yeah, BTC looks bull flaggish. Yeah, and I totally agree with you. Whatever you would like to call it, ABCD pattern, bull flag. Got the hiccups here today. Yeah, I think at some point, if we do open above this range, I think we're going to be sitting and looking for that move to 100K. So I think the room is going to be buzzing with that one. I'm going to be buzzing on that one because we are adding into this position. And as I mentioned to Obi and Sharif before, I am looking to make this thing gigantic. So I don't even know if another word bigger. It's just absolutely massive because I do have a lot of belief in it, and I do think we do push these price targets that some of these analysts have in mind, because if things do get out of hand and people start getting squeezed out short, we don't know what the new price discovery can turn out to, right? Also keep in mind, we're still only in year one of this current halving cycle. The next halving cycle isn't until 28, so keep that in mind. So there's a lot of time and a lot of room for this thing to continue to move before BTC goes into that next halving cycle, all right, guys? So keep that in mind. I'm always going to have my eye on BTC. It's fantastic. It's been fantastic for me ever since I figured out about crypto and I started investing into it. So I can't go wrong, or I can go wrong with it, but I do like it. It's treating me very well, so very fortunate to have BTC. So why do options sometimes look like this space? $8 call next week, $13, 10.5, 11, 11.5 call, $75. Why do options sometimes look like this? SPCE $8 calls next week, 13. Okay. I'm assuming you mean by like the following week out. They're more expensive because they have more time to work. So as you go farther out to into expiration, then they're going to cost more, all right? So, and 11.75 costs $75. Yeah, I mean, the farther you go out in expiration, the more that they're going to cost. So you're not going to be able to pay the same price for every call the further it expires out, right? So that'd be really nice if that was the case. But I think that's what you're referring to, Nicole Harris. So thank you for the super chat, first of all. But yeah, the further you go out in expiry, the more time the option has to work. So therefore, that has to be priced in as well too. So because it being further out, the more ability it has to appreciate over time. All right. So I'll look into the SPCE calls for you as well too. Shortly when I have a minute after Sharif's interview. But yeah, I think that's what you mean too. I won't forget about you, Nicole. And if I do, just make sure you put it back in the chat. But you're in the back of my mind now, so I won't forget about you. So I appreciate that for the $5 super chat. At some point in the near future, there's going to be a power race between countries for BTC. If it hasn't, Rob EV, if it hasn't already started from a regulatory standpoint, you can say that America was lagging some of the European and Asian countries. But again, now that we have these ETFs, and I'm pretty sure Australia opened up their own BTC ETF as well too. But I mean, from an ETF standpoint, they're definitely leading. They're leading. The states are leading in inflows, and it's only a matter of time until you are right. I think until countries look to put this on their balance sheet and have this in the treasuries, and then after that, it's just going to be an absolute feeding frenzy in that standpoint, if and when it does happen. Because I don't think countries like to miss out on large amounts of money, and so far that's what BTC has provided nothing short of. All right, so people have had crazy returns. I don't know if someone can put in the chat from inauguration, from when the ICO, the initial coin offering, to where it is now, what the percentage gain is on that. Please let me know in the chat, because I know it's thousands of percent. So a lot of countries don't want to miss out on that. So put that in the chat for me, guys. What is the percentage gain from the ICO to today? And let me know what that is. It's something absolutely ridiculous. If anybody knows about that, that'd be fantastic. And let me know, because I'll be looking to see what can be potential for the next halving cycle. I know usually it's cut in half, the percentage gains, because it's significantly harder to continue to keep moving that large percentage metric. But again, time after time, we're going to see this thing appreciate, I think. Yeah, time after time. That's what you're singing, right? Yeah. That's I think I got that from Napoleon Dynamite, one of my favorite movies of all time. So Amazon down here for some calls, looking to hold till power hour. 205 calls for 205 could absolutely print those 205s if you're looking to buy that far out of the money. We got some extrinsic value you're looking to play there. You're going to need this market to bounce. As of right now, Scotty, hopefully I can call you that, Scott Edwards, I'm not going to say you're wrong, but just the way this market is looking, I'm not liking it for a massive rebound. We are down to 0.3% on the session as of right now, and SPY 1.3, but I'm not saying it can't happen. But if you have these mags, sevens kind of just working against each other, one's kind of trading higher, and then some are selling, eventually they'll probably all just capitulate to the same direction. And as of right now, it looks like to the downside in that front. So keep that in mind. Apple looking to make some new lows. It rejected VWAP almost to the penny at 222.5. And then now making a test for the low a day. So keep that in mind. I'm not saying that the bounce can't happen, because as of right now, it does look like it's happening. But if you can catch a couple points on that, or even like a small percentage gain, if you're going to try to catch the bottom on that, I would just definitely lock in those gains, Scotty, and then just be like, hey, that was a nice little 0 DTE trade there, and I gained some extrinsic value on that front. So I don't hate that look, but I think in this market, and it being a Friday, to get those massive rebounds leading into the latter half of the session, it's going to be a little bit tough. So yeah, Scott, I know you're always in the chat, Scott. So anytime, man, anytime when I see you guys, that the consistent ones in the chat that are always asking questions and like say, hey, look at that. Yeah, you're going to be a priority. I'm definitely going to say what you guys are up to, because I appreciate it. And I like talking with you guys and seeing what you guys have potentially up for grabs as well too. So yeah, and 2NY Sen, I see you in there. So I've also noticed that the less time that your option has to reach your strike, the harder it is to get gains. When you are down on your option, even if it moves $1, but now down 5, that's bad. But I noticed that the less time that your option has to reach your strike. Yeah, that's what happens when you buy out of the money options, right? Because you're only extrinsically valuable. You have no in the money, or you have no intrinsic value. So again, if it's taking a long time for that option to go and hit your out the money strike, really, what it's doing is just chewing up that time value. Theta is chewing up the value of that contract because it has no in-the-money value. No one's going to exercise their option. For your example of 2cent NY and for the Amazon example, it's like, okay, yeah, you can buy those 205 calls that expire, but the chances of Amazon hitting 205 are fairly low. But what you can do is collect some intrinsic value, because if it doesn't reach 205, no one's going to exercise their option for a loss. So it's just going to expire worthless. But when you're so far out the money and you don't give yourself that much time and you're like, why aren't I gaining any value? It's, well, one, because probably your option took a long time to start appreciating, and then by the time it goes to get close to your strike price and even goes above your strike price, you're like, well, why haven't I made any money on this? It's because you paid for it and you only have extrinsic value on that contract. So at some point you need to realize your break even, and you need to get into a point where you need that asset, the underlying asset, to continue to appreciate significantly in order to become for it to become in the money. It's money investment. So yeah, so that's the case, guys. We'll talk a little bit of more options because I like pointing that out, but we're gonna send it off to Sharif with his interview.
All right, guys, we got Peter Schiff, Chief Economist and Global Strategist at Euro Pacific Asset Management. Peter, thank you for being on.
Oh, thanks for having me on, guys.
So lots happened lately. I'm sure you've obviously noticed we got an election, gold's made all-time highs, Bitcoin made all-time highs. A lot has been moving in this economy. So I want to congratulate you first on your call on gold. Does it continue to go up from here?
Well, it will, but since the election, it's gone in the other direction. It's been all Bitcoin. Bitcoin has gone above 90,000. Well, gold has pulled back below 2,600. So, we almost got to 2,800 before the election. And I think that had Harris won, gold would be quite a bit higher. Bitcoin would be a hell of a lot lower had Harris won. But, I always believed that Trump was going to win because I knew the economy was much worse than everybody was claiming. And it would be the economy that was going to define the election. And you look at the exit polls, and that was it. It was the economy, it's inflation, and people wanted a change. Unfortunately, they're not going to get a change in that respect. The economy is going to get worse. Inflation is going to get stronger. So the voters aren't going to get what they had hoped for. But right now, traders are on this Trump train, and so any stocks that are perceived to benefit from lower regulations, we may get some reduction in regulation. But, I don't think it's going to be as big a move as people might hope. But, there's certain stocks that are going to benefit. But certainly anything related to Donald Trump specifically, although Trump media hasn't actually done well since the election. But all the crypto trades, all the stocks related there, the overall stock market, which would benefit more from economic growth. The market's hit new highs, although it was hitting new highs before Trump was elected. It continues. Certain trades, people are betting on the reprivatization of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. I mean, ultimately, I don't think it happens, but it may. But in the meantime, a lot of people are going to want to bet that it will. So a lot of stuff, that it's just betting on what's going to happen with Trump. But, the bond market has been selling off. The dollar's been rising. And that's on the belief that we're going to have this strong economy under Trump, and there's going to be a little bit more inflation and higher interest rates, and supposedly that's good for the dollar and bad for gold. But I think the markets have it wrong. Trump inherited a weak economy. That's why he's president. It's going to get weaker. The rising interest rates are going to accelerate the weakness in the economy. They're going to keep rising. And then when we cut taxes, they're going to rise even more. And so, yes, you'll have this stimulus from the tax cuts, but you're going to have a sedative from the larger deficits that they help produce and the rising interest rates that are a consequence of that. I think ultimately the Fed is going to step up to try to stop the carnage in the bond market, and they're going to go back to QE in a big way. The markets aren't positioned for this. So I think this is a great buying opportunity in gold because, I think gold is going to rise with inflation. And I think, people should be selling into the dollar strength because ultimately inflation that gets worse and the Fed can't fight is not good for the dollar. I mean, it's by definition, it's destroying the dollar.
Okay, so I know you're a big advocate of getting the federal balance sheet under control. Too much spending, too much debt, especially very recently. But there is a bit of, let me put this to you. Is there a difference between tax cuts and new spending in the sense that does a tax cut help with productivity, whereas new spending is just inherently inflationary in one direction? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, if you're not going to cut spending, because remember, the real level of taxation in an economy is what the government spends. That's the tax. So if the government is spending $7 trillion, we have a $7 trillion cost to cover one way or the other. And so if they don't collect it in an income tax or a tariff or something like that, then they're going to borrow the money and we're going to have higher interest rates and more inflation. So we're going to pay for government by paying higher prices. Now, if you cut taxes in a way that stimulates investment, so I lower taxes and the money that would have been spent by the government is now invested in the private sector and growing the economy. I don't mean spent, but plant and equipment, things like that, that will make us more productive. But the offset is if the government just runs a bigger deficit, now the government has to tap into the capital markets to borrow that money. So it crowds it out. You don't really get the full effect. But the type of tax cuts that Trump is talking about, the biggest ones, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, no tax on tips. People earning tips are not going to be funding economic growth by making investments. They're going to go out and spend the money, right? They're broke. Their credit card is run up. So it's just pure spending. So it's inflationary because the government's not going to stop spending, but now people are going to spend more. The government's going to spend the same and borrow the difference. So those type of tax cuts that just fuel increased consumption in the private sector don't grow the economy. They just grow the debt. They just grow inflation. So that's really what we're likely to see as a result of the overall Trump tax cuts is just more inflation. And it may make the GDP look bigger, but that's only because we're measuring it with depreciated dollars. And the CPI never keeps pace with the actual rate of inflation. And the same thing happens with a GDP deflator. That's why, the voters know that they're so much worse off than they were when Biden took office, even though supposedly the economy has grown a lot and we've created all these jobs. The problem is the jobs we created were second and third jobs that people now are forced to take because they can't get by on one. And the reason it looks like the economy is bigger is because we're not deflating it enough with the deflator. I actually think that the economy is smaller now than it was when Biden took office, if you measure it in real money. I mean, if you measure it in the price of gold, clearly we're in a massive recession. If you try to look at what GDP is in gold terms versus what it was when Biden took office.
To ask you about a particular situation that could have unfolded that didn't. So we were hearing a lot from the Harris camp about taxation of unrealized capital gains. And that spooked a lot of people. Let's just say maybe Warren Buffett was selling a lot of his position because he wanted to realize the capital gains before that policy possibly came into effect. However, he's holding it in cash. He didn't decide to go into gold. Are there others, do you believe, that were piling into gold because of this risk?
Yeah, I think Buffett has, made a mistake by stockpiling cash instead of gold. But, Buffett, he may know, in his bones that he should be buying gold, but he doesn't want to send that message. I think he's a little bit, cognizant of what would happen if, Berkshire Hathaway was loading up on gold. So I just don't think he wants to send that message to the world that, hey, I'm so scared of the dollar that I'm passing up this 5% interest and I'm buying the yellow metal. But I have a feeling that he knows that he'd probably be better off in gold, but he's just not willing to make that statement, and so he's trying to stay in the dollar. But I think your point is an accurate one about the relief rally in that we dodged that bullet. I don't know how real the threat of a tax on unrealized capital gain was, right. A wealth tax in disguise. It's certainly unconstitutional, although the Constitution hasn't necessarily been a great barrier recently, because a lot of things that the government does are unconstitutional, but they get away with it. And so whether or not they would have been able to get away with a wealth tax, with an unapportioned wealth tax, is hard to say. But it certainly was a very scary tax for the market, because you just think about all these, significant investors who, started companies, like an Elon Musk. You start a company and you get in early, and now you've got billions and billions of unrealized gains. Yeah. I mean, Elon Musk is rich, but he's not that liquid. He may have a few $100 million in assets, but he doesn't have, a few $100 billion in assets. but he doesn't have 50 billion sitting in a checking account to pay a tax on those unrealized gains. So guys like that, how would they raise the money to pay their tax? Well, they got to sell their stock. They got to sell a lot of stock, and it wouldn't just be Elon Musk selling stock. Zuckerberg, or Mark Zuckerberg is selling stock, and Jeff Bezos is selling stock, and all these guys are selling stock. What's going to happen to the stock market? But of course, now what's going to happen to private businesses? Guys own a private company. They have no liquidity. How are they going to do that? I mean, are you going to have a fire sale on a bunch of, private businesses? I mean, so it would have been a disaster, an accounting disaster. I mean, there's a reason that the founding fathers made a tax like that unconstitutional, right? They don't want Americans to have to suffer. I mean, if the Constitution hadn't been amended, we wouldn't have an income tax either. We'd be much better off without an income tax. The framers didn't want the U.S. government with an income tax. In fact, we got the income tax in 1913 as a trade-off for the tariffs. They said, "Hey, we'll take away the tariffs on the working people, and we'll put these taxes on the rich, this little income tax." And that was a trade-off, and it was a rotten deal because the income taxes are so much higher than what they said, and they apply to just about everybody. In fact, in many cases, the middle class are paying higher marginal tax rates than a lot of people who are super wealthy. So it was another sense where it backfired on the public. But ever since we've got the income tax, the government is like 20 times larger than it was without the income tax. And I don't think there's any way the government could have grown this enormous, without that tax. And so if we opened up, another opportunity for the government to seize our wealth through a wealth tax, it would have funded an even bigger expansion of government. And so, for the moment, that threat is gone. And I don't see it arising at all during the Trump term. The question is, 4 years from now, when the economy is worse than it was when Trump took office, and they vote for change again, and now elect a Democrat who's probably even more radically left than Kamala Harris was, maybe under that administration, they might talk about it again.
All right, I got to ask you, obviously you brought up Elon Musk, so I got to put DOGE too, the Department of Government Efficiency. So him and Vivek Ramaswamy have been tasked with finding waste and bad spending in government. Let's add to that we'll see obviously what they're able to do after the mandate's up in about 2 years and a half. But with the tariffs, Peter, and combined with reining in spending, can that be offset by, or can that offset the tax cut that Trump plans to put ahead?
Well, first of all, the Department of Government Efficiency, which would be an oxymoron if we really had such a department, but it's all marketing. I mean, Donald Trump is a showman. I mean, that's how he made his living, right? He's a lot of entertainment. There is no Department of Government Efficiency. It's not a government department. Elon Musk is not in the president's cabinet. He's not, he's not the secretary of that department. It's a think tank. It exists completely outside of government. All it does is make recommendations of ways to cut government spending. We already have dozens of private organizations that are doing this. In fact, one of the things that Donald Trump ran away from on the campaign trail was this 2025 plan that was put out. What was it, Cato or Heritage? And it was a long blueprint of all the things that you can cut in government. And Donald Trump was like, no, I want nothing to do with that. No, I've never even seen that, right? Because he was afraid to embrace that because they wanted to attack him for all the programs he wanted to cut, right? So he's like, no, I got nothing to do with that plan. I mean, so what Elon Musk is going to propose is no different than what's already been proposed, right? I mean, you can find all kinds of ways to say, hey, we don't need this, we don't need this. But at the end of the day, none of it happens because nothing can be cut unless Congress votes to cut it, and they're not going to do it. First of all, almost half the Congress, even though the Republicans have the Senate, almost half the Congress are Democrats. To a man and woman, they will vote against any of that. So now you're going to need almost unanimous support from the Republicans, 98%. There's no way. Half the Republicans are rhinos, so you're never going to get it. You're not going to get 60 votes in the Senate. So nothing really is going to get cut. As far as firing government workers, good luck. I mean, the civil servant union is like the strongest union. You get a job in government, you're there for life. It's almost impossible to fire these guys, even for cause. And so, no, the only way you can get rid of them is you have to buy them out. You have to offer them, 2 or 3 years severance and hope they take the money, right? But that's a big cost in the short run. It will take years for that investment to pay off. You can just not hire anybody and kind of let the workforce shrink a bit by attrition. But that cost savings is so small compared to the revenue that's going to be lost through the tax cuts, not just the new tax cuts, but the extension of the old Trump tax cuts and the expansion of those cuts, because now he wants to bring the full SALT deduction back and he wants to lower the corporate rate even further. So we're going to have bigger deficits in Trump's second term. Biden, I just mentioned earlier today, the national debt just took out $36 trillion for the first time today. So Biden has now added, I think, $8.2 trillion to the debt in less than 4 years. So that broke Trump's record, which was $7.8 trillion. He had the record until Biden. But government spending and deficits went up a lot under Trump, even before COVID. So the combination of these tax cuts, mostly that are Keynesian stimulus type tax cuts, right, where you don't tax Social Security benefits, they spend more money, right? Most people who are living on Social Security, they're not saving for their old age anymore. I mean, they're in their old age. They're spending that money, right, on products they didn't help produce and mostly are going to be imported. So our trade deficits, which are already at record highs, are going to set even more records. And yes, we're going to slap tariffs on Americans who buy imports, and they're going to pay those tariffs, and they're going to use their tax cuts to pay tariffs. But the net effect of all the tax hikes and tax cuts, I think, is a bigger deficit and higher inflation.
All right, let's talk about those tariffs, because I think they're important. Now, you've been out of the American market. You felt that, the American stock market was overpriced. You've been focusing really on the international markets. Does tariffs, or the imposition of tariffs, does that hurt American companies? Is it now time to look abroad?
Well, ever since Trump won, the U.S. stocks have gone way up and the foreign markets have gone down, especially if you price them in U.S. dollars, because we've had, a strong dollar. But if you understand tariffs, and obviously Trump doesn't understand tariffs, right? And he must be being advised by people who don't understand tariffs or who are just don't want to level with him. But tariffs always hurt the most the nation that imposes them, right? Because what you're doing is you're driving up prices on, imported goods. And so Americans now have to pay higher prices to consume those goods, or they don't consume them at all because they can't afford them. With less competition coming in from abroad, U.S. companies can raise their prices higher than they otherwise would have been. And so the Americans suffer because before the tariffs, they were benefiting from trade. They were benefiting from comparative advantage. I mean, if I could buy something cheaper from China, well, I'm going to buy it. And if the government says, no, you can't, well, now I have to pay more money for it from somebody else, or I can't buy it at all because I can't afford it anymore. We don't even make it here. So, yes, there are going to be some foreign companies that are hurt, companies that are going to sell fewer products to the U.S., they'll be hurt. Now, what are they going to do with those products? They're going to sell them to other customers in other countries for maybe a little bit less money than they were going to get selling them to Americans. But that's a huge benefit for those consumers in those other countries who now get a good deal. They don't have to compete with Americans anymore because we're out of the market. So you're going to have winners from our tariffs, but they're outside the United States. They're not inside the United States. We lose. It's like you're shooting yourself in the foot with the tariffs. Trump put tariffs on, heavy tariffs, during his first term. And our trade deficit was much higher when he left office than it was when he came into office. So the tariffs didn't work from that perspective. He promised to lower the deficit, trade deficits, and they went in the other direction. And the other problem with tariffs is they can make American exporters less competitive if their key imported components are a lot more expensive, and they eat the tariffs. And maybe that Trump will give exporters a credit for the tariffs they paid on the way in, or something like that, to maintain some competitiveness. But it's not going to work. It's not going to raise enough revenue. to offset the tax cuts. It's not going to restore our global competitiveness. Their deregulations will help. I mean, that's more important than tariffs. But we actually need a lot less government spending. We need to free up a lot of resources that would go from consumption to production, and that's not going to happen. So I think the markets have this wrong. And the other impact that tariffs could have on the dollar, because people think tariffs are good for the dollar, they're actually not. Because if America starts importing less because the prices are so much higher, we can't afford it, foreigners might feel that, okay, well, there's less incentive for us now to try to prop up the dollar because we're not earning as many as we were. We're trading more with other countries, and so the dollar, isn't used as much if they're not dealing it with it in the U.S. And so the dollar could go down because it's now less important in global trade, and China might start focusing on other countries where it is selling its goods and the currencies it's earning over there. So, there already was a move out of the dollar, and I would think tariffs would just accelerate that to the extent that, hey, we can't even trade with these guys anymore because of the tariffs. Why are we beating our brains out to prop the currency up that we're not even earning?
Yeah, which is really interesting because Donald Trump has made it very clear that he wants the dollar a little bit lower for exactly that reason to increase.
Well, he wants the dollar lower, but he also wants everybody holding it as the reserve currency.
Right.
He doesn't want people getting out of the dollar. He says, if I see you getting out of the dollar, I'm going to slap you with 200% tariffs. Right? He wants to, but then he says, I want everybody to hold the dollar, but I want the dollar to go down. So in other words, he wants everybody to hold our dollar and then lose. It's like, well, if you're telling me you want a lower dollar, then why should I hold on to it? You're telling me get rid of it because if I hold it, it's going to go down. So the two positions don't jive with one another. They conflict.
All right, guys, interesting stuff and scintillating as always. Peter Schiff, Chief Economist and Global Strategist at Euro Pacific Asset Management. Thank you so much for being on.
All right, take care.
Yeah, great stuff from Sharif there, guys. It's important stuff to know what's going on with the overall economy, and especially with the president-elect Trump coming in, how that's going to affect the economy as well, too. So just keep that in mind, guys, because it's important because as traders, we know that everything, especially from an economic standpoint, can affect the overall markets. So to keep an eye on those things is extremely important. Totally subjective, but again, it's good to know. The more you know, the better. The more conviction or whatever, the more education, the more knowledge you have on these topics, it can actually reflect your trading as well too. So I mean, it's a great interview by Sharif there, and I mean, I mentioned this before. It's subjective again. I know some people are just saying, well, I disagree. Well, that's the whole point. If everybody had agreed on the same thing, then we'd all be robots, right? So that's why you need different opinions in different aspects, and it's good to get a good look on gold and how he perceives it, and on the dollar as well too. So I really enjoyed that one. That was greatly done, fantastically done by Sharif. So guys, yeah, we're gonna get back into a little stock talking because I know you guys are eager to do so. So tell me what you guys are looking at there. I'm over here looking at IBIT. We're starting to recover nicely, sitting around $51 here on the session, up about 2.45% on the day, which is fantastic. So I did add a little bit more. I didn't get the best price on my ad, guys, for the LT or the swing trading account, I should say. But I mentioned this before, and I'll bring it up again. Yeah, there's ink, totally. So, and that's how it is. So take it as you will. But with that, we're going to talk about some underlying assets, and that's Bitcoin. Again, I do think we chop around in this area a little bit here until we sit up on top of this range. One thing that I'm looking for here is that we're going to look for this open above this range, and then we're going to look for the continuation of this primary trend that we've been putting in just time and time again there. So we'll pull up a longer term chart there and see what's going on. I know someone, what was it? Yeah, someone asked me in the chat, it slipped my mind what you asked me to do for you. If you can bring that back up, and I told you I was going to do it, but now I forget what I told you I was going to do. So just remind me there quickly what you were looking at and what you wanted me to analyze, and we'll try to do our best. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Great job, Sharif. It's absolutely fantastic. you asked some of the great questions, the right questions at that. So much appreciated for that time there. So we had to enjoy it. How was it for you, Brett, my friend?
Man. I mean, obviously he's a highly intelligent individual, and if you've ever listened to his podcast before, he's a person that's very convicted in his views, especially with respect to debt. Like government debt, that's what I'm talking about, especially with respect to the dollar. He's a big believer in gold. I'm sure you guys already knew about that. I want to ask him about crypto and the relative trade, or the arb trade possibly between gold and crypto, but we were running out of time there. But such an insightful individual. But, you know, I mean, it's tougher sometimes because all of us most of us are long these stocks in the long-term account. And when you have such a bleak picture of the future of the economy, it's sometimes mentally it's a little bit tough to wrap your mind around that kind of thing. So it's interesting stuff, no question about it. I definitely am one of the individuals who follows what he says. Just on a macro level, but yeah, that's basically it, Joe. I'm almost done setting up, so if I can just send it back.
Yeah, absolutely. Send it back to me at any time because we have Senior Mr. M asking me to look at, is APP overbought? Could this come down? Let's see here. Let's see. I'm not too familiar with this Apovalin Corp. Not familiar with these guys. Never heard of them before. I'll maybe look into the overview on them here briefly as well too. But let's talk some technicals. Well, I pulled this up quickly. I mean, it's looking good. And you know, guys, it's the same thing over and over again. You know you're gonna get the nod from me. When you have volume kind of supporting your thesis there, all right? So, Sharif, 1 second there.
Take your time.
Yeah, absolutely. You're good to go there. So, AppLovin Corporation provides application technology platform. AppLovin, the company operates through two segments, software platform and apps. Its software platform is primarily made up of 4 key solutions, such as app discovery, Max, a lot of app work there, okay? So I'm not too familiar with them, sitting on a 95 billion market cap. But again, if you can tell me what happened here, then that would be fantastic. But as of right now, you're going to get a nod from, I don't know if it's over, well, I could say that it's overbought, but how the street perceives this is totally, again, only time will tell on that front. But again, just be aware of this consolidation thing. You have this big gap up here. We'll zoom out a little bit to see what it's been doing. And I don't know if this is going to be justified, but you see this massive amount of volume stepping in, and then the volatility on these candle prints are drastically larger than what they were here before. So something big happened right here that I'm not aware of, and that made this volatility increase, and now we're slowly consolidating. But when you have such a strong move like that, I wouldn't be too quick to short it until you have a definitive signal as an island gap or an isolated pivot with an isolated volume signature that says, hey, I'm ready to be shorted. But as of right now, the way I'm looking at this as a potential consolidation before we take another leg up, I could be totally wrong. I could be so wrong. But if I'm looking to continue into something into strength and I see this, as soon as this opens up in a range up around here and looks to take another leg higher, I'm looking to participate. So that's my look on APP. I don't know if it's definitely overbought. I'm not going to look at the RSI on it or anything, but can it continue to the top side? Absolutely. What do you got going on there?
Bro, I mean, I can't stop but laugh every time I see the name of this company. AppLovin?
AppLovin.
All I'm thinking is McLovin, bro.
McLovin. One of the greatest movies.
Superbad?
Yeah,
one of the best.
I think
It's
they don't
like
make them like that
generation.
anymore, right? That is a generational movie.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
Love
So
that.
yeah, like I mentioned Napoleon Dynamite not too long ago too.
That's
so
another sick one too.
Uncle
Go for
Rico.
Pedro,
Yeah,
Uncle Rico living
Uncle
in
Rico.
the dream in his own mind,
he's in
bro.
his own world. He might be
In the
one of the best.
Eve.
Yeah, he's like, I used to throw a pigskin a quarter mile.
It's like, you're delusional,
He's
bro.
as delusional as it gets. Might be one of the best characters of all time. That's Uncle
Love
Rico.
that.
So yeah.
Anytime I see that on TV, I will stop and at least
Yeah,
watch like
of
15,
course,
20
of
minutes.
course,
man.
of
It's
course.
an OG movie.
It's
Love
OG,
it.
and same with so Superbad was in my high school prime, right? So like we just me and my friends group absolutely love that movie, and we still watch it. I think it's absolutely
It
fantastic.
rang true because like they're trying to get alcohol.
Yeah,
Let's call a spade a
it's
spade,
as true as
okay?
it
Let's
gets,
call a spade
right?
a spade,
Yeah, exactly. So it's definitely
All right. Just want to shout out the smiled one. He is Big Kyle Burdett. Thank you very much, my man, for the $10 super chat. Reads as follows. For everyone in the chat, listen to all sides on things, even if you disagree. Consume and form your own opinions. From my experience, when something fires me up in disagreement, I need to look deeper. Wiser words were never spoken. Maybe they were, who knows, but that is wise. Anyway, thank you, Big Spile, for that comment. I think that's absolutely accurate and apt description. If something's firing you up, then you must have real strong convictions the other way. And by definition of having strong convictions, does it put the blinders on to the other side? I think you bring up a solid point. Thank you for putting that. I don't agree with everything he says either. So, but I'm willing to listen. Shout out to the Spiled one. Rivian, millionaire, calling him Boober. Come on, bro. Pilot Josh saying preach. Anyway, guys, you may disagree with what Peter Schiff has to say, but we can all agree that he's a pretty intellectual individual. So let's have a look, guys. So it looks like I should have stayed in that TQQQ short because we did continue to bleed to the downside. And from what I'm seeing right now, I don't know if the blood's going to stop or the bleeding, is going to stop. We're below 20,500. And since we dropped below 25,500, we're now using it as a level of resistance. Look at the umpteen amount of 5-minute candles that have been using 20,500 as the resistance. So it looks like, we're continuing to range here, but we're ranging below key technical levels. Case in point, that 500-point area. In addition, it's the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So I'm not bullish at all on any of the Mag 7 right now. I'll be looking short. Now, what's setting up for a good short? Let's have a look. Well, if you got in on Apple on VWAP, good on you, because you got a double top right there, right at that 225.5. And where's it at now? Oh, 224.5. So you'd be printing this right here, a dollar club. Good look on, or the short on AAPL. Now, what else is setting up? I'm having a look at Nvidia, and Nvidia just weaseled into that 142 in other words, and not just that 142 level, but it's also the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. So let's have a look. Did Nvidia respect the 20 exponential today? Yes, the answer to that is yes. You have a double top right here at $11, and then down we go. However, let me take off my confirmatory bias glasses and say that this might not just have been a 20 exponential retracement. It was also the bottom end of the range since we opened. So we dropped and then we consolidated sideways, with the low end of that consolidation being, you guessed it, at 143.50, the same area where we double top. So it might not have been the 20, or it might have been in addition to that level of resistance. So I'm interested here on the monster Nvidia. What I'll do is I'll take the first red candle, the first 5-minute red candle, to make a new low on a closing basis. That's what I'm going to do right now with the monster Nvidia. Maybe we can bleed down into 140 and then it'll be a long. Who knows? So I'm going to keep my eye right now. Currently, we have a higher low on this red candle, so I don't want to be quick to jump into it. I need to see a lower low and a lower high, getting it on the back end, as my friend Neil likes to say. We'll see exactly how this one sets up. And then, we'll pull the trigger if warranted. Joseph, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm actually, Rivian Millionaire just mentioned something, so I had to take a look at it. He was just talking to me about some VIX calls. I'm looking at some OI on the options chain, and we have a lot of open interest here, sitting around 15 on the VIX. So I'll have to look a little bit into that. I didn't trade any Rivian, but I mean, hey, it's not a bad look there, especially when you have these topic signals. So if you had those calls, then congratulations to you. Nice work on there. I'm going to look more into that VIX there on the options chain for you a little bit in a bit. But again, you're not wrong. You definitely profited a bit. You definitely profited on that trade if you did take those VIX calls at the bottom. And I mean, it's at a definitive level, so that's a good buy there, I think, Rivian. So nice call on the VIX there, because with the downtrend and the market slowly selling off, we're going to get those increase in premiums, and with that comes the increase in volatility. With that also is the fear index, so the VIX is on the rise on that front. So yeah, really good point, guys. I was looking to get into some IBIT here as well too. Unfortunately, I missed my entry. I would have liked to get in around 50.84s. I'm not going to chase it up here. So let's wait and see if we can get a pullback to 51s or 51 and 95s. And then we're going to definitely get into into that as well too. So we'll take a trade on iBet if it decides to pull back. So we're consolidating in this range. We have about a 25-cent range, 30-cent range here that it's consolidating in. So let's see if we can decide that we're going to take another leg higher, which I think it's almost inevitable. We talked a lot of Bitcoin today, and I said I think we need to wait for a candle to open on top of that daily range in order for us to take a leg higher. Slightly exhausted, so let some accumulation occur on that front, and then we're going to take a look on that as well too, because I told you before, if it does decide to take a leg higher, I'm going to look to participate on that. So that's an absolutely good look. You guys know what's high, and I think the more experience you get within trading, you just want to stick to what's hot and just avoid something that's not. And Elon, I know you're gonna hate me for this one here. Okay, so here. Okay, guys, hold on. iBet, I'm going to get a little bit of a beak wetter here in iBet. Okay. Yeah, because we are starting to sit on top of that range. I like this here. We have a higher open there on that candle. So on that front, I'm going to look to get in a little bit. Nothing crazy, because if it does decide it wants to pull back, I don't want to have too much size on there.
What do you look?
So we're gonna hold on to that there. Yeah, BTC, go. Someone's mentioning Uber. We'll take a look at Uber as well too. So I'm in that. But again, the mags are slowly starting to crawl over again. Amazon looking to go and test the potential low a day. It's still a little bit off at about 50 cents or so, 70 cents. Down 4% on the session, which is a tough day for Amazon on that front. And then Apple is about 1.5% on the day. And then again, we're still sitting around the same on the SPY and the Q. So keep that in mind. But as of right now, so yeah, that's why I shouldn't have bought the top of this range here, guys. It's a good thing I didn't put too much size on, because I do think we get a little bit of a pullback as volume starts to step in on the lower time frame. So we got to be wary of that. And I don't have too much space to give this. So 51, we're out of this one. And then I think from that standpoint, we can 100% get a better price on iBet, Sharif.
I'm looking at Nvidia, and I'm looking at Palantir. The Katina man just sat down, and I asked him what he was looking at, and he's like, look, I just got into Palantir, and I took a quick glance to see where it was trading, and it was defending the volume-weighted average price. So now we've got a higher low and possibly an area defend. What area? That 63.50. Why is that important? Have a look. We topped out there. So yeah, you're going to get a breach of the area on a quick wick basis. It's a $60 name. It's trading a zillion shares on the day. So it's going to have some volatility. It's going to breach those levels. That's normal. So this one's curling back up. I'm interested in Palantir at these levels. As a long, I'm interested in Nvidia if it can make a new low below that 141. Let's say 2/3, maybe even that half on the closing basis. I like it there, but it's still putting in higher lows. So I don't want to get cut up on this one by trying to jump the gun a little bit too early. Here's Palantir. Let's jump into this one right now. I'm going to have to give it room. I'm going to have to give it to the 50 penny area. Let's set up some beak wetters to see if this one wants to continue to ascend. We take some off the table. So PLTR long. I'm looking for Nvidia short, but Nvidia is not setting up short yet. It's still putting in a higher low candle on the 5-minute. That ain't the look. Bang! Two outs here on PLTR. The Katina man sits down, and he's already giving good trades out. So we're gonna set up some more beak wetters here, Joseph, into that $64 level. Let's see what we get. What are you looking at, my man?
Oh, dude, as soon as I entered this Uber trade, I was looking at an Uber short. It just squeezed, like literally the second I stepped into the trade, it squeezed on me. So that is ugly. So you know what we're gonna do with that one?
Yes,
See you later, Gator. We want no business. Someone in the chat mentioned Uber, and I was like, I kind of like this price action. We're forming lower highs here, and we have this flat bottom. So let's see. I'm gonna have to wait and see for volume to step in order for me to get into this again. But as of right now, that was an ugly, ugly squeeze that I got caught in right there for 10 cents. Wasn't crazy on size or anything, but again, that's not something that I wanted to see. I wanted to see a little bit of a breakdown in volume to step in that, yeah, exactly, get down. But in this case, it did not want to do that. So see you later, Uber. I'll be taking Lyft home. I'll be taking Lyft home from the Raptors game tonight after that occurrence. So that's what you get
tonight, by the way.
The Detroit Pistons.
Oh, okay.
The Detroit Pistons. So yeah, we'll see what's going on there. We went to a game. My girlfriend and I went to a game earlier in the year.
This year, please ignore my ignorance. I don't really follow.
No. I have no idea either. I'm not the biggest basketball guy either. I think Masai Ujiri, he's done fantastic things, but he held on to the old core a little bit too long. So now we're in a rebuild stage. I don't know if Dwayne Casey's still the head coach of Detroit, but I watched them play the Phillies the other day,
good call.
or Philadelphia. So yeah, guys, I'm still looking in this. Let's go back to iBid here because I think that's a little bit more entertaining than what's it called? Than Uber. I'll send it off to Sharif while I
Yeah,
set up
absolutely.
here.
I want to read what the OG in the chat, Jay Lee, wrote. Sharif, Joe, Kyle, and others. Shift's gold fund for the last 5 years did very poorly compared to actual gold, which doubled from 1,400 to 2,800. Just FYI. Interesting. Oh, thank you for letting me know that, Jay. Didn't really have a look at his gold fund. What I did really look at, though, was his propensity to want to invest in foreign equities rather than in domestic American equities. And the reason is he just feels that they're overpriced. And so he's looking for a big correction. So, I want to mention what I did on this trade. I'm very proud of it. Thank you to Katina Man for pointing this out. We took 20 pennies quick as you like, got in 82, took some out there at, where did I took it out? 8s. Now I'm setting up at 10s. Let's see if this one can break and take 64. Because right now it's having trouble with 64. Somebody's $1 in the money and I want to hear about it.
Well, we're 7 on Tesla.
7 Tesla.
80 cents on Palantir.
80 cents on Palantir.
SMCI.
Say SMCI, 80 cents on SMCI, 80 cents on SMCI. Is that a long or short?
We're long.
Short.
Morning,
1850 short from the morning.
Palantir is 63.15.
63.15. He literally has the bottom. So it's coming into my entry over here, Katina Man. So what I'm going to decide to do right now is to see what it does with 70. So we're going to risk a little bit of 20 pennies or so. If it breaks 70, I'm gone. And then you know where I'm going to wait? I'm going to wait at VWAP, that 63.50. If it weasels down into 63.50 and then pops back up, I'll be absolutely interested in getting in. But it's going to have to hold above that 63.70. So that's exactly what we're going to do right now. We're going to read that ad in a second, Ram, as soon as I put in my stop on this bad boy. So we're going to sit over here, and we're going to do just like that. And now I've got to... Oh, there. Ooh. 10 more seconds? All right. She's a tough cookie. She disparaged me today, Katina, man, because, yes, you want to know why? The Chilean Nightmare has this clock. It's kind of the ad read clock on one of his screens. So I was like, Fabian, that's a great idea. You know, you can see when you can tell me to do the hit. She's like, yeah, it doesn't work with you, though. I'm like, why would I do? She's like, you don't listen to the... Yeah. Ram's, she's a highly demanding individual. So that's kind of the way that works. And it's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
Fine. Oh, wow.
Oh, she's on the 1s and 2s now. Oh, that's trouble. Ad read now. Did you hear that, Joseph? You heard that, Joseph.
Yes, sort of.
All right, guys, let's pay some bills. We're talking about trade the pool. Ever wish you could trade without risking your own savings? With Trade the Pool, you can trade real shares using company capital, meaning you're not risking your own funds. And here's how it works. You choose the evaluation according to the account size that you'd like to manage. You've got from $20,000 to $260,000 in buying power. Once you meet their profit target, you become a funded trader, and you start trading with Trade the Pool's capital. And what's the best part? You keep up to 80% of the profits. It's a game changer, especially for traders looking to bypass the PDT rule and access capital without the usual hurdles. So if you're interested, head on over to tradethepool.com and check it out. You'll see exactly why traders are loving it. So you got to do that. Every time they say loving it, I'm just like...
Are you a McDonald's? Yeah, you're not a McDonald's guy. I don't know why I asked that.
She's like, we're making a lot of McDonald's jokes.
So one of us.
And we're not getting her any McDonald's.
Yeah, one of us owes it, she said. So we'll have to play rock, paper, scissors. That's
Lizard
2 out of
Spock.
3 on that one.
You ever hear about rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock?
No. That's crazy.
You probably haven't.
What is it? I know
so
it's
decisive.
I know it's Spock.
Yeah.
Right,
Lizard
but
Spock.
what's the lizard?
It's a Big Bang Theory thing. They're like, because there's only 3 possible
Big Bang.
outcomes for rock, paper, scissors, so they want to add a couple more to increase the likelihood we would tie.
Yeah,
right? Because a lot of people tie, right?
All right.
So
Lizard.
Joseph.
Wow.
Joseph,
Don't get me
you
started.
Got wax on this.
No,
man.
okay. So you know what, guys?
Before you go on, let me introduce you. So Joseph is an amateur boxer. He was boxing as an amateur before. He knows the sport. It's like, I love the sport, but I never boxed in the way that he did. And you have some thoughts about the fight that's coming up. Let us know.
Yeah. You know what? I think it speaks a lot on the type of character that Jake Paul is. I mean, he is a showman. I don't love the fight. I know if you were to put me in there, against an amateur 60-year-old, it would not be a good time for the opponent. Don't get it twisted. Jake Paul is a real fighter. The kid can fight. He is a real fighter. So I think that kind of diminishes the class a little bit. And I'm not a fan of the fight at all. So, I mean, Jake Joseph Paul, that is his name. I mean, it's not like he's listening to me or anything. I don't like the fight. I think this kind of hurts your legacy because you are essentially beating up an old man who hasn't fought in a long time.
And you brought up a good point. Remember the fight with Roy Jones?
Yeah,
like
and
Roy
he
Jones
looks stiff, man. Yeah. I'm not saying he looked good. I was watching some of his warm-ups. Mike looked good, all right? He looked loose. He looked like he was ready to go. But mind you, I don't know how many rounds the fight is because I wasn't going to invest that much time into it. But there's no way it's going to be a 12-round fight. It won't last that long. There's no way it's going to last that long.
Sean says he feels the opposite.
You like the idea of it?
Who else can he fight?
What do you mean?
He's fighting one of two Hall of Fame. Name two of the most famous boxers of all time.
Mike Tyson.
So, no, I just think Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson, right? Those are the two biggest names in boxing. This guy's choosing to fight the only one he possibly could.
Years ago.
Yeah, you know, but is that his fault though?
No, 1,000%.
I mean, Joe, honestly, most amateurs would get waxed by Mike Tyson right now.
So why wouldn't? Okay, so speaking in prime, why wouldn't he fight Tyson Fury right now?
He did already.
He's a heavyweight.
But he fought his brother. I think he should fight Fury again after this. I mean, look,
not Tommy Tyson, the older brother, the real heavyweight.
No, but Mike Tyson. Jake Paul is not. But Jake Paul is not a professional fighter. You just said that, right?
No, he is. He's everything. He is a professional fighter, 1,000%.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah, 1,000%. He's a professional.
I mean, would Fury fight him?
Would Tyson?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely, Tyson Fury would fight him because he would rinse him. That's a quick paycheck for Tyson Fury.
No. I don't think he would do. I think people are scared. I think people are worried about ruining their own legacies against Jake Paul.
Ooh, that's a valid point.
That's actually
because
both of you guys.
See, the thing is though, I'm not saying he's a bad boxer. I think he's a fantastic boxer. He's just fighting the wrong opponent.
But who's he supposed to? Yeah, but the thing is like he's not even ranked. But Jake Paul's not ranked. Like he can't just go in and fight for a WBC title.
No, you gotta fight. You gotta start fighting, building that ladder in order to fight for the WBC or the lineal or the WBA and other titles. But he's just fighting. Mike Tyson was
smoking weed a year ago, doing absolutely nothing. Now he's gonna get the biggest paycheck. He's getting $20 million. Jake Paul is gonna make $40 million. And by the way, Jake Paul also is doing something for women's boxing that nobody's ever even come close.
I'm not questioning the opponent. He's doing great things for boxing. He's putting boxing on the map again.
Otherwise, nobody was watching boxing.
But he should not be fighting Mike Tyson, a 60-year-old man.
But it's not. But he's doing it for Tyson, though. That's the thing you don't like. That's
he's not. He's doing it to gain more viewers. He's doing it for his own gain. He's not doing it for Mike Tyson.
Dude, Jake Paul is worth tens of millions of dollars.
Said in my ear that Tyson keeps saying that he wants.
Of course, he wants to do it. He's a savage. He's a savage. He's a genuine monster. He's a
so is Jake Paul.
Killer. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying that, but if you want to be, he wants to be a champion. You're not going to become a champion fighting Mike Tyson. You got to start fighting ranked opponents, as you mentioned. Totally. The kid is a real fighter. Do not get it twisted.
Boxing is entertainment.
It is absolutely total entertainment. I don't like the fight. Final point. I think he should be fighting some.
Largest grossing, the largest watch, the biggest.
It's not going to be bigger than Conor McGregor and Floyd Mayweather.
It will be way bigger, maybe double.
I want to ask a quick question, boys.
Okay, all right.
This is the biggest. This is going to be the biggest watched fight of all time.
So, Katina, man, is it pay-per-view on Netflix? Do I have to add, or is it part of my package?
You cannot. there is not one thing on Netflix that you have to add.
Oh, because the Zone, like I pay,
Oh, DAZN
and then they've
is,
got like pay-per-views that I have to pay extra for on DAZN, which drives me crazy.
I'm not even sure Jake Paul's gonna win. I'm just saying like what he's doing
gonna
is.
win. I think he
You
wins.
think he's gonna win?
Yeah, I think he wins.
I mean, Vegas has him as the odds-on
yeah,
favorite.
right?
dude, he's a 27-year-old kid who's in his prime, an absolute prime, and he's knocking real fighters out.
Is he though? I mean, he knocked out Anderson Silva, UFC fighter.
He knocked down Anderson Silva. He
Right.
beat Platinum Mike Perry, the bare
No,
knuckle
he beat
boxing.
that Mike Perry guy was also. I think that guy's also like 75 years old. I mean,
Mike
the thing is, these
Perry's
guys,
is 30.
these guys are. He's a bare knuckle fighter. That guy. No, but he is. That Mike Perry's a bare knuckle champion.
He's a bare knuckle champion right now. He beat Tyron Woodley twice, knocked him out.
Tyron
cold the
Woodley,
second
come
time.
on.
I mean, but he's fighting legitimate dudes. He lost to Tommy
I just
Fury,
wonder-
sure. But again, I just don't think it's the right fight.
It's a spectacle. Yeah, but I mean,
It's
I don't think Jake
entertainment.
Paul. I don't think Jake Paul's trying to become world. I mean, he will try to
wanted
become
to.
world champion, but I don't. He's not that kind of a boxer.
He can't.
He's not a
There's
world champion.
There's no way he could become a cruiserweight, light heavyweight, or a heavyweight champion at all. There's zero chance.
Knocked out Nate Robinson.
Yeah, he knocked out Nate. Poor Nate. Like, end of conversation. Back to
Sorry,
trading.
Ram
All right,
Ram.
man. Hey,
Ram
man.
Ram's getting very upset.
Hey,
so
man.
I want to talk about my trade because I'm really proud of it. 50
all right,
pennies in the
come back.
money here on NVDA. We took this monster short exactly like I said. I needed that first 5-minute dang candle to make a new low on a closing basis. We got short at 82s. I've wet my beak all the way here down into the low 30s, and now I'm setting up at the $0.25. NVDA 142. 20 period exponential rejection, not retracement. So now let's see, can we bleed more? Can we bleed into the dollar? I've got a couple of more outs on this bad boy. I want to see if I want to print on them. So NVDA down 3.65% today, but let me tell you, mostly everything in Mag 7 world is down. In fact, I believe everything is except for the Cybertruck itself. The only one that's in greenery right now, up 2%, but well off its highs. It's about how much off its highs? $7 or $8 off the high. So Nvidia getting a bit of a bounce now. And let's call a spade a spade. So I want 141, but I may not get 141. Why? Because this is the area trough right here. So if you are to say that we could possibly weasel up maybe into the volume weighted average price on the future, or at least back into 20,500, we're about 50 points below that right now. Well, then this maintains itself as a higher low. And then now what I'm looking for is a break and take of that 142.25 on a closing basis, and I'll get long on Nvidia. But I'm not gonna, otherwise it just consolidates and bores me to death, which really is not Nvidia's modus operandi. Anyway, it doesn't usually consolidate a whole lot. So I got a couple of beak wetters left on this bad boy. One already posted at the $0.25. The other one I'm going to reserve for that 141 pop and drop. So we'll see exactly if we get it and what the situation is. Now, let me tell you about another trade that's manifesting over here. TSLA. Why? Because it's at VWAP, right? So I want to see what this does at VWAP. Now, the other side of that coin is it's had mixed respect today for VWAP. Here's what I mean. So right at 10:15, we dip, we pop right through, we drop, right through VWAP on a 4-candle basis. No respect for VWAP there. Then the tune changes at 5 to 11 right over here at 10:55. We dip right into VWAP, and look what we do. We make the nice, Wayne. We get right back into that high of the day at 324 2/3. Now we're at VWAP again. However, we're still putting in lower highs, lower lows. It's still a bit of a downward channel, VWAP or not. Let's see what TSLA does here. I like TSLA above 321 on a break and take. Now, I don't think we get that kind of momentum today, especially with the market bleeding in the way that it is right now. So I'm all eyes and ears and everything else to see what TSLA wants to do. It's giving you scalps. Like, I mean, if you had a resting order at VWAP at 317.50, you're $1.50 in the money. No, you're $1 in the money, right? Because we're printing 318, 60s, 70s, now almost 80s. So if you're looking to scalp Tesla, the scalp is there. But yeah, I didn't set up for that one. So that's my look there. And that is a look. Back to NVDA, Joseph, coming back into my area. Not one penny of this is going to go against me. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm over here looking at Kyle Burdett's super chat, $5 super chat. Thank you. Tyson said he is fighting for his kids because they have never seen him fight. Puts on Jake Joseph Paul. All right.
Is there betting markets on that? Like,
absolutely. But I think Sean was saying that Jake's still the favorite. Yeah, heavy. So he's like minus. Right? Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, hey, one thing I would like to see, Sean, coming up next is if he beats Mike, when he beats Mike, is he going to fight Canelo, and will Canelo ever accept that fight? Because that is a fight where you want to see. And I mean, the kid had a tough time beating Tommy Fury. I'm not discrediting him as a fighter. He's a great fighter. He's fantastic. He would knock me out cold. But I mean, hey, again, I just think. Okay, but guys, we're holding over here in IBIT. It's just grinding around, just chopping around a little bit. Take a little bit more of a loss here than what I was expected. So we're gonna hold and see if we can get back to maybe break even. If it decides to continue to want to move, then that will be nice. So market's starting to slowly pull back now. Apple's pulling back in now. Qs are slowly coming off the lows of the day. Same with SPY. And so we'll take a look at that. But we're talking some IBIT, and Adara's going to talk to us about some crypto.
Get it, Adara.
Thank you there, Sharif, for the encouragement. I also just want to remind you guys, speaking of Sharif, you can see him on the green screen in about an hour. He's going to be standing there gesticulating wildly while Sean and Obi go over the top 5 tickers of the day. But how do we get these tickers? You have to vote in the chat. Exclamation point join, space, $, and whatever stock you're looking at. You have until 150 to get that vote in there. So let's talk a little bit here about Ripple, because Ripple has been on a tear as of late. This is the daily chart. So as you can see here, benefiting from that election pop, as are a lot of names. But Ripple, as we had a lot of weakness in crypto across the board, XRP just kept pushing higher. There have been some comments here from Brad Garlinghouse, that's the CEO here of Ripple, and he's actually published this tweet saying that he believes that the US is the future of the cryptocurrency. You think this is going to be the crypto capital of the world? Also, apparently putting some comments on Twitter here with regards to Gary Gensler, saying that he thinks Gary Gensler is going to be out of here. There was some speculation based on some comments Gary Gensler made at a recent SEC meeting that he's planning on stepping down, but that's not been confirmed. Anyways, it also makes a little bit of sense here that Brad Garlinghouse would be a little bit opposed to Gary Gensler because, you know, the SEC and Ripple have had a little bit of a tiff in the past. So regardless, nice look here in XRP, just some context around that move to the upside. Also in the move to the upside is Bitcoin, though it has pulled back a little bit here from highs. We did make new all-time highs this week, once again at that 93.5 level. Now again, a little bit of a topping tail candle here, but nothing super significant. Currently trading around $89,000 for the largest cryptocurrency. But it's worth noting too, we talked a lot about this. I know Michael Noss talked about this pattern in the weekly chart. We had this rounded bottom. Now it looks like we might be rounding once again. When do the all-time highs end for Bitcoin? Who knows? But we are only, as of right now, just about 11,000 points away from the 100,000 mark that everyone's looking at. Chart still looking pretty bullish for BTC, guys.
I like that. I like that to end at
Joseph, your conventional stance?
Yeah. I'm not worth it. No, I'm not worth it.
I'm orthodox, right?
Yeah.
You don't fight out of the shell?
I like the shell. I use the Philly shell. I'll show you some videos on my phone. Yes, I'll show you some videos on my phone after when I used to Mike Tyson people. Yeah.
Mike Tyson people. Yeah, Ram wants. She wants a glimpse. And the chat may want to. Well, we can do it. We don't have to do it today. There's elements of Joseph's life we can release slowly. We don't have to do it all at once. Thank you for that.
Get to fun, but yeah, no, we used to take it serious. Especially in COVID, in my younger days, we used to be fighting a lot at a nice gym at Queen and Parliament there.
Oh, nice.
We used to go to.
Nice. Yeah. So you went to legit boxing gym. All right, guys. I told one second. TX Jet fan. I'm sorry for you. That I'd look at Lunar, and let's have a look. So LUNR, big mover yesterday, but it was one hell of a retracement down. That's a ugly. Is that a head and shoulder? Okay, anyway, it's a nice retracement down. So we gave up the entire move yesterday on LUNR. It's an inside day. No, it's not an inside day. Actually, we made a lower low today than we did yesterday. So LUNR, look, TX Jet, it's a tough one here. It's a tough one. Try something off VWAP, maybe that 1110. Don't give it too much room. Maybe a 1098 out. It's got to hold VWAP here. It's zigging and zagging. First, we have a downward channel, a respectful downward channel. We break it, but we're obviously encountering resistance at that local area crest. Where's that crest? 1140, right? You weaseled up into where? 148, but look where the closing prints are. 141, 142. So you're having issues with that level. That concerns me. So if you're going to get in at VWAP at that 1110, 1112, whatever, maybe give it to about a little bit below the whole dollar. Okay, so that means risking 13, 14, 15 pennies, really depending on where you get in, where you put the stop. But what I'd like to see ideally is a break and take of 1150 on a closing basis. That changes the look of this one. It's a nice bull flag. At least, you know, that's what it looked like initially, but not everything that looks like a bull flag has to manifest in the way that a bull flag should. And how should it? Well, the breakout area should be projected by the initial move. What does that mean? So this is the breakout area here of the beginning of the pull, say 10 and a fifth, 1020. Boom, we weasel up to 1170. Then the breakout area will be the breakout of the channel. This technically is the breakout of the channel, but look what it's doing. So if you're going to get in on the pull formation, well, then it's got to, by definition, take 1150 on a closing basis. Otherwise, it's not the new continuation of the bull flag. So I need to see something 1150, but I do like the setup, TX Jets fan. So what I'm going to do, I'm putting an alert for a break and take of 1150 because I can certainly be persuaded to weasel into this. LUNR. Let me give you details. $1.5 billion market cap, so certainly not a low float small cap gapper. What's the volume on the day? What have we printed? A healthy volume, man. 24 1/3 million shares, respectable. What's the float on this monster? I'm seeing about 46 million, give or take. 46 million shares, and then let's check out with trade ideas what the situation with the short float. Okay, now I like it a lot more. 31 2/3% of that 45 some odd or 46 some odd million shares is actually borrowed and used for shorts. So this could become parabolic in a hurry if we get people at the right level. But don't get too excited. Why? Because we were above these levels yesterday. So if there were long-term shorts already in play, they've already been squeezed out from yesterday unless they got back in. And they may have because we weaseled down. So that could have been shorting, re-shorting after, obviously, the pop-up. So LUNR, interesting look, but let it set up in the right way. Oh, baby, we're back in the money heavily here on Nvidia. So I'm waiting, baby, at that $0.25. I appreciate you, Joe. Let's wet our beak here. Let's wet the beak there. We'll take off that order, and then we're going to set up another order, Joe, a little bit below. We're going to wait at like 5s or something, man, whatever. Let's. What's life without whimsy? So we're bleeding here on the monster Nvidia. Now I'm going to set up in front of that whole dollar, 141 and change. What's the look on your side, man?
Yeah, we're back here in IBIT, my guy, with that 50.95s here. We got a way better price than what we entered in, and I said that, so that's why I wish I cut that trade a little bit earlier, but that's okay. So we're going to hold on to this, maybe push a little bit more size and see if we can get a test of this pivot here, and that would be really nice. But if volume can step in on this asset at any minute, and it looks like it's starting to do so, so we'll continue to hold on to this position. And as we crawl higher to the northeast, guys, we don't got much time, man. Actually, no, we got an hour left here still before we send it back off to Sean and Obi. But make sure you guys put in the chat what you guys are looking at. So I wouldn't mind taking a gander. We'll talk some options as well too. Rivian Millionaire, I know you mentioned the VIX and options on that, so I haven't forgot. So we'll touch on that shortly in a minute, because I'm going to go over the chain for you, and we'll take some looks at some things. I think I've seen some open interest at 15s that expired today, so we'll see from that point. But I don't know how much the market's going to crawl lower, so I don't know if we're going to get that big step up in the VIX anytime soon. So we'll see what's going on that front. But again, I'm just holding on to IBIT. I think PLTR was mentioned in the chat as well too. If it's continuing to go higher, no, it's starting to pull back in towards VWAP. I think we already took those legs up, still about 7.5% on the session, which is fantastic. So we're sitting around 63, 62. But I mean, we had the big up move, that opening auction here, that big 5-minute range. Then got that pull back in, and then we have that big move again. So that's that second leg. To get that third leg into continuation is a little bit tough. But I mean, this was the trade of the day. This was the day maker here. Straight swing one. strike one, and then boom, we hit that that home run there out of the park. Possibly a grand slam on that one there. So yeah, that's a really, really good look there on PLTR. And then we got out of break even and would have stopped us out break even, but at this point, we're still holding around VWAP. I don't think that we're going to take that next leg because, as you can see, we might have a shoulder, head, and then another possible shoulder. So watch out for the head and shoulders pattern on that as well. So someone said Moderna calls just made you a heap, $6,500. Congratulations to you. So let's look at MRNA. That's the ticker of it, I believe. Yeah, I'm glad you printed on that thing because I can't believe how much this thing's came down. It was a $500 stock at one point. Did they reverse split at any point, Sharif?
Let me have a look.
I don't think it has.
Which one? mRNA?
Yeah.
No,
so no reverse split on that one, or split. Sorry. So unfortunately, coming off those all-time highs, I know that thing was sitting around $500. And you know what's funny, Sharif?
What?
When I first started investing in like 2016, I didn't know anything, right? So what I did is I just typed in on my phone and on the computer the top 5 weed stocks in Canada.
Love it.
Sure enough, I bought Canopy Growth Corp, Aurora Cannabis, and Afria. All right?
Okay,
Yeah,
I remember that
fantastic,
one,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. I did the exact same thing during COVID. I typed in who is in the who's leading the race to come with the first COVID vaccine, and that was mRNA,
Love
right?
it,
So
man.
sure enough, I just did that. The most simple due diligence possible, right?
And now you'd have an easier time with these LLMs, too.
Exactly. So I just had to Google it, Google search that. So we were in on that. So that's how I came across Moderna and Canopy Growth Corp.
Can I say something to you?
Some crowd favorites.
Well, I was going to say, I totally forgot there for a second.
Yeah, that's all right.
It'll come back.
Yeah, it'll come back, yeah.
Guys, we're done with our trade on NVDA. We took it out 141.07. I'm really happy with this trade, and that's all I'm going to say about that. Now we're going to look to set up on something else. As Obi always says, what is the next trade? So what I'm seeing is blood in the streets on Amazon. I'm seeing a lot of blood. We're at lows. We're coming into that Bezos shelf. Well, what used to be the Bezos shelf. Believe it or not, we're going to hit 200. 295 LOD on AMZN. It is bleeding and bleeding profusely right now. It is now the reddest name on the day, Ram. What about his wife? Mackenzie? Oh, Mackenzie was selling her share. Thank you for that, Ram. Look at Ram coming in with the headlines. She's saying that I believe his ex-wife, Mackenzie something or another, was selling shares. So here's what we got vis-a-vis Benzinga. Shares are trading lower Friday after third point reported decreased stake in the company. Let's see anything about Mackenzie over here. Not that I'm seeing. We'll have a look at that later. But yeah, in any event, we can go to Adair. Adair's got to get it, Adair.
Nice pop here for Compass Minerals. This is CMP is the ticker, up here nicely, about 25%. Look at these increase in volume. Basically, we have Reuters reporting that Compass Minerals is in talks with a couple different firms here. I'm seeing about 3 different firms in the buyout space to sell itself. So Compass Minerals looking apparently to be bought out. Market reacting positively to this. Just some background on the company. It's about a $625 million market cap as of this most recent pop. Float here of about 41 million shares, 7.6% short float. So nice squeeze here for CMP near day's high with a nice volume boost, guys.
Look, CMP got to load up that. What is happening here? No. We're going to get doxed, Ram. What are you doing over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man is long Tesla right now. Go to his chart. Where are you long? He's long at 317. Is that VWAP, Katina Man? Was that VWAP? Yeah, shout out to you. The Katina Man takes the VWAP hold on TSLA. Now it is $1 in the money. $3 in the money. I'm just keeping my eye here on CMP, Katina Man, because this is a big boy breakout right now for a small cap gap midday. And I love these small cap midday breakouts because, well, the meat of the move, so to speak, hasn't already happened in the hasn't happened after the bell during the big boy show in the morning. No, it is new right now. So we're going to weasel into this. Well, we're not going to just get in willy-nilly, but what we're going to do is we're going to look to set up. So CMP, guys. Is this a NASDAQ stock? No, it's NYSE. So let's go NYCMP. on the NYSE. There we go, not New Zealand. Calm down. And now I'm going to have to set it up on my side chart here to see what it looks like as a 5-minute, because that's how we chart. We execute on the 1 and chart on the 5. CMP, it's just directional to the high side. I mean, what do I do here? 15s? Do I wait for 15s? What's the spread? The spread right now is 6 pennies. It's really going, though. It's getting parabolic. CMP, shout out to Adair for bringing this one. What's the short float on this monster? CMP, let's find out. 7 2/3%. So not the biggest. Let's find out where it's been in the recent past. Like what are resistance and support levels that we can anticipate? Here's the 4-hour look. Okay, so we're above all key areas of local resistance. That existed at $14. We've taken that out and then some, $1.50 more. So where are we looking now for resistance? Well, there's this area trough over here, 17. So we could squeeze another 150 or so, 1550 HOD before we really encounter any major resistance. That's at 17. That takes us all the way back to March. So this is a great look right now on CMP, but it's going to have to set up in an accurate way or in the right way. I don't want to be chasing this, especially with umpteen amount of topping tails through that $0.50. Let's go ahead and wait at 15. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait at a little bit above 15. Let's go 15.07. If we don't get printed, we won't get printed. What I might do is I might chase it a little bit with smaller size. I can't chase it with the same size that I take on a dip trade. That's just crazy in my book. So what I'm going to do, I already put out an order to defend 15, and then if it really goes here, I'm going to chase it, but with smaller size. Joseph, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm here in IBIT. He's still just holding on to that there, Sharif. But we have a good question in the chat from Lee Ducky. With a straddle, will a straddle always give you at least a zero sum, or is there risk of losing a lot? Well, there's not risk of losing a lot. The max you can lose on that is the premiums paid on both the contracts, right? So that's your max loss. So whatever the debit was on the straddle is your max loss on the trade. But the one thing about it is that you want to kind of anticipate with the straddle a high increase of implied volatility, because if one contract doesn't outweigh the other and beat the potential expected move, if you're using this from an earnings standpoint, then that contract's not going to be profitable. And then once volatility starts to sway away and starts to dwindle, then you're just stuck with 2 contracts that you paid with the anticipation of volatility stepping in. Now it's just going to start dwindling to theta unless you get rid of them quick. So the max loss on those, to answer that question, Lee Ducky, is your total premium paid on both the debits of the long call and the long put. All right, so that was a good question. I like that one. But just keep in mind, you want to anticipate a larger than expected move in the options contract or the underlying asset in order to become extremely profitable on a straddle. You need one to significantly outweigh the other. So, I mean, yeah, you can only lose what okay, all right. We got a super chat here that I didn't see.
Jeez, neither did I.
Fanfooling.
$2.
Could you take a look at chart of HUT? Yeah, sure. Why not?
HUT 8, yeah.
HUT 8. What is HUT 8?
Okay.
Sure. HUT 8 Corp. Let's see what you got going on here. From a technical standpoint, Sharif, are you familiar with HUT 8 here?
I know it, but...
So, okay, all right. So we got the technicals up here. Let's see from a overview standpoint what this thing is, because I'm not overly familiar with it. HUT Corp is a data mining company. The company is a vertical integrated operator of large-scale energy infrastructure and Bitcoin miner. Oh, okay. So there you go.
Yeah,
Keywords. It's a miner there. I wasn't overly familiar with that. Okay. I mean, hey, as Bitcoin starts to appreciate, sure enough, this thing is well too. But keep in mind, you know what I'm going to say here. You see this big volume and these candles here, so watch out for that. Is this thing going to continue to the northeast? I'm not sure. You're going to want to see some buying volume step in there. But if you're in on this breakout, then hey, you're sitting pretty, because in the past couple of days you're up, or in the month or so, you're up about 100% on this trade. So I mean, yeah, good luck there. Other than that, that's all I really see. Let's see what the market cap is on that. 2.27 billion. Yeah, hey, I mean, it's not a bad look. As Bitcoin continues to ascend, then yeah, that's something that you'd want to be in, is some of these miners. And unfortunately, that Mara isn't cooperating as much either. So yeah.
Yeah, Mara's Mara's a bad word.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Sorry, Patty.
Patty used way more expletives about Mara than I will even think about because he battled with Mara, right? So yeah, Patty, I miss Patty, man.
BPI,
Shout out to BPI, the Mara indicator. Bang, Joe. We take out a couple of hits over there on CMP. We just took it out at 60. Where did we take it out there, man? 65s. We're long 48s. I've got several beak wetters. The next one at 75, 69s now showing up on the ask. I chased it, but like I said I would, I chased it with smaller size. So I'm not going to chase this one with the position I would normally take. Here we go. 70s now up on the ask, but you know, a little bit of zig, a little bit of zag right now. CMP. This is a buyout, guys. So I was looking to see what the buyout price was. That is.
Sorry, man. Did you see this poll, Sean? Did you see the poll, Katina, man?
What happened, man?
Choose your winner. Choose your winner, Jake Paul or Mike Tyson.
What do you got?
And it is an absolute landslide. 77% of the chat has Mike Tyson as the winner.
I like it.
Okay. Yeah, hey, man, hey.
I think they're maybe voting with emotion a little bit.
Slightly.
Yeah.
But I mean, I would like to see him win. Maybe we make a little hedge on that and we take Mike Tyson for the KO. Because I'm sure that will be paying out in the fourth round.
You and I talked about this off camera, and let's talk about it right now.
Yeah.
One of the last things to go in for a boxer is the power, is the punch that he packs in those hands. So although the speed ain't there, and what the man may be able to bob and weave, and from what I've seen, he's got good defense. And I don't know if you've seen some of the videos coming out of his camp about him sparring with guys. He's hurting guys with headgear on.
Okay,
so he can hit. I'm telling.
Hey, is it the resurgence?
I doubt it, but yeah.
2 to 1. You can get 2, so everyone can get rich on the chat.
Everyone can get rich in the chat.
If you take the 2 to 1 on the knockout, then there you go.
We're gonna have to send it to Adara though. She's at the big desk. What do you got, Adara?
Boeing here at day's high, so it looks like BA, which often is not this strong, is actually pretty strong on a day where generally the market has not seen this kind of move up. Boeing at day's highs, trying to push above that 140 level, which was a little bit of a potential resistance area previously here, or at least support. Basically announcing the election of Tim Buckley to the board of directors. This comes out around 12:15. That's when we make the slightly higher low, breaking out of this range that we've been chopping around in, and we push higher. So BA trying to clear above 140. Let's see if it's able to do that here for Boeing, but good push. Just be aware of this name to the upside, guys.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, you were saying?
I was talking about Amazon here. I think that's what I was getting at, and then I seen the poll in the chat. So that intrigued me a little bit. But Sharif, yes, please vote, guys.
Bang! There it is, guys. I mean, really, exactly. The afternoon segment is literally nothing without you guys. The big kahunas are here. They're both big kahunas. Yes, they're here and they're ready to look at the tickers decided by you guys. So make sure you're voting in the chat. Otherwise, you're not going to know how they feel about the name. Joseph, I got in again over here on our friend CMP, and what I did was I took it out when it broke the bottom, and now I added at 15. Come on, cross, let's go, at 32s. Bang! Again, I love trading these small cap gappers, bro.
Sorry, I'm gonna get back into this. I'm sorry, Shree, but I'm gonna get back into this fight talk here because we have the Netflix premiere, but it's also taking away from one of the other greatest heavyweights of all time, Johnny Bones Jones, is fighting this Saturday, Stipe Miocic. All right, so that's going to be an absolute banger.
He's the best of all time, right?
Johnny Jones is hands down easily. He is the modern day Achilles. He is the modern day.
I can't disagree.
Yeah, no, he's the modern day Achilles.
Every time I see this guy, he seems to outmaneuver his opponents somewhere or another.
He's a bona fide martial artist, a born killer like Mike himself. So I'm looking forward to that fight totally. But you know what? I thought John was a little older. He's only 37. He's looking, but I mean, what he's been through and what he's done throughout his career, he could definitely age you. But he's only 37 years young, and I think it's going to be some quick work on Stipe Miocic this weekend.
I like it, man. I like it. So we'll find out exactly what happens, guys. CMP coming down, not I'm going to risk to below 15 by 2 pennies. So here we go. If it doesn't defend 15, I'm out. I've only got one more out. We scalped out at the high there at 37s. I'm long at 07, so we took 30 pennies on the ad, bigger size on this one. So I had my full position waiting at 15.07, not the same position that I got in here with. This was like less than half. Because, I don't like chasing these names, and that's just the way it is. So if we give up 15, it's all over for my trade on CMP, but I've already taken out the majority of it. I'm happy with this trade. Shout out to Adara for bringing it to us live in living color. Where I will be interested in getting back in CMP if I get stopped out through 15 is around VWAP. Currently, VWAP 14.25. So it's a little ways away from where we're at right now. So let's wait, pack our patience. Number one, see if 50 is going to give up the ghost. If it's not, then, we'll ride it up and I'll take out high a day. So I've only got one more out on this and it's going to have to be above 1580. Otherwise, I'm not taking it out. The other side is looking for that drop below 15, stops me out for my last little amount. And then I reignite the position as a long at 14.25 if that is what happens. So we'll keep tabs on that. I'm sorry, guys, there isn't too many small cap gappers today to talk about. But there was this bad boy over here. Am I getting stopped out? Yeah. So I just got stopped out of the remaining amount there. All good. Still a highly profitable trade. Very happy with it. LABD, though, we were involved in this monster earlier at that VWAP hold. I had to end this position because I had to weasel on over to talk to Peter Schiff. And I'm kind of lamenting having done that now because you can see it defended the volume weighted average price with a double bottom in and around 680, 681. And up we go into 7. So if this one comes down into VWAP again, I want to know about it, and I'll probably weasel my way into this. So LABD, not the biggest small cap gapper mover on the day, but not bad, Joseph. What do you?
Yeah. I'm over here in some Amazon here now, Sharif. I'm thinking we put in a potential bottom. So I'm going to look to continue to join that here and see what's going on with Amazon, because I know Scott Edwards in the chat was talking about it, and he was talking about some 205 calls, but that was earlier in the day. So hopefully you got this little bit of a move up here. But again, the volume by time profile was absolutely dwindling, and then we took that leg down. So hopefully you took some profits up there, Scott. Because it did take another leg down. And I mentioned this earlier in the session. It's just one of those days where the sentiment is just like, hey, I don't think there's going to be a big rebound, especially because it's Friday as well, too. So just be careful. Those pullbacks may not be deep. Those reversal trades may not be setting up as well as some other days because it is a Friday and we are getting into the latter half of the session. But we do have a $5 super chat from SP Williams. The people are just chewing up the fight game here, Sharif. Remember, the Tyson fight is entertainment. Nothing is what it seems. It is about them. Of course it is. What else? That's all it is.
This is
right?
why we're doing it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and that's why me and Sean were talking. Is like, okay, it's a pure money fight. Like that's what it is, right? That's what it is. It's solely entertainment. It's strictly entertainment. People want to see Mike Tyson, one of the greatest heavyweights of all time, come back into the fight game, fighting this new upcoming kid who has the ability to get under people's skin, and that's what he's good at. He's absolutely amazing at it, and that's why he's in the seat that he's in right now. So yeah, I mean, hey, it's going to be entertaining. We'll maybe. I
want to say something though, man. Like this he's changing the game. I'm talking about Jake Paul.
Yeah.
And the thing about him, why is he changing the game though? Because he's showing, dude, that you can come in late in your life. You don't need that pedigree from 10, 11 years old. And that hasn't always been the case. Case in point, Deontay Wilder.
Yeah.
Very athletic, but horrible footwork.
He's a horrible boxer.
Yes.
But he just had the power,
and
right?
the athleticism.
Yeah, and the athleticism. Yeah, and I mean, like, the kid, Sean's not wrong. The kid's doing great things for women's boxing. He's putting boxing on the map again, and he's making these big-name fights. That's what you want to see.
Boxing? I didn't even hear about what he's
doing. Well, he works with Amanda Serrano, right?
Okay,
she's like one of the best female boxers of all time, next to Clarissa Shields.
Clarissa, I know about.
So, but
Clarissa knocking everybody out.
Yeah, exactly. But she's good. So I mean, it's just like the pay he's getting him. He's like, women boxers deserve to be paid more and stuff, which he's doing great things. The kid's doing the right things, right? So, I mean, we'll take it as it is, and we're going to watch the fight, and people want Mike Tyson to win. We'll see. Only time will tell, but it's going to be tough.
I'm not going to be upset if he wins.
Hell
But,
no, I
yeah,
I
of course
want him to
not,
win
right?
too,
Yeah.
right? There's nothing you want to see, and I think that's the greatest thing about the fight game is once you become, people want to see you become a king, but then once you became a king for too
they want-
long,
yeah,
they
they-
want to dethrone
100%,
you, right? And there's
100%.
nothing better than watching
Yeah.
a king be dethroned, right? Because no, seriously, it's the most
it's accurate.
entertaining thing. It's the most entertaining thing.
Remember
on the planet, so.
Mayweather in his prime? People hated
Of course,
Mayweather.
because he was a
He's
defensive
fighter.
the-
But when I started boxing with my buddy and he was teaching me the Philly shell, how much respect I built up for him
Absolutely.
being able to do what he does. Dude, it's hard.
Using the Philly shell against shorter opponents is almost a cheat code.
It's
though.
just the crazy speed, and that's how he was able to
the
shoot.
shorter opponents, the Philly shell is easy because they'll just off your shoulder. Everything's off your shoulder, right?
Yeah,
from,
exactly.
From a shorter guy, but yeah. It's going to be entertaining and nothing short of. So I don't know what the undercards are. I think there's a couple good undercard fights as well too. So I'm glad actually that Netflix is kind of going in that way because it's not. You don't have to pay for this.
Imagine how many
right?
subs they're gonna pick up today just
Wow,
from that fight.
insane.
Have you looked at
insane.
their price lately?
Yeah, exactly.
The market's
no, you're
pricing
not
in
wrong.
that.
Yeah, exactly. It's
This
totally
thing's a
priced in.
rocket.
So yeah. Hey.
All right, guys, let's get back a little bit. Say that again, Ram. You switch. Ram switched to the A tier. And it's pretty good, she says. And Ram, you're
switched to
making
their
them
what?
more money, by the way, because when you pay once a month, that's all they get from you. You watch 5 hours, you watch 100 hours, they're getting that monthly tariff. But like you said, you're watching that A tier, Ram. They make more money. They're your therapist? Okay, I'm sorry for you. So
yeah.
I don't know what to say to that. Like, it hurts her therapist.
I don't even know what she said in the first place.
We have a drug plan. I think we have a health plan with work, Ram. So, you can go. All right. Are you not entertained? It says
Did you see
Shazam.
Did you see the preview to that? Gladiator 2?
No, man.
Bro,
I heard
looks
about
kinda
it though.
sick. I don't like it. There's a rhino. The Coliseum's filled with
AI?
water. Yeah, it's like a rhino.
CGI,
yeah,
AI,
CGI.
whatever,
Yeah, and then like the Coliseum's filled with water, and it's like what?
All right, let's have a look at some stocks. Saad Mahmoud, I took the trend break short on a firm, still printing. Let's have a look at what he's talking about here. AFRM, short, says Saad. Let's have a look. Let's flip to the 5 minute on this so we can have a better look. Oh, double top, Saad. I like it, my man. 57 and a quarter-ish. And now we're at that key level of support, VWAP. Let's see if there's anything of note we got to worry about yesterday. Yes, I like this, Saad. You can take this, I think, into about 54.75. Look at that double top that we put in yesterday. What is with this stock and double tops? So double topped yesterday, sold off, didn't breach the neckline. Look where we ended up closing at. We closed out at the neckline. Okay, this is the neckline right here on the double top, and this is the closing print, this white line right there. So we end up holding that. Here we go, Saad. I think your point is very well taken. I think we're bleeding right now on AFRM, 55 incoming, my man. But be on the lookout, Saad, for that 54.75, 54.50, even 54 and 2/3, Saad, because you could find a support right there. That is yesterday's double top. Adara is at the big desk, and she's got some for us.
We know there's been some weakness in the market today for these indices, but we're going to take a look here in the afternoon at the US dollar. We usually look at the daily chart when we do this in the morning, so I like to take a look at the weekly and what a level we're at here. We've had quite a few run-ups on the weekly chart here at this just shy of 107 level. We get it here. This was back going to November 2022. We get it again here, pretty tight consolidation here. All October 2023, brush against it again, April 2024, slightly lower high, June 2024. Now we're looking to push above this area. So it looks like if we want to see more push in the DXY, next potential area here would be that 109.50. But rather than going to technical analysis, I want to take a look here at some of the Fed speak that we've had this week. It's been a pretty big week for Fed speak. In a couple weeks from now, we're going to be getting, this is going to be the week of Thanksgiving. So not this week, but the week after, we're going to be getting the FOMC meetings from that, minutes from that November meeting, sorry. So November FOMC minutes on watch for a few weeks now. We're going to talk about some Fed speak because we did have comments from Jerome Powell that set the market to the downside late yesterday. Jerome Powell speaking here at this Dallas Economic Chamber event saying that, quote, the economy is not sending any signals that we need to be in a hurry to lower rates. So that was part of his prepared remarks. The Q&A portion was actually a little bit less interesting and less enlightening when it came to their view on data. But it is worth noting as well here that Fed Chair Jerome Powell said they're going to take a long, hard look at the CPI print. So that could be a bit of an interesting looker, CPI and PPI. on Watch with the Fed. We also had comments from Fed's Collins earlier today saying that she said she's not going to be ruling out a December rate cut. She wants to see more data before we make that decision. I think this December cut could be pretty interesting. We'll have to find out until that meeting, but let's see how this DXY goes from here. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 straight weeks to the upside, guys.
Yeah, good look there from Adair as always. Scott Edwards, yeah, I didn't know. That's fantastic, man. That's absolutely wicked you race in NASCAR. So congratulations to you. Guys, I'm just out of Amazon here. It's looking like it wants to go and test the low a day as it is right now. So going to put in a potential new low. There was no bottom there, and sure enough, the rebounds on the session aren't there. So you're not going to get the reversals or those deep pullbacks towards VWAP, I don't think, at this point anyways, because we are just slowly bleeding and bleeding and bleeding. So I don't know if any buy programs are going to step in at anytime soon, and it's not looking like it. You're going to need to see a massive volume influx in order for that to happen. But as of right now, we're just going to continue to sell off for the remainder of the session. So big down day on Amazon, down about 5.3% on the day. I'm still long in some IBIT here. We're up still about 2.7% on the session. So continue to look into things that are strong, and that's that underlying asset. So yeah, that's my look on Amazon and IBIT. Let's see what Meta is up to as well too, because if the market's gonna, see Meta, wow, down 4% on the day as well too. It's just continuing to bleed. Meta. Yeah. Monster Meta, the Monster Mash.
Remember that?
Yeah, remember
Monster Mash.
Monster
Did the
Mash?
mash?
Yeah, it's the worst song on the planet.
Come on, man.
No, it's a good song.
Reminds me of like grade school.
Yeah, it's Halloween stuff. You know what I mean?
Did your grade school, when it was a Halloween time, did they put on Halloween songs in the morning to wake you up and stuff like that? Yeah, that's all I remember, man.
We did the mash. We did the Monster Mash. Yeah, so, yeah, guys, Meta is continuing to bleed here as well, too. So let's take a gander at some of the other Mag 7s. So we got Apple down. So everybody looks like they're down about 4% on the session. Apple down 1.5, kind of more of a choppy price action on this thing, not as down as much as the Mag 7 peers. But that's the look on there. I haven't looked at AMD on this week or today, sitting around $135. So yeah, good thing I got out of those positions as well too, because unfortunately this thing is just bleeding, and I don't know when it's going to stop. One thing is that Sharif and I were talking about it yesterday, is that PE is slowly starting to come down. So once the street finds fair value, then you'll see that kind of probably sit around. I don't know if it's down about what off the recent highs 175, it's down to 125 forward PE. So in order to get that to average price or fair value, I think it's gonna have to fall a little bit more. But we're gonna send this off to Adara, and then we're gonna talk some more top stocks.
Thank you to our sponsors at eSignal. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience that can help you analyze, strategize, and capitalize. You can foresee profitable opportunities with the platform you need. There's infinite data for instant trading, so you can know where the market's moving before others with lightning fast data, as well as charts that change the game. Customize and analyze markets faster your way. There's also better backtesting and scanning to help you predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data can give you up-to-the-second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need, all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now with eSignal. Are you ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Sorry, guys. Back to you.
Excellent, Ram. Excellent. Love how she giggles too, bro. Saad, looks like you're printing here, brother, because you got a decisive break and drop, if I can speak here, of the volume weighted average price. That's the white line right over here on my chart, and you broke it nicely there. But keep an eye, guys, on this level from yesterday, 54 3/4. Right now, we're getting a measly one candle hold up. It's a doji candle. It's a candle of indecision if you believe the textbooks. I'm not punching in long here, but if I see a green candle to close and make a new high, I will be very interested in getting in on a firm, but it's not updating because it's not on the side chart. Sorry, give me a second over here. There we go. Now we're good. Now we've got it on the side chart. So 54.87 we're currently printing at. I was gauging that 70 penny level. It's holding up above that. but I need confirmation. Give me that green candle to close and make a new high, and then maybe we can weasel up a little bit over here. AFRM having a good day otherwise. 3% obviously well off the highs, about $3 and change off the highs right now. Let's see what its counterpart, Upstart. Upstart flat on the day. It's really Affirm that's running here, but Affirm's the one that's had all the headlines. It's the one with the deal with Visa. It's the one with the deal with Apple. And I'm just telling you here anecdotally, when I was looking to buy my iPad that I got about a month ago, Affirm is the one that was offering finance. Prior to that, it wasn't Affirm in this country by Apple. It was a company called Klarna. And so they're out. So Affirm seems to be racking up all these contracts, and not just with Apple. When I weasel on it in my Amazon app, it's the same thing. It's through Affirm. So, you know, they're the ones that keep getting all these buy now, pay later contracts with major players. Now, you may have your reservations about that entire scheme of buy now, pay later, but let me submit to you something. At any point, they can change the contract so that it can affect your credit. The whole drawback has been about, oh, you know, I can take out a micro loan, which is what these are, and, you know, I can default on it and it won't affect my credit. Well, number one, that is inaccurate, because if they send you to collections, collections will put an entry on your credit. Number two, they may not have to do that anymore. They may just do it directly by putting by reporting, like your credit card company does when you've missed a payment. So I don't think that this is the same thing we were looking at a few years ago, buy now, pay never. In addition to all that, now they're charging interest on the loans. So they're making money back. Before it was interest-free loans. So I don't think, I talked smack about Affirm before, but I talked smack about it at a time where I don't think that they were going to do all that well. Now I think it's a little bit different. So here we go. We're getting this doji candle, a candle of indecision right at the level that I anticipated, this 54.70. Let's see if this current 5-minute candle that we're currently in right now wants to weasel up and close above 55. I'll get long if it does that. We'll see exactly what happens there. Joseph, what are you looking at, my man?
Yeah, I'm over here looking at some more of the Mag 7 here, my guy, and I'm just looking over here at goggles as well, too, to see what's going on with Google. I mean, again, and down another, was it 2% on the session, 2.21% on the day. So as you can see, once we broke this specific range, we went on that big up move after the earnings report, and then now we're starting to come back into price here around 168. We'll see if we can hold this resistance levels of something that was once resistance can become support. But I mean, if we break it to the downside, then expect maybe another test of this support here around 161. But that's a pretty hefty drop from now. I'm a little bit disappointed in Google. I like that it was sitting around 182.60s. I wasn't expecting it to make an all-time high, but like immediately, but sometime in the near future. But now that's just prolonged. So hopefully we can get a big rebound. I know there's a lot going on with this stock as well too, so that can add some weakness. But I mentioned this before, and I'll mention again. In order for us to continue this market to move higher, we're going to need these big boys to start participating and start making all-time highs as well too. It can't just be Nvidia, and it can't be just Meta dragging the market up. So we'll pull up Nvidia from a daily standpoint as well too. Still holding up on these. Well, now we're testing the previous all-time high up here around 140. So again, we're a little bit toppy on this market here, as Jim Cramer would like to say. So we'll keep an eye on all these big Mag 7s, because in order to continue to move higher, we're going to need these guys to participate too. And we can't allow the market to get overly defensive with kind of the sector rotation. What do you got going on?
It's all
there,
over, Joe.
Drive for yourself.
I'm going. Yeah. All right. So I just received a message or an email from our friends at.
You're gonna hop in the side there.
You know I'm going.
You're gonna hop in the side. All right.
Drive it for yourself. I'm being offered to drive the Cybertruck, and you know I'm going to take up that offer. Durable, rugged, and adaptive. According to this email, the Cybertruck is now ready to drive at Tesla location near you. I will certainly and gladly.
There's probably going to be a list. Yeah, maybe there might be a long list for that.
There probably is. There probably is. I'll put my name on. But there's a running gag before you came on the show that I tried to get in to see the Cybertruck because they had it at the Tesla stores in the malls. Yeah. And like they had a rope around it. Couldn't even
you're trying to sit in it.
In addition to that, I went to the dang auto show last year and they did the exact same thing. They put a rope around it. You couldn't get in.
They don't want you in there.
Would
you buy one?
Good question. I don't know, man. Let me see it.
Let me see.
Let me drive it first. Let me see it first, and I guess we'll have a conversation after that. But yeah, man, the Cybertruck, we know it's available in Canada, and I didn't know they were offering people to drive, so I will be doing that. Maybe I'll do a video about it too, like I did with the FSD.
Of course.
I think that would be appropriate.
Of course, FSD, the Cybertruck.
Talking about, Adara's like always, I got in the Cybertruck, I'm out of the Cybertruck, so maybe I can actually physically do it in IRL.
And then,
so,
and
you know what I mean?
And place an order while you're in there as well too.
DVD Arthur, hide your wives, hide your girlfriend. Sharif's rolling up in a Cybertruck. Yo, people are going to be running away from me because, I may be kind of deadly with that thing. It's a walking.
It's a tank.
It's a dry. I mean, it's a riding tank, man.
Sorry, Sharif. I just want to touch on one thing here quickly before I send it over to you. But as the market continues to move lower, Kendall Lopez, I remember you mentioned this in the chat. We have now breached the downside gap here. I don't know what these are up there for, but on SPY. So keep that in mind. Let's see. I'm thinking about a 30 to 40% fill there. Looking before you get any form of pullback. So there you go. SPY has breached the gap to the downside.
DXY, guys. Okay, so I'm looking at a couple things. Number one, I'm in CMP because it curled above into 15. So we're going to give this one to the 70s. Otherwise, I'm out. And the other thing, Affirm. So Affirm now, I got to remove some of these important names. AFRM, I need to see what it's doing. So nice, it's above 55 now. We got a 5-minute candle that has got 30 seconds, I believe, to close. It's above its predecessor candle, and the predecessor candle is a candle of indecision. It's a doji candle that actually closed exactly even. How do I know that? Because it's yellow. And on my charts, yellow candles are the close is the same as the open. So let's see now, can we weasel up? Okay, so now the candle has closed on AFRM. What's the move here, Sharif? You're going to get in? I'm going to get in. I'm going to give it to about the low of the 80s there to see if this one wants to curl up into VWAP. I'm debating this one. Okay. Also, the other trade I'm looking at, DXYZ. DXYZ is at VWAP. It hasn't been at VWAP. The last time it was at VWAP was 10 a.m. this morning. So now it just weaseled down 32 and 2/3. Volume weighted average price is DXYZ. It's up 14.5%. This is what I'm looking at right here. Sorry, I was just looking at my side chart. DXYZ. Oh, this kind of looks like it could be a head and shoulders, but it's still above the volume weighted average price. So you can manage risk here by putting your stop a little bit below VWAP. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. This could be an interesting bounce off VWAP. So I'm in CMP over here and very interested in weaseling into Affirm, but I'm a little unsure about this one just because it's a little bit off the top. AFRM, let's throw that in there. And it's below VWAP too. But it's not like it's a small cap gapper. It's not part of my rules to never take these below VWAP. That's small cap gapper restricted only. So 55, it's dancing with that level right now. Obviously, if you were to get in, my suggestion to you be get in at 55 and then you put your stop below the area low. So that means 54.70, 54.69. So by definition, you're going to have to risk 30 pennies to make how much? Well, let's see where VWAP is. That would be my first out level. Well, that's 55.40. So you've got a 1-to-1 right there if you make it into VWAP. And then you could make it a little bit higher. 55.90 these candles were topping out at. So a firm possible move here. Not the best trade on the board right now, certainly. That's why I'm kind of hesitant to jump in. CMP still deal. DXYZ now really coming into VWAP. Now I have to load it up on a trading screen to get a better look at what the spread is on this name. DXYZ on the NYSE. It's a 10-penny spread right now from what I see. And the trading on this is light, man. Look at these candles. That ain't the look for me. I mean, it could be good. It could be good off VWAP, but it's just lightly traded here, very sparsely traded. 32, about 60 or so is VWAP. So we're at it right now, essentially. What are you looking at, Joe?
I'm over here looking at Advanced Money Destroyer as Katina man pointed that out one day, and we all laughed in the back. So it was funny because it's garbage, man.
People are saying the same thing as you too.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not moving well, man. The semis are a little weak. We have that sector rotation that I mentioned before, and people are getting a little more defensive because we have utilities and financials, real estate kind of leading the way here from top performing sectors on the session. But other than that, guys, I'm just holding on to it. I think it's a low volume Friday. Even though we're down quite a bit on the overall market, there isn't very many green sectors, only 3, and real estate's only up about 0.1% on the day. So, I mean, it's been a red day all around, and I think it's going to continue that way. I don't know if any volume or any buy programs are going to step in after 2 o'clock, so we'll see about that. And we'll take it from there, but we'll see what my IBIT trade has been up to. It's slowly been grinding. We're starting to take this leg down, so I might have to take an over 2 on this one, especially if we continue to break this range low and the support. So I got to keep an eye out on for that. And Amazon is slowly pulling back in. Unfortunately, that trade didn't work out, which is totally fine because there'll always be another one. But again, I just mentioned this, and I think it's one of those days where kind of it's just going to be one of those slowly grind lower days, and Google's taking another leg down here as well too. So I'm keeping my eye on that one. So if it can break 170, 130, then we can, as it is right now, then I think it is going to continue to the downside. So be prepared to that. Let's take a look at this 5-minute opening range on it as well too. Fairly weak, high volume on the 5-minute opening range. Had the inability to breach it to the top side, and then broke it clean to the downside, and then you get this ABCD type pattern, A, B, C, D to the move to the downside, and then just continuing over with the inability to come and test VWAP. It just curls over, failing to make any new highs in this pullback, the volume dwindling, and then now looking to take another leg down. So that it's one of the weaker Mag 7s, down 2.5% on the session, giving back a lot of those earning gains there, sitting up at 182. So keep that in mind, guys. Those are just my looks for the remainder of the session, Streep. I think it's going to be a little bit of a quiet afternoon. What do you got going on?
Look how I'm getting trolled in the chat for absolutely doing nothing. Sharif, Joe, regarding your concern about Iron Mike and age difference, now you know how Sharif felt when you volunteered his push-up ability against yours. If you're going to troll me for something, it should be for my trading, not my fitness. I'll run circles around
No one's
you.
question. Me?
No, most people.
Yeah. Well, no, but that's what I said. I'm like, okay, when I'm like, I volunteer Sharif, I'm like, maybe I shouldn't volunteer him for something that he has no idea what he's getting into. Kyle Burdett, $5. Hey. Blood money for sure. But yeah, that's it. Hey. The age gap's a little bit different between Jake and...
Yeah, we're 10 years, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm in AFRM here trying to hold up above 55. We set up a beak wetter, I believe, at 15s. The reason I put it here is because I kind of saw an area around 55.20. Yeah, because we're stair-stepping down. So this could be a resistance area. I'm looking to scalp a little bit on this one. Not one that I'm really holding on to all that long. So going to pack my patience with AFRM. A little bit of a risky trade. I put my stop a smidge below 70, below 80, excuse me. Reason is obviously kind of we held up there, so we'll see what we get there. I did get sadly pushed out of CMP, but I still like this trade. I mean, I probably had my stop in the wrong area. It should have been at 59s rather than putting it at a random 62 level to account for this area consolidation low, but we still don't have another high. We still have successively lower highs. So, you know, I'm a little bit concerned about getting back into this one willy-nilly. If it does, though, take out that 1510 where we held up last time, that'll be a higher high. So I could be persuaded certainly to weasel into that on CMP. Let's flip back to a firm. Bang! We take out the 15s there. So let's set up another order. I'm going to set it up at 25s over here. See if we can get that bad boy. 510 or so is where we're trading at right now. 12 showing up on the ask. As I look at it from the side chart, because I have to monitor DXYZ as well, because I like this possibly for VWAP. Right now, we've got a green candle, but the previous 4 candles were obviously red. If we get something above $33 on a closing basis, if there wasn't 8 minutes left on the show, I'd get into it there, because then it'll be the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, and that's how I'd like to set up on this one. I'm not going to have a resting order in and around VWAP willy-nilly. It's going to have to give me, some confirmation. So we'll pack our patience. Well, I'm not going to get into it, quite frankly. So what are you looking at, Joe?
Yeah, I'm actually just about to pull up PFE because I know it's probably a little bit late in the day and it's made its move, so as it continues to chop down. But I know I see an Obi's chart, and he caught that big short to the downside, so nice trade there. by UOB. Really nice short in that 5-minute opening range. But now the stock is just kind of just chopping around a little bit. So maybe a little bit of a slow burner. We'll continue to look at that. Let's look at some of the other top volume, PLTR as well too, which you know that we traded that as well. So we like the PLTR trade. Kept us in the game for the majority of the day. So we like that. Again, just slowly starting, the volume slowly starting to die down here and dwindle off. So we'll see what else is going on with that. But the top volume is Nvidia on the session, 154 million shares traded, with Amazon with 59.8 million shares traded, and then BE with 47.7. So, but again, Nvidia, PLTR, and PFE are the top 3 volume traders on this session. Should have got out at the open. Yeah, I mean, Joe, perspective to consider the newly elected president is nominating unqualified people for his cabinet. It has made me cautious, and I'm a bear. Okay, all right. Fugazi Bear. Yeah, I couldn't tell by the name there. Yeah, totally respectful. Yeah, totally respectful. I mean, we're not gonna argue your point or anything like that. So yeah, I mean, we totally get where you're coming from.
Yeah,
so,
and to be fair, like there's always like a little uncertainty, Joe, when new people are coming in, even if you know like they've had what you perceive to be as a solid pass or experience.
Yeah,
it's always a wow.
Yeah, exactly. And coming with the change, right? People don't always like change as well too. So I mean, hey, it's what's coming. We don't got too much time. We got about 6 minutes left in the session. Guys, let us know. I know someone in the chat shouted you out there, Sharif.
Oh,
they said that no. I'm not gonna search for it because it's probably long gone now. But they're just saying thank you from there. But yeah, you can take it from
absolutely.
there.
Yeah. I'm always happy to help in any way. Zai wants me to look at TSLA. Question is, where do you think Tesla is going? Well, I mean, if you looked at the recent price action of Tesla, it's hard to be bearish. Obviously, we kind of defended 300 generally today. I think we weaseled down. Where did we weasel down? 302.70. So we've got that 300 support level, but that isn't really the main support level. The support level that everybody's looking at is at 270, and that was a really recycled level going back to I think October 2023. There's your 270 rejection. 270 rejection. You guys get where I'm going with this? 270 rejection, 270 rejection. Another one. Then you get the election and obviously the big boy gap up. So you don't really want to see this get filled if you're a bull. So 270, if you would see anything below that, that's trouble. If it comes into 270 and defends, that's a great entry point. Great entry point. I mean, lots of people always talk about that gap level getting tested after, it manifests and how it holds up there. If it gets filled, though, I think that's quite bearish for TSLA. So we'll see exactly what goes on. For my sake, I'm holding this. Obviously, it's not the biggest position I have by far, or by any stretch of the imagination, my account, but obviously I don't want this to bleed all the way down. And I should say that I did take out a quarter of the position the day after, I think it was like 350 something or 340 something. There I had to take some out. So that is my look on TSLA. But personally, intraday, let's have a look over here. It's tough to say, because we're right at that support level again at 317. Look at this 2-candle hold up at VWAP. We're kind of doing the same thing there, holding up. But what's operative here, in my humble opinion, are the lower lows and the lower highs, from which we haven't been able to escape. Essentially, since 11:30, it has been consistently lower lows, lower highs since 11:30. And so unless you see a trend change where we print something maybe above 320, then you're going to continue to get those lower lows and lower highs, VWAP or not. So let me know how that goes. I hope that helps. I don't know if you were asking intraday or whether you were asking for the long term. In any event, I think gave you my opinion on both. I hope you do really well regardless, Joseph.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely, guys. I'm just here keeping my eye on PLTR. We only got 3 minutes left in the show, so I don't think I'm going to open up any more positions right now. But I mean, it bounced off VWAP nicely again. But to go into test these highs, it's going to need a lot of momentum and volume. And I'm not too sure that's going to step in today. I mean, I wouldn't rule anything out. Anything can happen and anything is possible. So keep an eye on that. But I think the two legs here were up here, both are ascending wedge, whatever you would like to call it, A, B, C, D, A, B, C, and then you get that second, and then you get that second move up there. So I love that pattern as well too. I like looking for a trade on lower time frames, the 1 minute too, especially shortly after the opening drive, like a couple of minutes after the opening drive, and that's how you can identify like real strength within a stock. Is that you get that strong 1 minute opening range, and then you get that brief pause, and then you get that second leg up. So with a couple minutes,
You got the wraps tonight.
Got the wraps tonight.
And then, I don't know, you're probably going to be able to watch the fight because...
I'll tune into the fight. I got to watch the fight now because you got to watch it.
I know, right? With all the talk about it.
Yeah, got to watch it now. So,
and what else you got planned for the weekend, my man?
I got some pickup on Sunday. We're going to hit the gym a couple times as well, too. So we're going to stay active, and then we're going to obviously run some replay and some review and go over some charts. That's just really what it consists of, brother. What do you got cooking
It's like
up?
the life of a trader.
Right?
You got a chart on the weekend.
If I'm not like sitting at my desk at home, then I'm either at the gym or playing hockey. Those are really the only two options. What do you got going on?
Love it, man. What the hell do I have going on, bro? I don't think I have anything. No, this is kind of a very.
Oh, you're gonna sign up to drive the Saib.
Oh, thank you for reminding me about that. I'll probably have to wait a minute, but definitely that's gonna be on the
application.
No question about it. All right, guys, let's see what you guys are saying there. Thank you for Biggern29. Thank you for the nice comment there. Junior Son saying until Tesla average curls up on the hourly, I'm assuming it's just a short, the pops until proven otherwise. Well said, my friend. Let it break out. Let it prove to you that it's going to break out from that downward channel that it's been putting in, essentially, since 11:30 RAM. It hasn't been able to make any higher highs or higher lows. It's been a downward channel since then. It is at an important area, VWAP. Look for what, in my opinion, look for that break and take above 320. Because that was a long consolidation area there at 320 that we ranged from 115 till we gave it up there at 135. So look for a break above that. If not, you could get in here, obviously, and then look for an area low. 316.5 is the low of this candle. That is a bit of a riskier trade. In my opinion, you need a trend change decisively. But it is now 2 o'clock. So Joseph and I will see you same bat time, same bat channel on Monday. So you guys get them, big kahunas.
Yo.
Thank you, Sharif and Joseph. What a great midday show right there. Here, I have to turn this down a little bit, but how are you doing, Obi? I know they were talking a little bit about the fight. We'll do some of that as well here on the show. I'm in Amazon short. What a move that was, all the way down to $200. We talked about that yesterday. I want to thank Candy for her message in the chat yesterday about this name because definitely brought some attention to the name, on my opinion anyways. And here we go. We're starting to break higher right now. I'm going to stop out of this on a 201.50 break. I was just short. There it is. So we just hit a couple shorts there. Now we'll get out off of the 50-period moving average right now for that one. We do have a nice little trade happening on Tesla. We just reloaded this one, baby. Nice move upside for Tesla right now, $1.50 in the money. A couple back-to-back jacks right here for TSLA as we bring the energy right back. Good afternoon there. Hopefully you guys are enjoying yourselves on what is a PA day here in Toronto, meaning that your kids have school off today. So my daughter was already at the rink for a little bit. Now she's hanging out. My son who's about to turn 13 had to get woken up around 11:30. So I was like, all right, he's in his teen zone soon now. Going to be sleeping in quite late unless we wake him up. There's Tesla right now at $1.75 in the money on a nice little reload as that continues to go higher right now. But yeah, so far so good. We just relax. We're in Palantir, by the way, as well. Palantir dip by. Hello. Right there into VWAP. We'll take that all day. Couple reloads there on Palantir. Now right back up. We should be getting a piece out of this name as well. But how are you doing, Obi?
Not too bad. Just just had some. I guess went for a bit of a walk. Had some lunch. Took an Amazon trade that didn't really work out.
Oh, okay.
Just watch the market here. That 200 did come in.
Yep.
And I was looking to take it through 200. Didn't really work out. And I'm just continuing to kind of watch it there. Market's continuously selling off. We haven't really caught any sort of a bid all day, man. That's absolutely wild there. A lot of these tickers near their lows or at their lows here. Google just clipped this low in the prior 15-minute candle. Softies just, consolidating near the lows. The trends, some of the downtrends have broken, but just hasn't really caught a bid just sideways right there. So that's what I'm seeing. Nothing crazy. Like, I see that you're still in some of your trades from earlier.
Yeah, I mean, the Smci is the same.
Yeah.
This one we let this one go. We had 5% left of this trade. So that's what we still have Unfortunately, we didn't have any bids at the bottom. SMCI trying to get back up there. I'm still willing to short it up here right now, but yeah, this was a great trade off the open. And then the Palantir, no, that's it. And then Rivian was a banger of a trade as well. We got out of that just as the show ended, right there at 960. So we did pretty good not holding on to that one. And then the loser for me today is SMR. And then Amazon, but we just made some money. Excuse me, we just made some money back on Amazon, but I don't know. This is a weird one. Like, why is this down 5%? Have we even figured that out yet? I mean, nice move to the downside for Amazon. So, all right, Sharif is ready to rock and roll. We're going to go over now what's up with the rundown.
Welcome to the afternoon show, guys. The afternoon rundown where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are locked and ready at the big desk, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So make sure to join us during the midday show and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers, but only the top 5 make it on, guys. But let's start off having a look at these here markets, and blood has been in the streets, no doubt about it. The Qs right now, the NQ down the worst of the indices, 2 2/3 right now, followed by the Russell getting it crushed as well, 1 1/3. The ES down 0.5%, and the Dow faring the best out of the 4, down only about 0.4%. But let's look at the first ticker as decided by you, Rocket Labs. Not moving much today, but we were looking at this one earlier in the week, and both these upgrades are from yesterday. Bank of America Securities maintaining their buy on RKLB and boosting the price target to 30 from previously 10, so a nice boost there. Cantor Fitzgerald also chiming in with their overweight rating and boosting the price target up from 7 to 24, guys. So good luck for Rocket Labs, up 6 2/3.
Rocket Labs, eh?
That one was.
Well, we have the Rocket Man right beside us over here. I mean, you were all over this name earlier on in the week.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good earnings day one opening drive there. It also gave you the backside, pretty much selling off like crazy. This consolidation was quite nice. And yeah, today is earnings day 3. You can see that day 2 held that VWAP quite nicely as well. I wasn't really involved in this one, but I guess it did give you some decent opportunities there on day 2. Day 3, bit of a bid today, finally kind of catching up to some of that selling that was going on over the past, I guess, earnings day 1 for the latter half. Earnings day 2 for most of it, pretty much closing near that day low, trading lower in the after hours. And then today we actually catch a bid off of VWAP all day long, all the way up to 19s. Traded, I guess, a low, opening range low of 16.79 there. So not too bad. Lots of opportunities. Earnings day 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, Rocket. I mean, again, I think we're in such a sweet spot right now for trading. Like, there's, not only do we have some of these wild names reporting, we had Upstart and news on Rivian. Tesla's moving around like crazy right now. Amazon's down at this level as well. Just quickly here, we'll go back to Sharif in a minute and get Tesla, but I went short again on Amazon here. I want to give this a little bit more room. Like, this 202.50 is maybe something here as well, up to the 200 period. So I'm going to trade it like that. So I'm not going to get any more short here until we get into 202. Maybe take something around this 70 mark and then average it in and see if we can't hold this maybe for the rest of the afternoon to take a play back in. We tried it off the 50 period moving average. We had already lost on Amazon earlier today because we had tried to protect that 206 area. But now you're falling into a level now that we don't have too much underneath here. Like, I liked Obi's trade breaking the 200 marker, and it bounced. That's all. Like, that bounce is going to lose air.
It was aggressive down there.
Is it? I don't even know what am I doing right now. Oh, off the 200. Yeah. So for right now, I'm looking for even a more aggressive dump right now into this level here, back through 200 one more time. So we're short right here at 201.20. Waiting for a move down. In Tesla, oh boy, this will be close to my number 1 P&L name, so I can't wait to hear what Sharif has to say.
Good look for Tesla today, Sean. It's the only Mag 7 that's actually green on the day. There was this headline obviously coming out with the new elected administration looking to remove the subsidies off these EVs, about $7,500. And Elon Musk coming out and saying, well, he supports them, but other former executives of Tesla not taking that tone, guys. So we'll have to keep an eye on this one, but still up on the day.
Okay, look is, first of all, I'm getting a stop order set up right now because they're looking great right now. Okay, so today was a little bit of a topsy-turvy day for me on Tesla because we had this short and we were loving life shorting this, like shorting in and around 319, 320. I mean, when we had this huge move off the open and someone had said in the chat, Tesla's at 320, I was like, huh? Tesla's at 320. And that was a level that we had thought we wanted short, right? So we came over, we were hitting it, and then eventually it comes up to 320 again, and I'm like, all right, our last fill is 319.60, so I was only going to give this $1, and it does do that. It breaks the 320.60 marker, 320.50 marker. We get stopped out at 60, and then this happens, and then it drops immediately within the next 2 seconds. It dropped $7, $8, almost in a straight line. All right, we were lamenting that trade. We didn't know what we were doing, and then we said, okay, well, let's go back to the basics and hit the 200 period moving average. So why did we want to go long at the bottom? Like, why didn't we go long something else? We wanted to stay here because Tesla was up on the day, and I really like those kind of pullbacks. You can ever pull back into something that I consider a trend-changing indicator, this 200 period, then I'm going to see if it is exactly going to be a bouncing spot. So that's exactly what it was. So we went long there at 313. I mean, this out right there is 318. That's a $6 winner. So we're happy with that. Boom, 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 all the way to the upside here. We let it go too early, obviously, as it goes all the way to 324. We thought the dream would be here at 319, and it was. We did have a little piece back on. We went swimming, by the way, again on the midday show, so we left a couple pieces off. We should have put an offer out there. We didn't. Might have cost me a little bit to go there. We come back, we get out there at 320. Then it's okay because we have a graphic for this. Fell right into VWAP. VWAP's the blue line right here. Again, strong name falling back into VWAP later in the day. We're taking that trade. Those of you that have watched, and we want to thank everybody that's been here from day one. But those day ones know that this is a day one trade. So there it is, 317, boom, 320. That's not a $1. That's not a $2. That's not even a $3 winner, Obi. That's a $4 winner right there, back up there to the upside, breaking through 320. And then guess what we're doing again? We reloaded it again. Now 317, and right now we're at 319. That's another $2 in your pocket. So, I mean, the Tesla keeps on printing. Even though those subsidies may be going away, Tesla's still printing me today. We're going to get another piece out right here at 318.50 if we can, and then we'll watch to see if it flies a little bit into the 200 period. So far, so good. Today, I hope you've traded Tesla today or no?
No, not at all. But something that kind of stands out right away is, the VWAP holding opening range low right here. These are 3-minute candles in the first 15 minutes, right? Holds that opening range low, holds that VWAP, claims VWAP again, and then coming back in off of the day high right there, holding that VWAP as of right now. So yeah, I know Sean's had some pretty dope trades there off of the VWAP, it's pretty dope, dude. So yeah, off the opening range, pre-market highs as well. Whatever references you can kind of use, you can see that the bid has been holding quite well on Tesla today. That's something that really stands out off the bat.
Palantir trying to go, back into highs, up 9.25. Great day today for Palantir. They announced that they're moving off the New York Stock Exchange. They're going to be listed now on the NASDAQ, and that has everybody wondering and lots of people speculating that they could be added to the NASDAQ 100 next, which would require the ETFs that shadow and follow the NASDAQ 100 to hold Palantir into their account. So we could see price appreciation, guys, but I believe we made another new all-time high today.
Yeah.
Palantir is my number one P&L name today, so face slap that one. Yeah, it just started going early. I mean, it's on the sticky note down here. We were like, hey, if we can get a dip buy into $59, like, yeah, that's fun times. That didn't come anywhere near $59. I mean, we wrote that down when we were at 60. So I'm thinking like, hey, man, if we get a dip buy opportunity, we're going to do that. That didn't happen. And then all of a sudden it broke higher, and I'm just like watching this thing, and you guys in the chat are like, guys, Palantir. I'm just like, what? Huh? And the next thing you know, it went from 61 all the way to 62. And I was like, all right, I need to break this thing long. So we broke it long at 62.50. This fill right here, like this is how aggressive this stock is. This little fill right there is $1. Right there. Kept on going upside. There's almost $2. That's 63.84. This level right here is 64.60. So that's $2 and change right there. And then we come back again, chill out. We do our thing. We have our lunch, and we're like, wait a second. Palantir's for real is back down here at VWAP again. Let's buy a little bit of this. Boom. There goes Palantir upside now. As Sharif mentioned, already took out 52-week high. I did sell some at open, but the inclusion into the NASDAQ makes sense to me because now it's going to be part of the NASDAQ 100. So that's more reason, more catalyst for upside. I like the stock right here, and I'm not going to hide it. So I love Palantir. We've been talking about this for a while. We're getting some out on the way up, but you know, the out that I got at 49 was wrong. The out that I got at 58 was wrong. The out today that I got at 61 was wrong. So, I mean, we're getting out on the way up here, trying to raise some capital. It's nice to have a market down today. I'm not jumping in and buying anything yet, but these are the days that you want to do that for, but just not on Palantir. It's up 10%. The market's down 3%. Obi, if the NASDAQ was up 3% today, I mean,
It's a different story.
I don't know what Palantir would be, where that would be.
Yeah.
I mean, does this, you know, we should change that symbol in the middle. Put some respect on Palantir, you know. But all right, yeah, great trading, and I'm just playing around. Like Palantir's been a great stock. I mean, the chart it's well overextended, but it's also provided you opportunities to day trade it. So whether or not you're holding this in your portfolio or trading it every day, huge moves for a $60 name, $2 or $3 every day, you'll take that. So
yeah, no, I think that high a day break was definitely interesting. So you kind of grab that prior day high, which was all-time highs right there off of the open, and look at that pullback with that decreasing volume. You hold that VWAP, and then you have look at this bar right here, a very strong volume bar that pushes through that 63.5 day high for an even stronger push higher. This is definitely a very, very strong name. Palantir to the moon with the rocket? Yeah, maybe.
I mean, it's already mooned, so.
That's all I have to say about that one.
All right, Sharif, what up?
Another good day for Affirm, Sean. 4% in the clear, holding up at that level that I talked about during the midday show. Really, as a result of Wells Fargo today maintaining their overweight rating, but boosting the price target nicely here. $3, 52 to 55, but nice 4%.
FRM, I mean, I didn't look at that today yet. I mean, we were talking about this off the charts. We can have a quick look. I just want to remind myself what Affirm's short is, AFRM, what the short percentage is on Affirm. So it's only 7%. I remember Neil and I looking at this and thinking that it was going to be a little bit higher than that. So that's kind of come off. I mean, again, a great move upside for Affirm. Right now, it's at a very, very tipping point because $52.50, $53 is this bottom right there. So if a firm comes into 52.50, we're going to have to probably go long there and see if it can hold that very bottom wick of 51.80. So that's what it looks like on the daily chart. If we're going to look at it, what it's doing today, up 4. Wow. I mean, it's like I said, it's tough to look at a stock that's up here today that is against what the market's doing. We just had one example with Palantir. We had an example with Tesla. I mean, all of them on the board today are actually going to be up. We'll check out MSTR in a minute. But huge push early. All I can say is I always try to look for like different volume identifiers. And I mean, right here, you had a little bit of a spike there at about 1250. That looks like a downside, then a big volume here as we collapse back in. So it's looking like it wants to fall down. There's another bump and another fall. So why don't we try 56 or something short, maybe on Affirm? I still think we have to be long some names, but for here, Affirm, if you lose this 54, what is that, 54.60, then yeah, probably a downside move. Remember the other day we had SMCI, we were waiting for that to break. This is another good possibility here. Breaking this level, and we probably keep doing this. You'd like to see volume. If that can come through, perfect. This is some kind of a dark pool. I don't see why anyone would put in this many shares there at that time, but nice move to the downside. I like the break of 54.75 short, Affirm.
Yeah, man. Something that comes up right away for how I like to see it is just that reversion.
Right.
That momentum in the morning. Look at that expanding volume all the way up into some of these highs. And as soon as that volume starts to fall off, so does the bid. And we start to slow down. And sure, we continue to make some highs there. But that significant bid off of the open kind of is not there anymore. And then it kind of falls apart into that VWAP area, now trading against VWAP at 55.30. It's at 55.09. So let's see what it does with 55s here on Affirm. You can see bigger picture. We're pretty much trading within prior couple days range. There's a lot of volume that kind of went on here. Earnings was a couple of weeks ago, Friday on Thursday, November 7th. So that's last Thursday there. And coming in, we are trading above some of those earnings reference prices. So that's interesting to note today. That's what we kind of bounced off of today, off of the 51.72 area. That earnings day one levels or areas is what we kind of bounced off of, caught that bid all the way up to 57.50s day highs. didn't really have a trade on this one, but like you said, market's market's a little hot. There's definitely opportunities galore.
Affirm the last, or sorry, MSTR, the last one on the list today. No specific catalyst for this one, but we know that crypto's been running up, hovering around that $90,000 area. It's not red on the day. It's up 1.5%, guys. Did you have a look at MicroStrategy?
We do want you to make sure that you do scan that QR code below because it's very important that you check out Trade the Pool. Look, we're getting a lot of questions. Imagine trading with a real advantage. Trade the Pool gives stock traders like you the edge with their funding program. For a one-time fee, you join their evaluation. And once you hit the profit targets, that's it, kaboom, you're funded. That means you get to trade with up to $260,000 in capital with none of the risk on your end. None of the risk on your end. And that they make it easy with flexible conditions so you can focus on your strategy, not the barriers. On top of that, they offer up to 80% of profit. So why wait? Check out Trade the Pool and see if you can trade bigger and better. Scan that QR code right there. Grab that 10 points off and, try your hand at prop trading. So that's Trade the Pool there. Again, go check it out. They're global. So big advantage there for Trade the Pool. All right. I did not average into Amazon because it did not get to 202 yet on that price, but we're still waiting for that. How close did we get right there? Okay, so 201.75. Yep. Maybe we'll let's put an offer there to see if we can grab that. So I'm going to do a 201. Let's put 201.75 to be exact. All right, we'll put an offer there and see if we get that fill. All right, MSTR. Look, we talked about crypto a little bit here today. I don't have a Bitcoin trade on. The level I wrote down, I'm looking at this for the first time right now on iBit. Oh, well, actually, we didn't have it on our sticky note here today. We may have tweeted it out before or earlier. So let's just look at MSTR for now. So Bitcoin 89.4. I feel like that's similar to where we've been without looking at it. Not too much of a movement today. Obviously, MSTR opens up in and around this 336 area, and we're pretty much right there right now. Sideways action. I like MicroStrategy. I think we all have to trade it for what it is, right? And that's basically just a levered Bitcoin product. So if you like Bitcoin, then you should like MSTR. And I do think there's advantages to what they're doing here. When crypto falls, this thing will fall and absolutely rip your face off and you'll get destroyed. So there's fun times on that. But at the end of the day, if Bitcoin keeps on doing this, I just wonder about, split. That's a split, don't worry. I just wonder that if we have an issue here over the weekend, then what potentially will we be at Monday morning? And what I mean by that is like more talk. We never know what Donald Trump's going to say or what might happen in the crypto space. So I just think MSTR is a very risky hold to the short side over the weekend. So I just wanted to bring that up because a lot of you may be holding this. I don't really consider too much from happening now. As we wait for 332.50 to hit. So yeah, right now MSTR kind of just in a land of its own, not doing too much, but again, I like it for what it's worth, and I think it's a great crypto hold. If you didn't want to buy iBit or anything like that, and you wanted a levered product, I think MSTR is the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's Michael Saylor's an interesting guy. Let me say that definitely an interesting ticker here. But sideways action on the day is what we can see here. Pretty much, it's been trading in the same range, even tighter versus yesterday, and getting even tighter versus some of the moves we had earlier on this week, right? So I think going up to an hourly can give us a better picture of this price compression that's happening here on MSTR. So we've been in an overall uptrend here, and then now we have a price compressing near some of these highs at that 383. So it should be interesting going into the end of to the end of the month there and into the end of the week. Right now, we're pretty much not doing anything. So that's what I'm trying to look at right now. MSTR may not be the best vehicle if you're trying to capture that Bitcoin move. We spoke on that a little bit earlier today. And yeah, not really doing too much, man.
No,
some of these other names, like we can take a look at, like Mara. Mara's near its lows. Some of these are a little bit more directional, but IBIT definitely going to be the one that you want to look at if you're looking for, a sympathy or a one-to-one kind of move with Bitcoin there. You were trading at 51.
You were telling me that interesting thing there. Now you can basically have crypto like on a
card.
Like an interact card, like a tap and go type of card. Like to me, that's super interesting now because we talked about, what are the use cases of Doge or any of these coins, and it's like,
Yeah, you can
if
put
you
it on the
can
card and
treat
tap.
them as fiat currency, then I mean, Michael Saylor, this is what it's all about, right? Is we don't have to wait for adoption if you can just simply use it as an interact card, tap and go. I mean, it's just a way to get rid of your cash, and by cash I mean the crypto that you're holding, because crypto's not really, we don't really call it cryptocurrencies too much anymore, right? It's just crypto. Like it has its own sort of category right now. No one's treating it as a currency. It's, I don't think it is that. I think it's gonna be a store of value, and something similar to gold, but a little more aggressive, obviously. And good job there, Sharif, today with Peter Schiff. So we say a shout out to that. Go check that out at noon. It was about 12:05-ish. I was actually watching it on the way back from the gym on YouTube. I had it then, was listening to it, and had a great opportunity to come in here and finish it off here, listening to that one. So good little talk there from Sharif and Peter, all about that space. So have a quick look if you guys are interested. Interesting play there for Tesla. I did not reload this trade. So we went long down here. These are 316s, 317s. This out is up here is 320. So that's pretty good. That's another 319.50. So this is $2 or $3. We'll see if we can get that again. I feel silly if we don't put another offer rating around 318.80. Those are those tops. And again, I'll trade much differently than many people here. And as we all will, we'll all have our own style. But remember, like, I'm going to be piecing in and out of some of these plays as we start to go. So I'm going to put an offer up there, 318.65 or so, see if we get that fill right into there. That would be fine by me. And then if we start to break higher, great. I don't have any other offers. Well, I have an offer at 322, but that's all the way up here. I don't know if it's going to get to that level, so we'll wait to see if that hits. Palantir continues to rock our world to the upside again. Like, I'm thinking 65, maybe a tap area. So we could get another piece out. The 50 period's creeping up on us. So that would be another area to get out if the 50 period starts to break. I have the mistake, and I do this all the time, is of getting out of trades and then looking back and like, why did we piece them out? So like, that's what I'm doing here. Like, it's ripping up. So I'm just getting out at all these little levels, 25s, 50s, 35s, like looking at all this. At some point, you're going to have to let it run a little bit. And I feel like we've done that here. So I'm going to tap out a little bit more at 64.70s. We're right there right now. So right in and around here, I think that's worth it on our way back up to the top of the day, which I don't see why we shouldn't be able to get there, especially if these futures decide to do a dance, right? Like they're following the 50 period. That's great. We could shoot up. I'd like to look at this 2050 area. I think I'm going to go chart something on the TQs, because if this 2500 breaks right there, then I think that's going to be something. Like, I'm not too worried about this 460, like right there. That's too much garbage still in here. Let's get through all of this and go back to where we were at about 1 o'clock and break this high of 2050 to 20,500 and then get back upside there. So that's going to be a level that I'm looking at for sure in and around there. So that's, here comes Palantir, a good spot to get out, and let's throw it over to Adara.
Just going to take a look here at DIS, which is up about 5.5% on the day. So joining Palantir and Tesla in the ranks of names that are positive. What a look here. Nice bull flag starting yesterday on earnings day one. They did beat here for earnings per share and for revenue. Nice rounded bottom, then pushing higher here off yesterday's top of around a 113, 114. Trying to push it to 115 right now is DIS. No new news just coming out here, but tons of positive analyst notes here. TD Cowen, Loop Capital, Morgan Stanley, Macquarie, Wells Fargo, Bernstein, all raising their price targets on the stock, guys. DIS, day two.
Yeah, that's
that was a yesterday trade.
Yeah, no, that was pretty crazy. Again, we talk about that 114.80s was that prior day high, earnings day one. Today's earnings day two, and it seems like we're pushing past some of those levels here. So continuation trade here potentially for Disney past prior day's highs. But look at that consolidation, man. The consolidation happened pretty much sideways for over 4 hours here. So that opening drive came in. I guess it didn't really come in the open market. A lot of that bid, I guess half of that bid was in the pre-market on the run up to 111s, and then 112s. It starts to find a little bit of a slowdown here. 112s to 13 for 14 push trading. 115. 115.15 is the high a day as of right now. So we'll continue to watch this one there. But I guess if you were in a little bit earlier, it would have been a better trade, I guess. But what's up, Adara?
Sorry for the interruption there, guys. Lots to cover this afternoon. We do have the Qs and the S&P 500 here, both significantly down in the day, near day's lows, and we're getting some comments coming through here from Feds Goolsby. Looks like these were said a while ago, but I'm still seeing circulation here on Twitter, so it's worth noting. Feds Goolsby saying that he's perfectly comfortable with there being some disagreement within the Fed, so different Fed members disagreeing here over where the neutral rate is supposed to be. Generally, we've heard 2%, but we have heard some individual Fed speakers say other rates. Feds Goolsby also here, this is pretty key, saying that because of this disagreement on the neutral rate, that could actually support a slower rate cut process. So Fed Goolsby is saying that these cuts could actually be slower if the Fed continues to have this internal disagreement on the placement or the amount here of the neutral rate, guys.
Goolsby, nice.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, no, I mean, look, we're in the rate cut cycle. It doesn't really matter. They're going to cut rates, going to continue to go forward with that. I mean, unless something dramatically changes, I think we're going to wait for the employment market. I think that's going to be a big shift there. And then if CPI really does get out of hand again, like there are some people that are calling for inflationary measures, and especially if we're going to be cutting taxes and things like that. I mean, again, I just go back to noon. I'm going to rewatch that as well over the weekend there to hear what Peter and Sharif were talking about there. But yeah, I think the CPI is something to watch out for. If they can get it back, they're comfortable with it between this like 2 to 2.5. 3 would be probably a little bit too high for Jerome there. But at the end of the day, you know, we just sort of hold your money tight there and buy more Bitcoin. No. All right. So we got out there at 318.50, as we had said, for that $1.50, for the almost $1.70 right there. Just watching this pressure because what we said in the futures of happening didn't happen. We're breaking lower right now. So this is what's happening right now in the futures, trying to go lower, trying not to hold the 50-period moving average and hold it to the short side. So I'll take a piece out there. We've canceled all of our trades. Maybe moving forward there, we'll be able to figure out what we want to do. Amazon, though, that's coming back in. Unfortunately, we did not get that level. We were waiting here for 75. We talked about that. Here's a nice little push back in for us. Now, this is going to look good, but it's not fantastic because we don't have that many shares. So we would have wished to have more. If so, we would have got out right now. But our average price rate here is only 30 cents in the money, which is still fine. It's not, we're not going to shrug at that. But I think our next out could be right in around here, $200.50. So we'll put a bid there. And if that can work out for us, then woo-ha. We've got you all in check. So that would be somewhere where we're going to put a bid there right now, and then we'll go down a little bit lower.
I like that short on Amazon. I got involved as well.
That woo-ha thing means.
I was looking to take it through that 200, right?
That's the rhymes.
That was the idea. I like the short idea is what I'm saying.
On Amazon?
Yeah.
I mean, so I just put a bid out there right now in the 70s. So if we can get that fill right here, we'll do it. Did we just get it? Yes, we did.
Money.
All right, yeah, nice. We'll take it. Not a lot of money, but we'll take it for now. There's a bid. So we were short at $20.20, $200.20. That was a 75 or 77 bid. We always bid a little bit ahead of the key levels there. So it looks like a 77 or 78 bid. So we'll capture there 40 cents. And all we got out was 10%. We got out of 10% of what we had. Now we'll wait to see for a lower bid, which I don't even have a bid out there. So what I think you should always do is, like, if I'm going to bid $200.50, I'll put another 10% down there at $200.60. So just because, honestly, it's not going to matter that much. It's not like I'm putting out the full position or anything like that to cover. In that case, then maybe 5 or 10 cents might matter, but at the end of the day, I'm just trying to catch fills, man, and that's all, right? So we're trying to catch the love, catch some fills to the downside, and if it runs right into us, then perfect. If it bounces off of us, then we always feel like it's our fault, but at the end of the day, whatever shares you put on the bid or on the ask, if you're standing in the way of any stock, it will wipe you out. It does. I mean, it doesn't. I remember the other day, I was like, oh, guys, get over here. There was like, what was it? Maybe it was even this morning. There was a 5,000 lot. what was it, Tesla or something? On the offer. Was it Amazon?
Was it on Palantir?
Was it on Palantir at 63?
Yeah, I think so. It was on Palantir.
And oh yeah, that's right, because we had that fun with Kathy Wood. I mean, we were pretending like she's the one that did that.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, bang,
Boom,
comes right in, and it just like rips right off that, as if that didn't even exist. That was probably a couple $100 million worth of an order there. So, like, for me to sit in front of an Amazon train, you're going to get barreled over if you don't think that your shares are going to do anything. So, right now, here we go. We're at $200.60. We'll sit there and wait. Amazon's coming back in. We just put that trade on for you as well. We did not get out of Palantir up there. Ooh, tisk, as that just fell in. All right, so I'm gonna have to get out. I'm gonna cancel my Palantir and then get something out there back up to the upside because we just broke the 50-period moving average. Don't really like that there. So yeah, Amazon coming in as well. We're gonna go to Adair in a second, but we'll let them load that up. $200.63. I just put my bid on Amazon, so we'll wait for that. Tesla's still hovering around that level. We're still working on SMCI, and we've got Adair.
Be aware here, there's this small cap popping up here, kind of out of nowhere, CYCN. This is up about 51%. Not even a super notable short float here for Cyclerion Therapeutics. 0.7% of the float is short, but it is a small float, 1.72 million shares. Market cap just under $8 million. And as you can see here, escalating volume here as we push into and then reject days high. This is the 3-minute chart. We also do have not a ton of mentions on social media either, so not really sure why this stock is running, but keep an eye on CYCN, guys.
Right.
I had to take a piece out on Palantir there. So. All right, you're in Amazon short as well. We've talked about that in the Pfizer.
I mean, it's holding that 201 as of right now. Pfizer just holding on to just a breadcrumb from earlier there, just letting it ride. VWAP, I guess, was a place to reload here. I didn't really have that. Underneath that 25, we've been making lower highs and consolidating underneath VWAP as of right now. Haven't really gone down to that low of day just yet. I don't even know if it's going to come, but this prior low right here from that consolidation just sitting at that 2470 mark. So that's what I'm kind of watching there on that. Market's still catching a bit of a sell, man. There's no bid to be found in this market. We're just grinding to the downside. So I'm not really seeing anything. Like, does it make sense to kind of chase short here? Maybe. I don't know. I guess that's what I'm trying to do here on Amazon as the market continues to make some fresh lows there. 20,400 here on the Nasdaq, and what is this? 5880s here on the ES. Picking a little bit lower. If you look at a SPY chart, you can see it quite nicely. Of course, it's going to look almost pretty much as the same as that ES chart, but let's kind of blow this up here and take a look at a 30-minute chart. Oh, go back to the SPY. So let's take a look at a 30-minute chart right here. So look at that, man. 1, 2, and this one's still kind of printing with 25 minutes left, so that's a significant part of that candle still left to print. But only about 2 green candles there, and one of them is pretty much almost a red right there. A bit of a doji action going on at that 1 o'clock, 12:30 candle there. What are you doing? Oh, Amazon's taking a little bit lower.
You don't have any bids. See, so this is a difference here. So we're both short Amazon.
Yeah, I have no bids out.
You can see we basically have the same price.
Yeah, no, I don't have bids
basically out. Have all of that. But you're riding and dying with Amazon. Hey, I like that. I like that. No, I like that.
Oh yeah, I don't have bids out just yet. I want to take more through 200. Yeah, would you take a look at it?
Take a look at that. I mean,
if we get through that 200, then maybe I'll put some bids out. But other than that, I do have a stop out. I guess maybe that's something I do need to get a little bit better at, because I see that you do post a lot of bids, and that way you're churning. Like you're taking some profit along the way, right? So like in case it kind of comes back, then I like that.
But that's the part of it, and I said I want to thank you for being on the show too, because we talked about this earlier. It's a completely different style, and it's showing that because I can look over and see what's happening net wise and everything like that, and I can really see that the fact that, and I've talked about this before on the show. I want to thank Adam DeLuz and some of the guys that I've talked to about this, and it's like if you're able to hold something for a little bit of a bigger move, then it can make such a huge freaking difference, man. Like if you can pick the right levels and grab these huge moves, it's like why Tesla is such a big, okay, it's like why Tesla's such a big stock today. Like right now we're $2.30 in the money right here on Tesla. I just offered it out. Yo, what's up, Fabian? How you doing, my guy? Right there. Okay, let's go. It's for you, Ozan. There's the trade right there. What? Boom. Who next?
Who next? What's the next?
Is that Mike Tyson standing in our way or what?
Oh boy,
man, he would knock me out.
I don't know
about that.
Yeah.
But right there, but nice move up there to 319.50. Wow. So that's another big, huge move right there. So yeah, we're happy. We're in the zone, man. We've been in the zone for a minute. Right now is getting. When I put these on though, it's very hard to see. Oh, I have these.
Oh boy, should I get? I don't know if I have mine on me.
Oh yeah. That's right. No, you don't go get yours. You look way better in yours than I do in mine. So you're not allowed to do
how
that.
about, how
This is
about
my show.
Monday? Oh boy. Nice.
Nah, this
you
is
have the yellow and
these are the original ones. Neil bit my style. What else is new?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. We are starting to get going again to the upside right here.
Further, yeah.
Look at Tesla. Huge move up to 320 and change right now for Tesla. We call this name Stressla, at least Adair used to, but we don't have no stress on this name today. This will be my P&L number one now. So there it goes. Man, let's go. Spin it around. Beautiful for this on Tesla. We talked about it. The only mistake was not buying that dip right there. I'm posting all of these on my Twitter. Go find me at TraderTVSean if you're watching for the first time. Almost 50,000 followers right now. It's pretty good. We have over 400. And where's Andre at? I need a new one of these. Fabi, I'll message Andre. 475. We're at 480, baby. So let's keep that going right now. We're posting all of this all day long with some trades. And then the big note right there, bless you, Ramin, is the sticky note with now today over 5,000 or so views on that. So thank you. 5,100 views. Thank you for all of that. But all right, we're still going. Bless you again to Ramin there as we wait to see what's happening now with the market. Starting to go back up to the upside right now. Tesla now $3. Watch out for 220. Could be another spot of interest, 220 on Tesla.
Yeah, no, I'm just kind of watching the tape here on both Amazon. Yeah, Amazon's kind of catching a bit of a bid here. Market as well. We're still hovering above this 20,400, right? So let's see if we can break that. So far, what is this? This 15-minute candle right here, 12. So 145, we wicked off of that 20,400. Didn't quite get there, just slightly above it right there. It seems like 05s or 06s. I can't really see it quite well, but it seems like it's like 05s, right? 20,005s there on the NASDAQ. So I don't know. It wasn't necessarily a clean test of it, but we're kind of still in that downtrend as of right now. A lot of things just continue to sell off here. And Smci was something that was bidding up off of the open there, and it kind of is coming right back, or it came right back down to some of its former lows. So Smci, I know that a lot of people were interested in this one a little earlier, but we continue shorting into pops. I guess continues to work on Smci. I know that Sean has been working this one as well. Still has that 1850 short.
Yeah.
From high a day.
I don't have many shares left. I mean, I was just holding on to this, see if I can get some more here coming through now.
I had 1852 as high a day.
By the way, what is?
1852 was high of day.
Yeah.
You have the 50.
Yeah, well, and we also predicted the future on that one too, because we have it on our sticky note. It says 1850.
Wow.
Hold on a second, I got to see clearer here. All right, so right now we have IBIT.
What do you use? You use like a crystal ball or something? Like,
what do I use?
Yeah, what's your yes.
No, there's reasons why I'm still employed here. I cannot give away all the secrets here. I mean, like I said, it can't. Randy's taking my job.
Oh.
I got paid. I got paid for a lot of stuff around here. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, we get the script. Yeah. Ramin's saying they get the script.
It's not like the NFL all scripted up over here. You know, I mean, look. If I could predict some of these plays, then trust me, I would be sitting here. Like I would just. If I had utmost confidence. I mean, look. Again, in this business, when these are bugging me. In this business, when you. Hello, Jerome. Missed him. Yeah. Okay. No, but seriously, in this business, you're going to call a lot of shots, and it's like. Sometimes you miss, sometimes you make. And I mean, it's just like 95% of day traders fail. So we have to understand, try to figure out why that is. I think a big part of that aspect, of course, is psychological. And I think there's a big part of the aspect is greed. And I just think that when you're trading on a prop floor, and Obi and I talked about this earlier, it's like we're trying to show you to not necessarily trade as the primary source of your income. That's obviously possible for many of you guys to do that, but even just a little bit of a side hustle where you're trying to, and that's why sometimes it's 940 and I'm like, boom, that's it. And you had that a couple times too. Boom, your trade hits. Like Disney the other day, right long at 110, it goes up to 113, 114, boom, you're out. Yeah. That's the first 5-minute drive. Meanwhile, if you like the trade, you can build into that short, do something else, hold it for all day, and build it like that. But at the end of the day, we're just trying to show you what we're talking about, things we're looking at, and potentially how we could all just be friends. All right, so IBIT right now, oh gosh, what are we even talking about here? As we start to, don't forget, like and subscribe. Yeah, there's that too. But right now, look at this. We're starting to take out, I mean, would you look at that? We're starting to take out the high of the day right now, 5150 on IBIT. This is the high of the day for Bitcoin. Bitcoin is back, baby. And the one thing about Bitcoin was, and oh boy, was selling Cardano at 65 cents maybe a mistake? You may be right, Sean, because right now Cardano is not taking over your Dogecoin, but it is at 67 cents right now. Up 20% today is Cardano. So there we go again. A big crypto holding for myself. No idea why. I kind of like the name because it reminds me of Italian, you know, Cardano. All right, what's up, Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by Worksport. Introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ, Worksport. Ticker WKSP. Worksport is a US-based manufacturer and it's rapidly growing with expanding revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP, discover the future of clean energy with Worksport.
Okay, now we're starting to get really serious about Bitcoin here. Bitcoin is going, guys. I mean, I don't know. Let's just put this to a 1 minute chart just to show you exactly this move. This is a huge move to the upside right now. I mean, it was sleeping until right now. So that move right there is 90. What is the, how high did we get? 93 and change? Hold on a second here. Let's go to like a 4 hour chart. I don't know, just to see whatever this is. Yeah, 93. Yeah, 93.3, according to wherever this place gets it from. I mean, obviously, this looks like it's markets.com, but obviously Coinbase and Binance and all that will be slightly different. But anyways, 93 and change right there. So this level doesn't mean anything. So if we break this 90,650, you might be onto something right here. It looks like we keep on going higher. Normally, we'll like to play some kind of pullbacks for Bitcoin, but this is a huge move. This is 89.8 to 90,000. So it's almost 1,000. Well, let's call it like it is, $600 to $700 straight to the upside right there for BTC. And if you just talk about it from 2 o'clock, in the last half hour, you're up 89.3 to 95. So you're up about $1,200 right there in the last 20 minutes. Bitcoin is humming, as my guy Joe likes to say, or buzzing right now is Bitcoin. Okay, so we're going to take this level out right here. Good little level there. I think we got to get long on Bitcoin. I'm going to wait for a pullback though. But yeah, man, it is buzzing. It's heading to the upside right here like crazy. So Bitcoin right now making them dance. So is Tesla, by the way. It's a $3 winner, so we'll go bang on that as we've just been rinsing this one upside, holding out for a higher bid. There, we did get out of Palantir, maybe a little bit foolishly. Hey, my name's Sean. We do this all the time. And there it goes right there, back up to the highs. It's never a mistake to take $1.50 on a trade, but, you know, if you like the stock, you like the stock. You know what I'm saying? And then look at Nvidia right here as well, trying to wake up, trying to poke its little head above this 200 period. If we do that, maybe we got to dance. So what's up, Adair?
We're going to keep an eye here on Juniper Networks. JNPR spiking to the downside with volume. Basically, what's happening here is some traders are circulating a report here, basically suggesting that the DOJ is looking into some depositions from HPE and JNPR. Executives are preparing to decide this case as early as next week. Again, this is according to a research report. But yeah, JNPR here, massive volume spike. Keep an eye on that one as it pushes to the downside. And an already pretty weak day for the markets, guys.
All right. I found my levels here just real quick, and then we'll go back over to Obi in a second. All right, so the TQQs. Look, this is a short spot. I'm not taking it. But this right here, 200 period moving average, look at this. Look at this. And it finally had a little date with it. So they're going to kiss and make up down here. We'll figure out what it wants to do. But at the end of the day, I just don't want to fight this trend heading into the close. It's a completely different trade. Like I just feel that, I guess, you know what? It's only 246. We're not necessarily heading into the close yet. I was going to say, what about that last little push at the end of the day? But we still have a lot of the day left. So, okay, I mean, I could, I'll stamp a fail on my thought of not taking it, but I don't want to necessarily rubber stamp. I need like you know what we need? We need something that's like go, like when we rubber stamp a trade, you know, like it's on like Donkey Kong.
Oh.
Okay, but look, here's the break right now. So I'm not, if you come over here, I'll maybe. So that's one of the OG graphics that we had for when I was doing like the lightning round.
Yeah.
I was doing a lightning round on the recap show, and it was me by my lonesome. And yeah. Bye, Fabian. Yeah, we didn't use it. We didn't use it too much because then the next thing, fade to black. Show's over. All right. So the other thing is we did that yesterday. That was hilarious. Remember, Obi? When we did
Yeah.
It's like cut
Like,
the stream.
all right,
That was
done,
the best.
done.
We're done. That's it. Show's over. But no, at the end of the day, all kidding aside, I don't remember what I was going to say. But right here, the TQQs. This right here. So we did not take it there. I'm just thinking that a lot of these stocks well underneath. We have Amazon. We could talk about that one. It's a good thing we took a little bit of profit on that. But it looks like it wants to rip up. My long is right here. I'm taking this long break. We said we'd have a look at the TQQs. 74.50. We're going to go long, and then we'll use 74 as our out. So 50 cents worth of risk here for a long in the TQ. So if that pops, that pops. And we talked about different styles. We got out a couple times down here on Amazon. I still like the short, but the 200 periods coming closer and closer. If it breaks that, we're gone. So 202 gone out of this trade, which would be fine by me because we'll be long on the TQQs if that ever comes through. So, all right. You guys want the trade of the day review? Well, Neil does that, what do they call it? Lessons of the day. He'll do that every day. So you could definitely check him out at around noonish. But that's just lessons of the day, not necessarily the trades of the day. But yeah,
we think the trade of the day was.
Yeah, I used to stand over there and we used to be like, I went long here. This is the trade of the day. But at the end of the day, I mean, I think we do a good job of reviewing them here. We may bring them back as like a short form.
Yeah, I think that'd be
as
cool.
a reel.
Like what we all kind of think was the best opportunity on the day, and kind of review that, go over that, maybe why. I think that's definitely good value.
You should be looking at this Juniper because it is moving around.
Is it?
So we'll take into consideration the request for bringing back the trade of the day, giving us more work.
Okay. All right.
No, up here,
Intraday news.
Intraday news on?
Yeah.
Dara's brought Juniper to us a couple times, my
she's
guy. All right, so yeah, there goes Juniper. Nice downside move here. Many candles. And this, I guess this name doesn't move that much.
No.
Like this is a daily chart.
Getting rocked.
It should not look this dramatic for $2 down, but it does. So there's Juniper right now, making it all the way back in, taking out that 200 period moving average. Okay, oh boy, Amazon's coming back in, which is nice for us right there. I don't know what's up with, by the way, I don't know what's up with Tesla, but it is nope. It is, first of all, Canada. I don't know if we're getting rid of those tax subsidies there for EVs. I still may pick up an EV,
What would you get if you
I
were
would
to
probably get one of these Model Ys or something.
Model
The
Y.
thing
Tesla.
well, it depends if it was for me. Yeah, Tesla. Well, don't get me started.
Those Rivians look nice.
Oh God, there's.
What about the Lucid? Lucid's actually pretty. It's a
Lucid
little
was all a
pricey.
dream. It was a lucid dream, and I can't afford that.
It's a little pricey, but
I gotta clean up
they're
these
pretty
glasses
nice.
here.
You know?
No, the wife wants a Rivian, but I don't really. You know
They're
what?
not bad. They
Rivian
look
to me
pretty
is
good.
not. It's not the jam for me. I'm not sure I like the. Can we put out? Can we?
We're seeing a
our
lot of
poll's
polls
kicking
start.
butt right now, but I want to find that Rivian, the R1T, right? Is that what it is, or is it the R? Yeah, the R1. They're making the R2, and I don't really like the look of it that much.
The R1T?
Yeah, the Rivian, the truck that's out right now. I don't know. The smaller four, maybe something there, but I don't really like the big one. I would rather have many
That's
other
pretty cool.
SUVs. No, that's not. No, so that's the truck. No, it's the R1. Yeah, the Model X. Yeah, the Tesla would be pretty sweet. It's the R1. What is the new one?
R1S? This one?
Yeah, that one.
The SUV.
Yeah, the SUV. Yeah, that's the one
Yeah.
she wants. Yeah. Bring that thing down when you get a good picture of it. I want to show everybody.
Yeah. I mean, here's Edmunds right here, so it'll tell us.
Like, you know what? To take a word from you, I don't really like the back end on that. I don't know. I just.
You're not too fond of the backside.
We need to see the picture, man. It's on your
Sorry,
screen.
sorry.
Okay, there it is. Yeah, so that won't. We'll probably find better. I mean, that looks pretty good right there. To be honest with you. Ooh. You know what? These pictures actually. You see how they're like not from the actual side. They're all.
They're not showing the backside.
See what I'm saying?
I wonder why they're doing
this
that.
Is what I'm, trying to dig deeper for everybody here. Okay. So as we go, man, Amazon's coming back in, Palantir's coming back in. We should have taken that out at the top, but we're trying to make some trades here, so let's just exactly do that. It looks like we will be wrong on that TQQ play. Again, if we follow our rules, this is probably a short right now. The market underneath VWAP back, a retracement back to the 200 period moving average. I'm just thinking a little bit long, so we'll figure out. what we're going to do. But right now, I still like that break. We did come pretty close to it. We got to 74.30. I'm glad we didn't get filled because here's the push back down. So again, we're really light on Tesla. I'm thinking about dumping this thing if we break 319. So I'm just going to put that in right now just to get out of this. I mean, we're on one today anyways, so it's all good. 318.89. We'll get out of that one. So this is the stop order. Obi and I actually said to ourselves, a big advantage that we have here at Real Trading and just prop trading in general is the fact that we have great executions. And it's like, there's a few different, you like to use the Edge A stop order. I use the system built one, which I find is fantastic. And anyways, as you go, many different opportunities to scalp back and forth in and out of trades. And that gives us a good opportunity to manage our risk. I feel like almost at an elite level. Like what I mean by that is it's hard sometimes for many of us to sit there and put in these stop orders and get the exact levels figured out. But because we're sitting here in front of live level twos, able to see all the movements, all the shares running through and stuff like that, we're pretty confident putting in these stop orders and in getting the fills at the right prices. So I do consider that a pretty good advantage that we have. Down
that's definitely
Put some names
edge,
in the
man.
chat here.
Order execution.
AMD money, advanced money destroyer. Yeah, who was that came up with that name? Was that Joseph? I did.
Oh yeah, you said it on the recap. Yeah.
Oh man, I talk too much. Okay, so Joe just goes there. No, that I was the one that said it. I'm trying to give credit to everybody else around here. Yeah, advanced money destroyer today for sure. That I still don't think that was me.
It's been an advanced money destroyer. Look at the weekly on this,
dude. I mean, it's on here as a destroyer of wealth. I mean, we were talking about going short this name all day today. Like, and when you're talking about going short a name and it retraces back to VWAP, this is a trade right here. That's a trade. Screen, please, Fabian, just quickly here. I just want to show everybody, like, even though we wrote down 140 on AMD, obviously that didn't come anywhere to play. You want to use the 200 period for sure if it's available. It was available right here with VWAP. Like, those are the plays, man, that you're looking for. I mean, you've got a couple bangers on. I mean, let's go, man. Hey, what a week we've had here with Obi. All right, Neil, welcome back from Italy, I think tomorrow or Sunday. He'll be back on Tuesday. He needs a couple days to recover.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, you're like Jake Paul. He's like Mike Tyson, you know? Neil, a little older.
So saying I'm getting knocked out.
No, you're Jake Paul.
Yeah, that's what I just
Jake
said.
Paul's the favorite to win.
Oh, is he?
Yeah,
I didn't
favorite.
I didn't even take a
heavy favorite.
Really?
Heavy favorite. I mean, just like how Trump
when's this game tonight?
When's this game?
Or sorry, fight?
Tonight, yeah. So it starts at 8 p.m.
8 p.m.
And I feel blessed because it's the first time ever that my wife has been like, yo, when's that Jake Paul fight?
I wonder if Netflix is going to move in Blue Ocean.
Oh, man, Netflix? Nah, I don't think so. I already think, have you seen the run in Netflix lately? I mean, this fight will set the records for the most watched sporting event of all time. I'm willing to not wager anything on that, but that's my opinion. I think that will come through there tonight. So many people, it's a global phenomenon. Like boxing is something that is loved around the world, all over the place. Asia, all in South America, absolutely everywhere. Thank you, Fabian. Yeah, we're not in any rush today. It's 2:55 right here. But it's Friday. Yeah, Fabian's telling me all these things to say right here. But the one thing is, Adara's standing over there. You know, we're going to stand there for, what is that, Juniper you've got on? Oh, yeah, that's still Tank City, too. Yeah. Okay, let's go over to the screen. And Fabian, at least tell me what is it, Sector Watch? Or what are we doing? We're doing a Sector Watch right now. Adara's moment at the green screen.
Thank you for that intro, guys. We're going to do here, as we head into Power Hour, the last one of the week, we're going to take a look at some movers to the upside and downside in a big way on the S&P 500 and talk about the catalyst. Now, I always like to have a theme for this segment, and I thought it might be fun on a day where most of the market is sharply to the downside. I wanted to take a look at some names that are actually sharply positive and talk about their catalyst, because there are less than 10. We're going to start here with TSLA, Tesla. There are quite a few catalysts with this name today, so I'm going to go over all of them. First off, we did have Elon Musk actually tweeting here or posting on X in support of some rumors here that Donald Trump is looking to cut that $7,500 EV tax credit. So Elon Musk in support of that tax credit cut. Then also we had reports from CNBC and quite a few other outlets that CEO Elon Musk's XAI is now going to be seeking up to $6 billion in its most recent funding round. That would bring their valuation to over $50 billion. And also, this funding is basically to fund their purchase of 100,000 GPUs here from Nvidia. That's when we got this kind of spike up in this company right before 10. Then last but not least, we did have Ron Barron speaking to CNBC about Tesla, saying that he thinks it could be worth $5 trillion here in 10 years. For context, they just got back above that $1 trillion mark. He also says that Elon Musk could be worth $30 trillion at some point in the future. So lots of positive catalysts and excitement here surrounding TSLA. Next up, we have DIS. Disney here in a day 2 earnings play. So many positive catalyst notes. We have this thing here, this little excerpt. This is from Guggenheim's note. Bernstein here, Wells Fargo, so many others being quite positive here about DIS after its earnings report yesterday. Then we have AEP, this company up about 2.5% near day's highs here. As we know, Bloom Energy actually was halted yesterday midday on news. So the catalyst is that AEP is partnering with Bloom Energy here with regards to this fuel cell technology to help power data center growth. So AI-based catalyst sending both Bloom Energy and AEP on watch here, guys. What a week.
What a week.
What a week indeed it is. Oh boy, here we go, Obi.
Oh boy.
We are advanced money destroying Amazon right now. And John Del Segno also says that he remembers laughing his face off when I did say that. So shout out to you guys for remembering that one. That's funny. All right, there it is, Amazon. Let's go. Another 10% out. All right, so we're now out of about 30%. Yeah, let's go.
Crack that 200.
Man, I like
Bezos. Probably sold a bunch. I actually saw an interesting reserve
What's up with yacht
at 211. So if you go to the chart there, here we can take a look at it on a second chart. Yeah, would you look at it? I'm just about to take a look at it right here, and so right here.
I'm so glad that you showed me that.
Yeah, right. It's a classic. It's a classic. Yeah. So right here, would you look at that? This is a 30-second chart, Sean. 30 seconds. Each candle is 30 seconds. Just that right there. Look at that. Right here.
Okay,
boom.
looking at that.
Look at that. These are 30-second candles. 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute. Boom. Swipe. I got rocked on that.
Would you look at that swipe down right
Yeah,
there?
look at that swipe. Look at that swipe. So basically a lick grab of that 200 as of right now. And then that level holds at that 200 again. Triple tap on the 30 seconds. So interesting stuff. So people are asking, what did reserves kind of look like? Something like tight price action. You can kind of see it on those second charts there, looking very, very distinct. You can see the rest of the candles here, and then compare these candles with some of these, I guess, quote unquote, normal ones. And you can see that that's obviously a little unusual relative to how some of the other candles are printed. So information, what do you do with it? You can, I guess you can kind of trade off of it. When it broke down, I liked the short, but then getting back through, holding, and then this holding as well was quite nice as well. But we're pretty much still trading well within the downtrend there on a higher time frame. If you look at, say, like a 15-minute chart or something more, still well within trend is Amazon to the downside. Now, the market did get a bit of a pop there, and we got that push off of that 200 in and around that pop. But nothing really significant. We didn't really get to VWAP. We didn't really break trend. We didn't really break multiple points to the upside there. If you see, we're still kind of in this downtrend extending off of VWAP with only about an hour left, guys, as we are 15 seconds into power hour. So I don't know if the bid's going to catch it just yet, but you know where the bid is catching here? Juniper, JNPR. We were just watching this one, and I was literally looking at it, and I was like, oh, I want to try to revert this one, and that reversion comes in real hot, trading about 20, 30 pennies, I guess, or 50 pennies now, almost off of those lows, 36.08s here on Juniper. So catching a bid back in off of an intraday catalyst there. So nothing too crazy. Nothing else is really going on. What are you guys saying in the chat? I see a lot of tags. Okay, thank you.
They're asking for a
joke.
They're asking for what?
He's like, I need Ovi to crack some jokes saying crypto D. So they come naturally sometimes. I mean,
okay.
you know.
Yeah, I mean, we're on the show. We'll try to keep it light.
Yeah.
All right, so D. Westermeyer right here.
He has a bet.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say I didn't mean to miss out on this, so I wanted to show it here in case those of you were wondering about it. I just made a keystroke error, by the way, on Amazon. I meant to sell some, and I accidentally bought. I actually meant to buy some and get some out of this short and put on a little bit more short there. Oh, boy. All right, I have a bet with Neil on the Buffalo Bills Kansas City Chiefs games. That is this weekend, Sunday. I believe it's at 1 p.m. I hope it's the night game, though. That would be sweet if it was. If I lose, I buy donuts for the floor.
Okay.
What was that, Ramin? No, she doesn't want. You don't want donuts?
Oh, come on.
I think she does. If I win, I get a hoodie or some kind of merch.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I do remember you and Neil having that sort of a bet there. So, yeah, good luck to your Kansas City Chiefs. And for everybody on the floor, we wish the best of luck to the Buffalo Bills, because that would mean some sort of donuts. And I would say, Mr. Westermeyer, you've been here and visited us before. There is a lovely Tim Hortons about one block, not even one block.
Not even
away,
a block.
Basically attached to
A
the
quarter
building.
block. It's
Attached-
in the.
pretty much
It's on the
attached.
building. It's on the same building. Yeah.
Is it on the same building? Or
Is it? Oh no, it's adjacent. No, there's actually. Never mind. Yeah, no, you're right.
That
It
little
is.
walkway there.
It's literally the next building.
Yeah. Don't go in that walkway. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, there's some sketchy things that go.
Could it
down
be
that
Krispy
alley.
Kreme? Is the request we have from the desk?
Where's the furthest Krispy Kreme from here? Is there one in?
Yeah, there's a lot in Toronto. There's a lot in Toronto. Oh, yeah.
Where's a lot? I'm
There's
trying
one
to
up
remember
on
when the
DuPont
last
over there.
Oh, no way.
Isn't there one on College? Yeah, in Kensington. Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So there you go. So there's one. Oh yeah. Okay. So there you go, Mr. Westenmeyer. They're actually not that. They're not that even that expensive. I think a dozen of like the Krispy Kremes is like, yeah, dangerously cheap. Yeah, you're right about that. We one day. Oh, sweet. Okay. We did have Dare just let me know that she potentially was not going to be here for the recap show, but to everybody's cheerful delight on a Friday night,
Hey yo.
it'll be me and Adara throwing down. Maybe you want to do Q&A. What do you want to do, Adara? We'll figure it all out. 22 months, Mr. Westermeyer just renewed, so thank you for that one as well. Right there. Oh, yeah, you can Venmo.